네, 지금 김관용 민주평통 수석 부의장님, 황대일 연합뉴스 대표이사님, 태영호 사무처장님, 신원식 국가안보실장님께서 입장하고 계십니다. 여러분 모두 자리에서 일어나 큰 박수로 환영해 주시기 바랍니다. 다시 한번 안내 말씀드립니다. 지금 김관용 민주평통 수석 부의장님, 황대일 연합뉴스 대표이사님, 태영 네, 여러분 잠시 안내 말씀드립니다. 잠시 후에 개회식을 시작할 예정이오니 모두 자리에 착석해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 네, 지금 김관용 민주평통 수석 부의장님, 황대일 연합뉴스 대표이사님께서 입장하고 계십니다. 모두 자리에서 다시 한번 일어나 큰 박수로 환영해 주시기 바랍니다. 네, 여러분 안녕하십니까. 2024 글로벌 통일대화 오늘 진행을 맡은 저는 연합뉴스 TV 아나운서 조혜린입니다. 네, 감사합니다. 오늘 윤석열 정부의 통일 국정과제 추진 기반 강화를 위한 대내외 전략을 모색하기 위해 민주평화통일자문회의와 연합뉴스 공동 주최로 여러 국내외 전문가와 석학 그리고 민주평통 간부위원분들을 한자리에 모시게 됐습니다. 다시 한번 참석해 주신 모든 분들께 진심으로 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 그럼 시작에 앞서 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 본 회의는 한국어와 영어 동시 통역이 제공됩니다. 한국어는 1번, 영어는 2번 채널입니다. 참고해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. There is simultaneous translator on the table. Channel 1 will be in Korean and Channel 2 will be in English. 네, 그럼 지금부터 2024 글로벌 통일 대화를 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 네, 보다 뜻깊은 회의가 될 수 있도록 오늘 행사에 참석해주신 내외 귀빈분들을 먼저 소개해드리겠습니다. 한 분씩 소개해드릴 때마다 큰 박수로 맞이해주시면 감사하겠습니다. 먼저 오늘 회의를 주최해주신 민주평화통일자문회의 김관용 수석 부의장님 참석하셨습니다.
Vice-Chairperson of Peaceful Unification Advisory Council, or PUAC, a host organization of today's.
다음으로 본회의를 공동 주최해주신 연합뉴스 황대일 대표이사 사장님 참석하셨습니다. 네, 인사 말씀을 진행해주실 태영호 민주평화통일자문회의 사무처장님 자리하셨습니다. 이어서 기조 강연을 해주실 신원식 국가안보실장님 참석하셨습니다. 네, 그리고 오늘 이 자리에 많은 외교사절도 자리하고 계시는데요. 한 분씩 소개해드리겠습니다. 기에르모 커크 패트릭 주한 스페인 대사님 참석하셨습니다. 네. 이반 얀차렉 주한 체코 대사님 자리하셨습니다. 유리 예르비아호 주한 핀란드 대사님 참석하셨습니다. 누리아 유소프 주한 브루나이 대사님 자리하셨습니다. 도네르 아브레우 주한 브라질 대사님 참석하셨습니다. 웨른 바이서트 주한 독일 대사관 부대사님 자리하셨습니다. 마리안 아담 주한 슬로바키아 대사관 부대사님 참석하셨습니다. 니콜라 델 메디치 주한 이탈리아 대사관 1등 서기관님 참석하셨습니다. 베스 로시터 주한 호주 대사관 2등 서기관님 참석하셨습니다. 노어 하딜러 빈티 에브힐림 주한 말레이시아 대사관 외교관님 참석하셨습니다. 네, 다음으로 한석희 국가안보전략연구원 원장님 자리하셨습니다. 손광조 북한인권민간단체협의회 상임대표님 참석하셨습니다. 김서구 북한인권시민연합 이사장님 자리하셨습니다. 이성희 6.25 전쟁 남북인사가족협의회 이사장님 참석하셨습니다. 크리스토프 호이저 프리드리히 에버트 재단 한국사무소 소장님 참석하셨습니다. 그리고 마지막으로 아까 소개해드렸는데요. 연합뉴스 황대일 대표이사 사장님 참석하셨습니다. 네, 이외에도 주한 외국 대사관 관계자를 비롯한 관계기관의 기빈분들께서 참석해 주셨는데 시간 관계상 모두 소개해드리지 못하는 점 양해 부탁드립니다. 여기 참석하신 모든 분들께서 네 분이시니까요. 서로서로 환영의 박수 부탁드립니다. 네, 감사합니다. 그럼 본격적으로 2024 글로벌 통일대화 개회식을 시작하겠습니다. 먼저 국민 의례가 있겠습니다. 모두 자리에서 일어나 주시기 바랍니다.
Pledge allegiance to the nation. Please stand up.
국기에 대하여 경례.
Salute to the nation.
나는 자랑스러운 태극기 앞에 자유롭고 정의로운 대한민국의 무궁한 영광을 위하여 충성을 다할 것을 굳게 다짐합니다.
네, 이어서 순국 선열 및 호국 영령에 대한 묵념이 있겠습니다. 일동 묵념. 바로 모두 자리에 앉아주시기 바랍니다. 그리고 앞서 소개해드리지 못한 귀빈 여러분 소개해드리도록 하겠습니다. 야니스 베르진치 주한 라트비아 대사님 참석하셨습니다. 여러분 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
the Embassy of Latvia to Korea.
네, 그럼 이어지는 개회식은 주제 영상 시청과 개회사 환영사, 인사, 기조 강연, 기념 촬영 순으로 진행되겠습니다. 다 함께 주제 영상을 화면을 통해 만나보시겠습니다.
Please watch the video first.
네, 이어서 민주평화통일자문회의 김관용 수석 부의장님의 개회사가 있겠습니다. 큰 박수로 맞이해 주시기 바랍니다.
PUAC for opening remarks.
반갑습니다.
Good morning,
먼저
everyone.
2024 글로벌 통일대회
First of all,
참가하신
I would like to
전문가
thank all the
또
experts
외교관,
for
언론인
participating
여러분께
in
우선 감사의
2024 Global Dialogue on Korean Peninsula
바쁘신 중에도 오늘
Unification.
특별히 기조 연설을
And I
맡아주신
also
신원식
would like
전
to
국방부
thank
장관이시다.
former Minister Shin-wook of the Defense and Foreign Director of the National Security Office for taking your time out of a busy schedule to deliver a keynote speech today. I'm particularly pleased that this international conference has been co-hosted with Yonhap News and also PUAC. I would like to
특히
thank
연합뉴스
Hwang
Dae-il
Dae-il, CEO
대표이사
of
고마운
Yonhap
말씀드립니다.
News Agency,
이번 토론회는 미
for
대선 이후 국제 정세의
organizing this
변화와 자유
conference
통일을
so that
이루기 위한
we
과제들을
can share
검토하고
in-depth analysis
정보
on the
접근권
timely
확대,
topic.
북한
I
인권
believe
문제
that
그리고
this discussion is of a
통일
great
독도림과
significance
국제
in
협력
examining the
방안에
changes in
이르기까지
international situation after the
한반도를
U.S.
둘러싼
presidential
다양한 문제들을
election and the challenges to
총망라해서
achieve a free
구체적으로
and peaceful
점검해보고
unification,
미래를
as well as examining in
전망해본 데 큰
detail
뜻이
the
있다고
various issues
생각합니다.
surrounding the Korean
지금
Peninsula.
우리는 전 세계 불로화의 진행 속에
We
자유의기와
are currently
통일의
living
위기를
in
함께
a
막고
turbulent
있는
era
격동의
where we are
시대를
experiencing
살고
both a
있습니다.
crisis of freedom
서방과
and also a
러시아 간
crisis of
대리인의
unification
선택이
and
우크라이나
peace,
전쟁이
the progress of
장기화되면서
globalization.
안보는 물론
They have
세계
protracted
경제까지도
war in
안달이
Ukraine, a
불투명해졌습니다.
proxy war between the West
이에
and
대해
Russia
북한의
has
러시아
created
파병으로
uncertainty about the future
북한과의
of not
군사
only
협력을
security but
금지한
also
유엔
the
안보리
global economy.
결의까지
In addition, North Korea is
위반하면서 세계
threatening
평화를
global
위협하고
peace
있습니다.
by violating the UN Security
세상은
Council resolution that prohibits military
판단과
cooperation
행동의 잣대가 되는 가이드라인이나 원칙이
with Russia by
사라지면서
deploying troops to
불안과
Russia. The
불확실성을
world has become
일상화되는 시대입니다.
a world of
지난주
uncertainty.
미국을 다시 위대하게 메가를 내세운
And
트럼프 대통령
last week's
당선으로
election
냉철한
President Trump,
현실주의와
who
미국
campaigned on the platform of
우선주의에
Make
기반한
America
미국
Great
외교의
Again, or MAGA,
파격적인 행보와
promises a
정책인
radical
것입니다.
shift in the U.S. diplomacy based
시선을
on sober
한반도로
realism
옮겨오면
and American
북한은
exceptionalism.
반통일적
Shifting our
적대적
attention to the Korean
국가론을
Peninsula, North
주장하면서
Korea has been advocating
남북이
an
같은 민족인
anti-reunification,
조차도 부정하고
two-nation
통일
theory,
개념을 지우고 있습니다.
two-state theory,
북한의
and
영구
hostile
분단
enemies
핵정은
denying that North
통일의
and South
미래를
Korea
가로막고 있습니다.
are the same people and
종합
erasing
근대
the concept of unification.
지정학적인 대전환기의 국제 정세에
So
속에서
unification
깊고 어두운
is in the long and dark
터널
tunnel
속에 통일을
in the
머무르고
midst
있다고
of a
생각합니다.
geopolitical
그러나
transition. However,
우리는 지난날
we are
해방과
a
분단,
proud
전쟁과
of
폐허,
ourselves
지독한
for the
가난,
fact that we have
또
overcome
조국 건대를 이루는
the
자랑스러운 경험이 있습니다.
years of the
한미
vision,
동맹으로
war,
전쟁
devastation,
없는 분단
and also
79년을
came to
지나면서
enjoy liberation.
우리는
After
1인당
79
국민
years
소득
of a war-free division under the
36,194
US-Africa Alliance, we have
피아
achieved
땅으로
a per
이루어냈습니다.
capita national income
하지만
of
최근 북한의 독일 국가를 등어 대남 강경
$36,194 with
기조는
our blood and
우리가
sweat.
한 번도
However, recently
경험해보지
North
못한
Korea's
큰
hardline stance
충격을
against
주고
South,
있습니다.
such as the
참으로
two-state theory, has
안타깝고
caused a great
안타깝습니다.
shock that we have never
이에 대해
experienced
오랜
before.
분단의
This
세월은
is truly
남북 간
unfortunate.
언어, 문화,
In
그리고
addition, the long
생각까지도
years of the
달라져도
division have made the
한참
language, culture, and
달라지게
even thinking
만들어놓았습니다.
between the two Koreas very different.
하지만 적어도 영구
When I think
분단만큼은 막아야 합니다.
With North Korean
북한
compatriots,
동포들을 생각해
they
보면
live in a
인권
world
유린을
where they
당하면서도
are
이것이
subjected to
인권
human rights
유린인지도
abuses
모르는
and they
세상에
don't even
살고 있습니다.
know it.
여기에 1993년 NPT
Moreover, it is a fact
탈퇴
of
이후
life
북한의
that
핵
since North
배반은
Korea withdrew
북한
from the
주민들의 인권에
NPT
대한 희생을
1993,
담보로 하고 있다는
its
것은
nuclear
주제의
development has
사실입니다.
been at the expense of human rights
북한
over its
주민들도
people.
똑같은 대한민국
The
국민으로서
people of North Korea
자유를
must enjoy
누려야만
the same freedom as the people over South Korea.
자유에 대한
And we
희망의 끈을
must never let
절대로
go
놓지
of
않도록
the
해야
stream
하겠습니다.
of hope for freedom.
이러한 북한의 충격적인
In the
대남
face of North
정책
Korea's
변화와
shocking changes in its
인권
policy towards
유린
South
실상
and its
그리고
human
북한
rights
동포들에게 희망을
abuses,
주기 위한
we must
강함한
continue to
결정과
make
결단과
bold
노력이
decisions and efforts to
지속적으로
give
요구되는
hope
상황에서
to the North Korean
민주평통
people.
의장이신 윤석열 대통령께서는
And President
외교안보
Yoon
측면에서
Chairperson of the
한미일
PUAC
핵안보
has
벨트를
established a
구축하는
trilateral
한편
nuclear security
인도
cooperation
태평양
belt
시대를
with the
맞아
US, Japan,
세계
and South
평화
Korea,
번영에
and raise the
공헌하는
status of
글로벌
Korea as a global
중국가로서의
pivotal
위상을
country,
더 높였습니다.
contributing to the world peace
통일
and
측면에서는
prosperity
지난
in the Indo-Pacific
광복절
era.
경축사를 통해
And also,
8.15 통일
he
독도리는
declared
국내는
the
물론
August 15 unification
국제사회에
doctrine to the
선언하였습니다.
international community as well
헌법
as the
정신에
Korean
따른
people.
자유
In the
통일이라는
Liberation
통일
Day
지향점을
speech, he
명확히
clearly
제시하였고
presented the unification goal
특히
of
우리가
peaceful
추구하는
unification
통일은
in accordance
자유와
with the spirit of
인권,
Constitution
인류
and emphasized
보편적
that
가치를 확장하는
unification we seek
일이라고 거듭
is to expand the
강조를
universal values over freedom and human rights.
특히 8.15
In
통일
particular,
독도리는
August 15 unification doctrine
국제사회의 지지와 동의를
focuses on securing
확보하는 데
the
큰
support
중점을
and also
있다는 것을
consent of the
강조해드립니다.
international community.
북한이 문을 걸어
In the current
잠그고 있는 현
situation where North
상황에서는
Korea is locking its
우리
doors,
국제사회의
the cooperation
협력이
between
과거 어느 때보다
Korea
더
and
절실하다고
international
봅니다.
community is more
중국의
urgent than
동서평은
ever.
정치 체제가
China's
어떻든
Deng Xiaoping
세국
said no
정책을
country
유지한
has
채로
ever been able to
근대화를 이룩한
modernize while
국가는 지금까지 한
maintaining
나라도
a
없다고
policy of
했습니다.
isolation, no matter
또
what
그의
is the political system
혁명론이
is.
없었다면
Without
당시에
his black cat,
10억
white cat theory,
인구가
the country
기아에
of
허들릴 수밖에
1 billion
없었을
people
것입니다.
would have been starving.
베트남 또한 도이모의
Vietnam
개방
also
정책을
adopted the
채택해서
Doi Moi
과거
open door policy,
베트공의 이미지를
which
사라지게
helped
했고
erase
미국과
the
중국 모두가
image of
투자
Viet
협력
Cong
등
and
총을
transform
들이는
their
나라로
country
바뀌었습니다.
into
생각컨대
somewhere that both
북한이
the
살 길은
US and China are willing to invest
국제적
and
규범을
cooperate
준수하는
with. The only
국제사회의
way for North Korea
일원이
to
되는
leave
방법밖에
is to
없다고
become a member
생각합니다.
of the international community that
국제사회가
abides by
나서야 할
international
때입니다.
norms. It is time for
자유와
the international
인권이
community to step up.
북한으로
We
확장될 수
ask
있도록
you to gather
힘과
your strength and
지혜를
wisdom and
모아주시기
help
바랍니다.
us extend the freedom and human rights to
수많은
North Korea.
진국과 고난
In the
그리고
face
위기라는
of
도전 앞에 인류는 늘
countless challenges,
협력의
hardships and
지혜로
crises, humanity has
극복해왔고
always
새로운
overcome them
역사를
with the wisdom of
열어왔습니다.
cooperation and
협력을
opened a
통해
new
얻게
chapter
되는
in
지적
history.
능력, 즉
I believe that the
집단
power
지성의
of
힘이
collective
요구되는 시기라고
intelligence,
생각을 합니다.
the intellectual
통일은
capacity gained
미래입니다.
through cooperation is most
미래
needed at
통일주의인
this
우리
time.
청년들은 말할
Unification
것도
is the
없고
future.
북한
It is hope
주민들에게도
itself for
희망
the people
그
of North
자체입니다.
Korea, not to mention
아울러 동북아
our
평화는
youth,
물론
who are
인도
the
태평양
future
지역의 안녕과
unification
질서,
leaders. It is
나아가
also the
세계
hope for peace
번영에
in
이바지할 수
Northeast
있는
Asia,
그
stability and
출발은
order in the
한반도
Indo-Pacific region and
통일입니다.
global
요컨대
prosperity.
안으로는 자유와
And the starting
통일의
point
위기를
is the
극복하고
reunification of the Korean
밖으로는
Peninsula.
급변하는
We need to
국제정세에
overcome the crisis
대응하면서
of freedom and
국제
unification
협력을
from within
더욱
and further
강화해
strengthen international
나아가야
cooperation while responding to the rapidly changing international
그리고 통일은
situation.
미래 국가 번영의 길이기도
Unification
합니다.
is also the
경제적인
path to
측면에서
future
남북
national
통일은
prosperity.
8천만 거대 시장을
In
만들어내는
economic
일이기도
terms,
하고
reunification will create a
규모의
huge
경제가
market of 80
가능해지면서
million people,
함께 가는
and economies
남북
of
공동
scale
번영의 길이
will be
분명히
possible.
열릴
It
것입니다.
will definitely open the
일제히
way for joint
산업혁명에 성공한
prosperity
나라는
between the two
선진국
Koreas.
반열에
As early
합류를
as the
했고
Industrial
실패한 나라는
Revolution
그렇지
separated
못했듯이
the winners and from
성자와
losers,
패자를
and those who succeeded
갈라놓았습니다.
joined the ranks of the
국가는
developed world,
정책적으로
while those
경제와
who
안보를
failed
늘
did
동일
not. As a
선상에서
matter of
추구해
policy,
왔습니다.
the state has always
국가라는
pursued
울타리
economy
안에서
and security
개인의
along
행복
the same
추구가
lines.
가능했던 것은
It was an
지극히 당연한
axiomatic
진리입니다.
truth that the pursuit of
그래서
individual happiness was
국가는
possible within the
발전해야 하고
confines of
경제는
a state.
성장해야
So
합니다.
the country needs to develop and
앞으로
the
4차
economy needs to
산업혁명이
grow. In the
선진국과
future, the
후진국으로
fourth industrial
갈라놓을
revolution will be a major
대분기점이 될 것이기
turning
때문에
point that
과감한
will separate
규제
developed
혁파를
and
통해서
underdeveloped
4차
countries. So we must
산업혁명으로
enter the
발빠른
Industry 4.0
진입이
quickly through
있어야
a
합니다.
bold regulatory
통일과 4차
revolution.
산업혁명의
Unification
성공은 같은
and the success
맥락에서
of Industry
와야 합니다.
4.0 must be seen
안보와
in the same
경제,
context and
경제와
convinced that
안보는
the security
통일을
and economy
앞당기는 최선의
and the economy and
길이라는
security are the best way
확신합니다.
to advance unification.
대통령 직속의
As a
헌법기관은
constitutional
민주
institution directly
병통은
under
통일
the
정책에 관한
president, the
대통령 자문 건의와
PUAC is responsible for
통일 이견의
advising
수렴
the president
그리고
on unification
통일
policies,
에너지
collecting
결집을
unification
책임지고
opinions, and
있습니다.
mobilizing
전
unification.
세계 136개국의 2만 2천 명의
Some
자문위원들은 통일
22,000
공공
advisors
외교의
from
현장에서
136 countries
최선을
around the world are doing their best
특히
in the field of
통일
public
정책
diplomacy for
추진 동력을
unification. In
저하시키는
particular,
고질적인 남남
they have
갈등을
been
극복하고
taking actions in the
국론
field to
통합을 위해
overcome
현장에서
South-South
행동으로
divide that has
실천해왔습니다.
hindered the momentum of
이번
unification
토론
policy
회를
and also
통해서
to unify the national
우리가 나아갈
discourse.
방향을
I sincerely
구체화하고
hope that this
국제 협력을 위한
conference will be a
현장
meaningful
실천
opportunity
전략을
really
모색하는
to
뜻깊은 자리가 되기를
crystallize our future
기도로
direction,
바랍니다.
explore practical
저는
strategies for
여러분의
international
생각과
cooperation.
판단이 조국
And
대한민국의
I
운명을
hope
결정한다고
that
생각합니다.
your efforts will
다시
really
한번
determine
참석해주신
the
모든
path
분들에게
of Korea
감사합니다.
toward unification. I would like to thank you for your attendance.
네, 오늘
Thank you
2024
very
글로벌
much for
통일
2024
대화를 통해
Global
우리의 미래인
Dialogue
통일에 대한
on
끊임없는
Korean
노력과
Peninsula
함께
Unification.
자유, 인권이라는
The
인류
Executive
보편적
Vice-Chairperson
가치를
talked
수호할 수
about
있는
our
방안을
wish and
마련하길
also ways
바란다는
to
말씀해
protect
주셨습니다.
the
다시
universal
한번 귀한
values.
말씀해 주신
Please
수석
give him a
부의장님께
big round
큰
of
박수
applause
부탁드립니다.
for great remarks.
네, 이어서 본
And
행사의
moving
공동
on,
주최기관인
now we'll
연합뉴스
have
홍대일 대표이사 사장님의
welcoming remarks
환영사가
from
있겠습니다.
the
여러분
President
큰 박수
of the
부탁드립니다.
Yonhap News Agency. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Hwang Dae-il, President of Yonhap News Agency. I'd like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Executive Vice-Chairperson Kwan-yong and Secretary General Yongho of PUAC and all the staff members who worked hard to put this event together. And also, I am grateful for Director Shin Won-sik of National Security Office and Han-seok of Institute for National Security Strategy, President Kim Hyun-wook of Sejong Institute, and former Ambassador Oh-jun of the Permanent Mission of ROK to the UN, and the members of the Diplomatic Corps in Korea for gracing this occasion despite your busy schedule. The Global Unification Dialogue is a significant venue where leading experts from home and abroad convene to deliberate on South Korea's unification, diplomacy, and security strategies. This year's theme is Rising to the Challenges for a Unified Korea based on freedom, peace, and prosperity. With the former President Donald Trump's victory in last week's U.S. presidential election, there is a heightened interest in East Asia strategy that the forthcoming Trump administration will propose. Given the potential changes in policies related to Korean Peninsula, such as North Korea's nuclear program and the Special Measures Agreement on Defense Cost Sharing, following the inauguration of the new administration next year, thorough preparation is more crucial than ever. Tensions between China and Taiwan are escalating, and the standoff between Israel and Iran shows no signs of abating. North Korea's actions are also concerning. Its military involvement in the Russia-Ukraine war highlights its close cooperation with Russia. Despite international condemnation, North Korea has escalated its provocations by launching new intercontinental ballistic missiles, ICBMs, around the time of the U.S. presidential election. In such times, it is imperative that we assess the situation calmly and develop prudent diplomatic and security strategies that serve our national interest. As the dynamics within and around the Korean Peninsula evolve rapidly, and considering the significant shift in unification perceptions among our citizens, especially the younger generation, we must also envision a new blueprint for a unified Korea. On August 15, 2024, President Yoon Suk-yeol announced the August 15 Unification Doctrine to commemorate the 79th Liberation Day. This doctrine maintains the core of the official national community unification formulas while outlining our envisioned future for unification and strategies to achieve them. Today, I anticipate that the leading experts in unification, diplomacy, and security will present insightful strategies for our government's path forward, grounded in the August 15 doctrine that emphasizes a free, unified Korea. In these turbulent times, I hope you will also provide solutions to the complex diplomatic and security challenges facing our country. Yonhap News is committed to diligently listening to your invaluable insights, and as the National News Agency, will continue to strive for freedom, peace, and prosperity of the Republic of Korea. Once again, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone who organized this meaningful event and who are here today. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. We talked about the importance of preparation and having the thorough preparation for the new era. Please give him a big round of applause. Thank you so much.
네, 이어서 민주평화통일자문회의 태영호 사무처장님의 인사가 있겠습니다. 뜨거운 박수 부탁드립니다.
PUAC, please welcome him with a big hand.
네, 안녕하십니까. 민주평통 사무처장 태영호입니다. 이번에 저희 민주평통과 또 연합뉴스가 공동으로 글로벌 통일대화라는 이런 행사를 주최하는데요. 여러분들이 바로 이 행사 이름에서부터 알 수 있는 바와 같이 한반도의 통일 문제는 이제는 우리 한국만의 문제가 아니라 글로벌 이슈로 지금 발전하고 있습니다. 지난해 북한 김정은 정권이 적대적인 두개 국가론을 발표한 이후에 지금 남북 간의 모든 소통과 교류에 그런 창구와 길을 끌어놓는데요. 핵과 미사일을 고도하고 여기에 기반해서 이제는 재래식 무력을 한반도 바뀐 우크라이나까지 지금 활용하고 있습니다. 이러한 상황에서 이렇게 한반도의 이제는 통일 문제가 세계의 평화와 안전에 직결되는 문제로 지금 발전하고 있습니다. 오늘 이런 통일 이제 글로벌 대화를 어제와 오늘 양일간에 걸쳐서 진행되는데 어제 회의에서는 북한의 MZ 세대의 등장과 북한 내부 변화 그리고 얼마 전에 있은 미군 대선 결과가 향후 정세 발전에 어떤 영향을 미치겠는가 토론했다면 오늘 이 회의에서는 우리 한국 전문가들뿐만 아니라 미국, 일본의 전문가들까지 다 참가하고 또 이 자리에는 우리 수십 명의 주한 외교관들까지 다 참가해서 글로벌 견제에서 한반도의 이 통일 문제 또 세계 평화 문제를 어떻게 다뤄나가는가 또 윤석열 대통령께서 8.15 통일 독진에서 밝히신 국제적 연대를 어떻게 이끌어낼 것인지에 대해서 오늘 토론하는 이런 토론의 장애가 될 것입니다. 아마 미국 대선 이후에 지금 내일과 같이 이런 이상한 토론의 자담의 간담회가 열리고 있는데 이렇게 외국 전문가들까지 또 주한 외교관들까지 수십 명이 참가한 이런 행사는 우리 민주평통과 연합뉴스가 아마 처음으로 진행할 것 같습니다. 아무쪼록 오늘 이 행사가 온라인을 통해서 유튜브를 통해서 전국에 지금 생중계되고 있는데 이 유튜브를 통해서 보고 있는 우리 국민 여러분께서도 자기가 가지고 계시는 관심, 궁금증을 제기할 수 있습니다. 그래서 좋은 그런 토론회가 되시길 바라면서 특히 오늘 바쁘신 시간에도 시간을 내셔서 이 토론회에 와서 중요한 역할을 해주실 신원식 국가안보 실장님의 우리 강연 주의께서도 봅시다. 고맙습니다.
to the schedule. Thank you very much.
네, 이제 글로벌 이슈가 된 통일 문제를
Thank you.
세계
He just
각국의 외교
mentioned about
사절들과
the
함께
Korean
진행할 수
Peninsula
있어
issue is
영광이라는
now directly
말씀과
related to
함께
the
모두
global
많은
issue,
관심
and also he said
부탁드린다는
that it is very
말씀
honored to have
해주셨습니다.
all the esteemed
네, 다음으로
diplomats.
신원식
Now I'd
국가안보실장님께서
like
기조
to
강연을
invite the
해주시겠습니다.
Director
뜨거운
Shin-wook of
박수로
National
환영해
Security
주시기
Office for a
바랍니다.
keynote speech. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Honorable members of the PUAC, I am Shin-wook, Director of the National Security Office. I'd like to express my gratitude to Executive Vice-Chairperson Kwan-yong and Secretary General Yongho of PUAC and President Hwang Dae-il of Yonhap News Agency for inviting me to this event. And also, I'd like to extend my sincere thanks to the members and experts who have joined us today, and also the diplomatic corps to the ROK. On November 5th, former President Donald Trump was re-elected, marking the beginning of his second term. His America First policy has raised various discussions on the potential impacts on Korean security and economy. The ROK government is committed to ensuring unwavering national security by building a close cooperative framework with the incoming U.S. administration, thereby steadfastly safeguarding freedom and peace. We will make every effort to maximize our national interest across all sectors, including security, economy, and industry. In particular, we will firmly uphold the goal of achieving the complete denuclearization of North Korea. The comprehensive ROK-US extended deterrence system is the most realistic and desirable solution to address North Korea's nuclear and missile threats. We will continue our efforts to strengthen the effectiveness of extended deterrence, even with the inauguration with the new U.S. administration. Korea is no longer a one-sided beneficiary in this alliance. As a capable partner contributing to regional and global security and prosperity, we will protect our core interest. We will also work even harder to ensure that the ROK-US alliance evolves into an indispensable partnership that contributes to peace and prosperity not only in the region but globally. Recently, the North Korean regime made the reckless decision to deploy forces to Russia. By sacrificing young lives as cannon fodder, it is actively participating in an illegal war of aggression that directly violates international laws and the UN Charter. The deployment by North Korea is a blatant disregard for humanity's core values of freedom, human rights, and peace. Its sole purpose is to alter the strategic landscape surrounding the Korean Peninsula and ultimately to prolong the survival of North Korea's dictatorship regime. The development of nuclear weapons and missiles only deepens North Korea's economic hardships. Meanwhile, the influx of external cultures such as Korean wave is stirring the North Korean population. This is threat to global peace not only raises the worries of diplomatic isolation. In an attempt to overcome the crisis threatening its regime's survival, the North Korean regime is engaging in the worst gamble, military alliance with Russia. This was anticipated since June when Russia and North Korea signed the Comprehensive Strategic Partnership Agreement. Through this deployment, North Korea aims to elevate its relationship with Russia beyond a mere alliance to a blood alliance. North Korea now poses a tangible threat not only to the Korean Peninsula, but also Europe, but also and the global order grounded in the norms and values. Moreover, if Russia, in return for North Korea's deployment, transfers sensitive military technologies such as nuclear and ICBM capabilities, and North Korean forces gain modern warfare experience through rear combat, this would constitute a direct threat to our national security. The war between Russia and Ukraine is no longer a distant foreign conflict in Europe, but also a grave matter of our own. At the same time, North Korea's actions are closely linked to the rejection of ethnic unity and reunification and its promotion of the two-state theory since the beginning of the year. Across political, economic, social, and cultural domains, there is an immense and incomparable gap between the two Koreas. The war between Russia, and this shows that there is really huge challenges that they can overcome these disadvantages, and that has been experienced as really anti-unification, anti-national policies from North Korea. North Korea came up with the three evil laws of like a law on rejection of reactionary ideology and culture, youth education guarantee law, and the Pyongyang Cultural Language Protection Law. And with the spread of the Korean culture, the freedom of thought or the relaxation of the thought of the Changmadang generation is the really biggest threat to them. And that is really making the North Korea, after like a long thought, they decided to sever the ties with Korea and also gave up on the unification. They emphasized the hostile relations with South Korea and trying to block North Korean people's aspiration for South Korea. It identified as South Korea as the permanent enemy, and it is still provoking the crisis and controlling the people and the system. And also, it is now severing the railroad and trying to physically divide the two Koreas. Additionally, by continuously escalating the tensions through actions like ICBM and launches, North Korea is trying to capture the international community's attention. And these will not be resolved just to giving up or turning blind eyes. And the whole price of sacrificing the young lives in baseless war of aggression will be paid by the regime. And we will work closely with the international community to respond to North Korea's reckless provocations, which threaten peace not only on the Korean Peninsula but also the world. As a pivotal global nation, the government of ROK will fulfill its responsibilities in contributing to the world peace. We must also ensure that the people of North Korea can escape oppression and poverty and enjoy the same values of freedom and human rights that we hold dear. And this is our mission in this era, to achieve a unified ROK marked by freedom, peace, and prosperity. President's proclamation of the August 15th Unification Doctrine during the recent Liberation Day address reflects this commitment. This Unification Doctrine envisions a unified Korea where the freedom and human rights of all Koreans, both North and South, are upheld. To realize this, we must foster a culture and capacity for freedom within our own society. We must also inspire a desire for unified freedom among the people of North Korea. It is essential to secure international support for a free and unified Korea. The Yoon administration will continue its journey toward peaceful and unification based on the principles of liberal democracy. Ladies and gentlemen, this year's Nobel Prize in Economics was awarded to the professors Darren Azemoglu and Simon Johnson and James Robinson, who have conducted research on inequality and wealth disparities between nations. They focused on how different institutions determine why some countries are wealthy, while some others remain poor. They cite that the Korean Peninsula as a prime example of how different differences in institutions shape a country's destiny. Before division, the North and South Korea had similar economic levers. However, as each chose different political, economic, and social systems, the RK embarked a path to prosperity, while North Korea became a failed state. North Korea operates under an extractive system where power and wealth are concentrated among a selected few elite. As their insights suggest, North Korea can never achieve true economic prosperity under such a system. It must abandon its unlawful provocations. It must recognize that embracing international norms and order is the only path to survival for the regime and the North Korean people. The international order and security landscape on the Korean Peninsula are undergoing significant changes. At the 2024 Global Unification Dialogue, I hope for diverse discussions and meaningful proposals toward a unified Korea rooted in freedom, peace, and prosperity. Thank you. Thank you very much for taking your time to be here to make a keynote speech. Mr. Shin, thank you so much from the National Security Office. Please give him another round of applause. Thank you so much. And now we will have a photo opportunity. We will have 2 rounds of photo session. First, we will take pictures of the 4 people who gave the opening remarks, welcoming remarks, and keynote speech at the opening ceremony, and then we will invite the others for a second round. Please wait for a few moments for the picture to be taken. So I'd like to invite Executive Vice-Chairperson Kim Kwan-yong and the President Hwang Dae-il and Secretary General Yongho and Director Won-sik to the stage for photo op. Thank you, and now we'll have another group photo. The 4 of you, please stay on the stage for a moment, and we will now have a group photo of ambassadors and representatives of diplomatic missions from different countries and heads of organizations and relative parties. Please come to the stage for a group photo.
촬영에 협조해 주신 내외 규민 및 참석자 여러분들 다시 한번 감사드립니다.
Thank you so
무대
much.
아래로 내려가
And you may
주시면
return to
감사하겠고요.
your seats.
네, 저희는 이것으로
So
2024
this
글로벌
concludes the
통일대화
2024
개회식을 모두
Global Unification
마치겠습니다.
Dialogue
저희는
opening
잠시 휴식
ceremony.
시간을 가진
We'll
후에
come back
공식
after
세션
a
회의를
break for
시작하도록 할
official
텐데요. 시작
sessions.
시간은 제가 다시
I will come
안내해드리도록
back for
하겠습니다.
when we
편히
will
쉬는
begin the
시간
official
가지시길
session, so
바랍니다.
please take a
고맙습니다.
break.
네, 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다.
May I have your attention,
이어서
please?
진행될 세션 회의는
So the
잠시
first
후
session
오전 10시 25분부터 진행될
will begin
예정이니까요.
at 20
참고해 주시면
past
감사하겠습니다.
10.
다시 한번 안내 말씀드립니다.
So, I would
잠시
like to
뒤
make an
시작될
announcement.
세션 1은 10시 25분부터
So
시작된다는
the
점
first
참고해
session
주시기
will
바랍니다.
begin at 25 past 10. 25 past 10.
태극기하고 저기 나오게. 마이크 잡고 해야지. 감사합니다.
네, 참석자 여러분께 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 오전 10시 25분부터 2024 글로벌 통일대화 세션 1이 시작될 예정이니 회의장 밖에 계신 참석자분들께서는 입장하셔서 자리에 착석해 주시기 바랍니다. 다시 한번 안내 말씀드립니다. 잠시 후 오전 10시 25분부터 2024 글로벌 통일대화 제1세션이 시작될 예정입니다. 회의장 밖에 계신 참석자분들께서는 입장하셔서 자리에 참석해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 네, 안내 말씀드립니다. 이제 바로 공식 세션 회의를 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 아직 밖에 계신 분들은 회의장 안으로 자리해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 다시 한번 안내 말씀드립니다. 곧 제1세션이 시작될 예정이니까요. 아직도 밖에 계신 분들은 안으로 들어와 주셔서 착석해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 네, 그럼 이제 공식 세션 회의를 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 세션 시작 전에 안내 말씀 한 가지 드리겠습니다. 오늘 2024 글로벌 통일 대화에 너무나 감사하게도 많은 분들이 참석해 주셨는데요. 그래서 자료집이 조금 부족한 상황이어서 오후 참석하신 분들에게는
So for those who are joining in the afternoon may not have been provided with the program book, and we will share that with the Unification Councils, and you may get the copies later on. Please understand, the session 1 is titled as the Rising to the Challenges for Freedom-Based Unification. And Mr. Kim Hyun-wook, Director of Sejong Institute, will serve as the moderator. And then we will hear presentations from Dr. Bruce Bennett from RAND Corporation and Director Sung-Yoon of Unification Policy at KINU, followed by discussions of Director Junya, Center for Contemporary Korea Studies at Keio University, Professor Woo-seon of Korea National Diplomatic Academy. Now I will turn it over to the moderator. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As was introduced, I am Kim Hyun-wook, Director of Sejong Institute. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to moderate the session at this meaningful forum. I'd like to thank Kim Kwan-yong, Executive Vice-Chairperson, and Secretary General Yongho of PUAC. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. The session 1 is titled as The Changes in International Landscape and Rising to the Challenges of Freedom-Based Unification. As you know, now we are getting to a turning point in terms of the international affairs landscape. The tensions between the U.S. and China, since late last year, the U.S. has been winning, as was mentioned by President Biden, and they are now having this managed competition between China and the U.S. Now we have a presidential-elect Donald Trump, and this tension will get more severe. Under the first term, President Trump, in order to have surplus in trade accounts with China, they had started the negotiation for trade to protect their national interest. And by the end of the term, this regime and the ideology competition were kicking in. And Trump is very strong about China, and that is what many people are forecasting. And number 2, the North Korea situation is getting really worse. The people in North Korea is now getting more information from external sources, from like the K-pop or K-drama and other news outlets. And amid the crisis, Kim Jong-un is now still trying to have more nuclear, and they also declared 2-state theory, and they also sent their troops to Russia, and all these things will be likely to put a damage on their regime. So China and North Korea, the unstable regimes and economic hardship will be positive for creating a peaceful and free unification on the Korean Peninsula. So that makes this event more meaningful and timely. First, we will have the presentation from Dr. Bruce Bennett from RAND Corporation, and his presentation is the changing conditions and requirements for Korean unification. So about 20 minutes, please.
Get this. Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity of being here, of the sponsors of the conference and the others for inviting me. This is an important opportunity to start thinking about unification. Maybe I'm feeling different from many of you, but I see rising instability in North Korea, and I'm just not sure how far off we are from unification, not so much because we want to push it, as it could happen. So let me start by talking about the changing environment as I see it, and go on. So I'm going to start in an interesting place. In June of last year, the U.S. National Intelligence Community released a National Intelligence Estimate extract. This is a very unusual event. They released an extract that talks about how North Korea might use nuclear weapons. You'll notice across the top in the area circled by the red dots that it's talking about the likelihood of those uses across three kinds of uses. Defensive use, what Kim always talked about years ago, that he had to have nuclear weapons for defensive purposes. Offensive use, because that's now his second mission that he's announced for several years, and coercive use. So let me start with the defensive use. I have to ask, why in the world does he need that capability? The U.S. has no interest in invading North Korea. It would be a disaster for us. President Yoon just said in an interview with Newsweek that Korea has never had an interest in invading North Korea. So there's no North Korean need for nuclear weapons for defensive purposes. We just don't intend to go there. What about offensive purposes? Well, you think about North Korea invading South Korea, and there are troops coming into South Korea. I think that is a classical case of ideological contamination. Those soldiers would find out what South Korea is really like. Kim's limiting it to a small immersion. This would be major immersion. I'm not sure the regime could survive that. On the other hand, I think Kim is thinking about that as a possibility, as I'll describe. Now, both of those are described at the top as being not very likely. The third use was coercive use. And the conclusion of our intelligence community was that is extremely likely. That is what Kim is going to do. And take a look at it. Kim has been threatening nuclear weapons use. His sister has been threatening it. Kim is talking about annihilating South Korea and the U.S. You don't annihilate a country with conventional weapons. So he's pushing that. What we haven't seen yet is, will he actually start using some of them? Because if he does, that could then push us back to the first category of defensive. The U.S. and South Korea may be forced and have no choice but to go into North Korea to eliminate those nuclear threats. So that is background. What are the potential ways that unification could occur? Well, one is by war. North Korea could choose to invade the South. I think if Kim finds himself in a situation where he is worried about his army rebelling against him, it is far better for him to send them into the South than to let them come north into Pyongyang and take down the regime. So I think that's a possibility that could occur, but if it happens, it's going to involve nuclear weapon use. Kim knows that he can't win a conventional war. That would be a very nasty situation. Second alternative, the regime collapses. Maybe North Korea divides into several factions geographically, and as they fight with each other, they also attack South Korea. In those cases, especially if they use nuclear weapons, we may once again have no real choice but to go into the North to clean up the mess. The unification which we all like and would love to see happen is a peaceful unification. That's the desirable outcome. People fail to recognize, though, that peaceful unification means negotiated unification. It is the nature of it being peaceful. And if it's negotiated, who are you negotiating with? Well, obviously the elites in North Korea. So they have to feel that that unification will be favorable to them, or they're not going to negotiate it. And that is a big disconnect with a lot of the preparations which have occurred so far. So how likely are these? Well, Kim could wind up in trouble, either attacking South Korea, using nuclear weapons, facing a collapse, and those are short to medium-term risks. Trying to get to a peaceful negotiated unification is going to take time for us to convince the North Korean elites that this really works for them. To me, that's a longer-term possibility. Where are we now? Well, if we talk about before 2022, North Korea was a terrible place to live. Not enough food, not enough medicine, not enough electrical power, no consumer goods or very few. And this is even for the elites in North Korea. I think the people had come to recognize that even though in 2011 and 2012 they had been hopeful that Kim Jong-un would bring a new generation of leadership to North Korea, it really hadn't happened. He hadn't made things really better. In some senses, things were slipping. And so I think people were looking at that and concluding after a decade of Kim's leadership, they didn't have a whole lot of hope that North Korea was going to be able to fix things, that the Kim regime would fix things. You turn to 2022 then, and Russia starts purchasing millions of artillery rounds from North Korea. That provides money to the regime, who then pass some of it on to the people in buying consumer goods, food, and so forth, but the rest on to its military, so it can build up the military faster. In 2023, they confirm and even go bigger into doing that, North Korea does. Meanwhile, at the end of last year, beginning of this year, Kim renounces unification. Now, I think we have to look at that situation and say, he didn't renounce unification because it was a bad idea. He'd been talking about unification for a long time. He renounced unification, I believe, because he had concluded that if there was any kind of contact associated with unification, his people were going to be contaminated with South Korean information. He had to block information coming in from the South. The biggest threat to him is the fact that his Korean brothers in the South live a whole lot better life. And that makes the North Koreans yearn for that life. So Kim renounces unification, and what does that do? If the North Korean people, including the elites, don't have hope in the Kim regime, and then they don't have hope in unification, where's their hope? I think a lot of people in the North have got to be worrying about the future. When people get to that kind of a position, the potential for chaos goes up significantly. Finally, by August of this year, you've got the Russians having purchased 13,000 containers of munitions. But on the other hand, North Korean stocks are starting to deplete. They're running low on the ability to get money and goods from Russia. And so are they going to go back to the elites and say, well, sorry, we ran out of munitions, can't provide for you the way we have been the last year or so? That's another way to cause problems. So Kim decides, for a variety of reasons, I think, to send soldiers into North Korea, or into Russia, to assist the Russians. That's a really risky decision. Because think about Songbun, the North Korean political caste system. Kim is not going to send hostile class soldiers to Russia. He knows they'll defect. He's probably not going to send many wavering class soldiers to Russia. Many of them would defect. He's going to wind up sending the core class, the elites, to Russia. And that means they're coming from elite families. Remember, most families in North Korea have one son. They are sending their only son, their posterity, to Russia. And the Russians are running 1,200 casualties a day on the Ukrainian front. They have suffered 650,000 casualties in a little over 2 years. So I think you can anticipate that many of the North Koreans who Russia is appearing to commit, very much like Russian conscripts, as cannon fodder, many of them are going to be killed or seriously injured. And remembering that there's not much in the way of medical care in North Korea, You think they sent much medical care with those soldiers? If they get wounded, many will die. Now, Kim apparently tried to prevent his elites from finding out about this. When some did, he took a really unusual step. According to the media, he isolated those families, pulled them out of where they were living, send them out into isolation because he was worried about rebellion, especially once the casualty information comes in. And he'll try to block that, but information leaks into North Korea, and that is a future crisis that is potentially going to occur. All right, so what are the routes to unification? Well, Kim could decide to do coercion, even use nuclear weapons, maybe an atmospheric test, maybe a shot at a South Korean military facility. If that happens, I think Kim faces a lot of response from South Korea and the U.S. Eventually, I think the regime will be done for. That's what the U.S. has committed to. So that could be a South Korean path to unification. Kim could invade South Korea. Doesn't want to do it, but if his military is preparing to rebel, or he thinks it is, similar kinds of outcome. Alternatively, the regime could collapse and fragment. And once again, those people could fight with each other, but also fire weapons into South Korea and give the South and the U.S. no choice about to proceed. I don't like any of those alternatives. They're not very good alternatives. The better alternative is, of course, somehow the regime collapses because Kim's not going to negotiate a peaceful unification, but the regime collapses, the new leaders then decide that they're prepared to have unification, and then we get into the details of how do we help them feel good about unification. All right, so what are the potential for scenarios leading to freedom-based unification? Well, you could have the collapse of the regime, you could have a negotiated unification with the elites, but I don't think that's very easy to get to. I think that's not a high probability. I think the instability may be more probable. Well, I think the second option is that North Korean attacks. It starts doing limited attacks. They spill over, they get into the nuclear side. I think that's relatively possible in the future. I worry about that scenario. And I think major warfare is also likely. Now, note that those percentages don't add to 100, because I think limited warfare most likely goes to major warfare over time. And I think we have to look at these cases and say, what do we need to be doing to prepare for them? Any of the warfare cases, we've got to be prepared to go into the North. We've got to be prepared to have the alliance to do it. South Korea's army is now what, 350,000 soldiers or less? I mean, that's pretty small to go into North Korea, defeat its military, and stabilize the country. You've got to have the alliance. You've got to enhance our defense capabilities. You've got to have enhanced stabilization capabilities. And we have to manage third-party intervention, because you can count on it that China is not going to sit on the side. All right, so what do the elites potentially want from unification? In 2016, after a whole series of interviews I did with senior North Korean escapees, I wrote a piece shown here with you can find it on the internet, free download, if you're interested. I found that the elites wanted 5 things. They didn't want to be thrown in prison. Well, let's be practical. South Korea has 50,000 prison spaces, and you're going to take millions of North Korean Corps-class Sungbun and throw them where? So that's not an alternative anyway. We have to figure out a different approach. And all of those other things here are explained in significant detail. If the North Korean elites don't figure they've got a good life after unification, why would they negotiate for it? So yes, President Yoon's approach to freedom-based unification is excellent. It has to be done. That is step one. In my mind, this is step two. Now, a lot of people will say, well, maybe there's an Arab Spring in North Korea and the elites get overthrown and you get a new group coming in and we get rid of the elites. You may remember after the US Civil War, we had what were called carpetbaggers. The carpetbaggers came into the South to try and take over. It wasn't a particularly well done or popular thing, as in a very negative approach. Alternatively, in Iraq, we tried de-Baathification. We discovered that was a disaster, in part because we didn't differentiate among the elites. Some elites are political elites, and some elites are technocrats. They're the ones who run the water, the electricity, all the other parts of the society. You throw those into prison, and it took in Iraq about 10 years for those capabilities to be fully restored. You don't want to do that. All right, now, I said we need a big ROC army. The problem is the blue line is what's happened to the ROC army. That's part of the defense white papers that have been published. It's a matter of history. Now, the latest white paper from 2022 shows the dark black dashed line. We're just going to hold it at roughly that level. But the demographics don't support that. The number of young men turning draft age in South Korea is declining significantly for several more years. My projections are down at the bottom. And my concern is you take any of those numbers and unification is imperiled. It becomes very difficult. Now, people will say, oh, but we've got all these mechanical replacements, you know, the weapon systems that'll fire on their own. And those are really good if you're defending the DMZ. But if you have to go in and stabilize North Korea, you're not going to send a lot of robots to do that. The bottom line, though, is if that's what you're going to do with these declining numbers, first of all, U.S. forces are going to have to help, but they take time to get here, often months. That means the in-place forces have to be prepared to survive. So what does that mean? If North Korea decides to use nuclear weapons, these are the key parts of how he would do it, from the weapons, the leadership, delivering them, and the exposure. We've got to be prepared to build a system before their launch that will take those systems out, that will defend against it. We've got to be prepared to deal with the consequences. And some of these things are really important, and we've got to be paying major attention to making them work. Now, one of the histories at RAND is a concept called an escalation ladder, developed by Herman Kahn in the late 1950s. He talked about, at the bottom of the ladder, low escalation events, going up the ladder at higher and higher levels of escalation. If North Korea decides to use a limited nuclear attack, they put a weapon on a South Korean airbase, for example, well, many people think, following the U.S. concept, that we're going to try and remove the regime. That's what it says in the upper right there. That's the statement in the U.S. Nuclear Posture Review. There's a problem with that. There are probably at least 20 to 50 targets you would have to hit in North Korea, many of them with nuclear weapons, to remove the regime. That means millions of people probably killed. Is that how we're going to respond to a localized attack in South Korea? Maybe, but maybe not. I think we need to be looking at other ways to respond. We had exactly the same problem in Europe in the 1960s. We developed a concept called flexible response. we started looking at the alternative targets we could go after. Does Kim Ring continue his ruling, for example, if he loses his organization and guidance department? That could be destroyed, much of it right there in Pyongyang with conventional weapons. Is that a viable alternative? One of the recent war reports written by Rand is called the Goldilocks Challenge. Now, you may remember there is an American children's story called Goldilocks. Goldilocks goes to the home of 3 bears, and they have porridge on the table. She tests the father's porridge, it's too hot. She tests the mother's porridge, it's too cold. She tests the baby's porridge, and it's just right. The problem with escalation is, if we respond too weakly, Kim's going to decide he can do more and escalate. If we respond too strongly, he's going to decide he's in trouble and escalate. If we want a good response, we've got to be looking for that just right middle ground. And we need a lot of study, wargaming, and analysis to give us that. Let me conclude by saying, Benjamin Franklin once said, if you plan to fail, if you fail to plan, you are planning to fail. We do not want to fail on unification. We need to have detailed plans on how we proceed with this, including all of those difficult issues of nuclear weapon use. You know, a lot of people tell me, hey, you're a religious guy. Why do you deal with nuclear weapons? How could you possibly do that? And my response is, you would prefer to have atheists working on nuclear weapons? I don't think so. I think we need to be trying to understand this very difficult world we're moving into and how we deal with it and be prepared to deal with it. Thank you.
베넷 박사님,
Thank you, Dr. Bennett. Yes, you pointed out very realistic measures as well as a freedom-based and also peaceful unification. In the past, between the Korea and Rock, there was a plan, and also in response to drastic changes in North Korea, we talked about how to proceed to North Korea from the ROK-US alliance, and you said that we need to pay attention to North Korean elites, and we have to persuade them to be friendly to unification so that we can talk about the peaceful unification with the North Korean elites. That's the most realistic way.
And next, I'd like to invite Sung-Yoon, Dr. Sung-Yoon of Korea Institute for National Unification, who will present on challenges and responses to changing international politics for 20 minutes. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am from KINU. I'm in charge of the Unification Policy Division. First of all, thank you for inviting me, Executive Vice-Chairperson Kim Kwan-yong and Secretary General Yongho from PUAC. Thank you so much. As I was asked to present at the forum, there was one thing that hit my mind was there's a lot to say on the topic. That was the first thought. And second thought, but still I was not sure what to say. And because there are so many and dramatic changes around the world, and the challenges and landscape around unification, it's so complicated. And in any way, we have to build the freedom-based unification in this country. And there are things that we have to do and things we should not do. So, I mean, telling the difference, and that's really challenged to give the insights. So I created my presentation slides, and you may refer to my slides. First, today I will talk about three different topics today. First, international affairs and the Korean Peninsula, how we can see them in connection. And second, international politics and the Korean unification. And third, how the ROK government react to the threats from North Korea. I will spend like 5 minutes and my assessment and some implications. I hope, or I think you are already familiar with this whole topic. First, international affairs and the Korean Peninsula. There are many papers and many insights, but at this point, what I want to highlight is that South Korea and North Korea are involved in key issues in international politics. And also international politics driven by the powerful countries are also involved in the Korean Peninsula. These are two observations or the themes that I think is quite unprecedented challenge for us. First point is about two Koreas involved in key issues like US-China strategic competition, international order, and the competition between forces and the Ukraine-Russia war. And number two is about international politics involved in the North Korean Peninsula, which is about the Russia-North Korean military cooperation, and also the U.S. ROK versus China, Russia, North Korea, like the power struggle. And South Korea or the ROK is trying to protect the international order, while North Korea is working with the authoritarian regimes to tackle the challenges that they are facing. So these are different motives of two Koreas, and they are shaping the dramatic changes on the international stage. So given this, how can we think about the Korean unification based on the backdrop of the international politics? So the strategic perception of powerful countries are important. So there are 3 different things that we need to consider. Past, present, and the future. Their approaches will not change much. So if ROK wants to build like a freedom-based unification, we need to think about and leverage these strategic perceptions of other countries. First, the approach for the balance of power. For the last 70 years, Korea has grown into a strong country, and unification, if it is realized into a reality, then we may have like an emergence of like a 5-state system in Northeast Asia, which is quite similar to what the European countries had like 200 years ago. And number 2 is geopolitical approach. So clash of oceanic and versus continental powers. And this Korean Peninsula will remain as the battlefield for great powers. And number 3 is the security approach. The key here is the implications of the North Korean nuclear issues. So are South Korea, are Japan and Taiwan nuclearized? They will have the nuclear weapons? That's a question. So this may be some ripple effects that we may have on the Korean Peninsula. So along with the strategic perceptions of the powerful countries, there are the ongoing challenges on diplomatic and security fronts. As you can see on the slide, there are 5 challenges which are all negative side of course there are some positive changes, but to come up with the responses, I focused on negative challenges. Increased threat from North Korea for nuclear. There are something that we can forecast in the near future. They are trying to have like a nuclear balance. So having both Koreas having the nuclear armaments, and then the surrounding countries, do you think they will be in favor of the unification? maybe not. The U.S. and North Korea have been not trusting each other. That is another challenge. So for the second term of President Trump, there are many forecasts and observations, but I think the distrust between the two will continue and even get worse. And they may not have any dialogue, but this whole reconciliation or negotiation will not work. And even though they have a chance to talk, it will not be sustainable. And that is why I'm saying that this is the whole distrust, and it will lead to the nuclear violence, like causing fear. And number 3 is North Korea's reliance on the Chinese economy, and Kim Jong-un will have more like a durability of their regime. And here I really want to highlight the close relationship with Russia. Many are worried about the advancement of North Korea's nuclear power, but that will also reshape the whole security landscape on Korean Peninsula. If the PRK and Russia have closer cooperation, they may leverage their relationship as we do with the alliance with the U.S. And Russia may send their troops on the PRK, like the THAAD or the others, to complement their MD system. The S-300 and S-400 from Russia may be temporarily positioned on the PRK. And on the East Sea of the PRK, their ports are like the strategic footholds for Russian troops. And number 4 is the increasing vulnerability of the international sanction regime. It is because of Russia. And when that happens, then we will see more skepticism about North Korea's denuclearization. And these 5 challenges are what we may face in the short term, like next to 5 years, as the significant diplomatic and security challenges. So what about now, where we are now on the Korean Peninsula? And there are challenging factors. First, it is the stalemate for North Korean nuclear weapons, and for the past 6 years, the diplomatic efforts have disappeared, and the U.S.-North Korea standoff, and also we are having this stalemate between the two Koreas, which makes it even harder to tackle it from a diplomatic perspective. So either side should make some concessions or accept the other party's request. Otherwise, this standoff is likely to go on for a longer term. If it is prolonged, then North Korea will have like a stable and favorable external conditions where they can have more and stronger weapons capabilities. So we have to tackle this standoff. And the threats are getting worse from North Korea with the standoff. And in 2006, they had the first nuclear test, and in less than 20 years, they already have been posing not just to U.S. but other neighboring countries with their nuclear weapons capabilities. And unlike the other countries, in a short period of time, they are now having the laws and all the frameworks and the systems to use this nuclear power. And they also have this nuclear strategy doctrine. So in just less than 20 years, they have the strategies and programs and the systems and capabilities. And in this regard, North Korea is the only such country, so we need to be aware of this threat. Not just the capabilities, but their strategy is what we need to really pay attention to. As you know, they are going very offensive and regressive, hostile, like a two-state theory. So with this two-state theory, they are rejecting unification and democratization. And also, Kim Jong-un is now trying to use the nuclear power to gain the ruling or the dominate or invade South Korea. That is not new because for the past 3 years, about 4 times, he already mentioned that it is going to develop tactical weapons, tactical nuclear weapons. So it is not targeting the US, and it is targeting Japan, Korean Peninsula, and also, if possible, it may be China, so it can jeopardize the regional stability in East Asia. So, implications from these threats, there are 2 things. First, in 30 years, North Korea is making a huge strategic shift. You may know a lot about this, but in early 1990s, they were in the post-Cold War era, and there were 2 transitions in their strategy. And this year, I think, the past year, the DPRK is now trying to have the shift in their grand strategy. They involved Russia and they are rejecting RK. So what does this mean? We have a US and RK and Japan representatives, but I mean, it's not just for our nuclear, our peninsula, but these 3 leaders love baseball, and the baseball season is just over, and North Korea is now having like a heavier bat with a stronger ball. It is now trying to hit like a really long and stronger ball. So we need to work together, Japan, RK, and the US, and we need to think about the smart strategies to win the game. So we need to work with the international community to tackle the challenges from DPRK, and 2024 was the year that we really focused on working with the international community. As you can see on the slide, there are many endeavors made to build cooperation. Camp David, like a trilateral Camp David summit, and also UN human rights resolutions adopted for like a 22nd consecutive sessions, and not just between the 3 countries, but also ASEAN and also European countries. We have been really working hard to work with them. So what is the vision for unification this year and how we responded to these challenges? I believe the key action of the ROK government was the August 15th Unification Doctrine, which is rooted, as President declared 2 years ago. We had this audacious initiative. You might be familiar with this audacious initiative of President Yoon, so I will not talk about it, but one key feature of the audacious initiative is that we are really committed to have dialogue with North Korea. And the President mentioned that denuclearization, if DPRK is slightly willing to talk, then we are willing to talk with them. And this audacious initiative is really practical vision to respond to DPRK. It can be seen as a roadmap. If they come back to the table, then we can help them to improve the working conditions of the people in North Korea. And with a phased denuclearization, we can achieve complete denuclearization with a phased manner that is in this initiative vision. And I believe that has been the great foundation for the unification doctrine. In session 3, we will cover more on the doctrine, so I will not spend long time here, but there are a few implications that we need to be aware of. First, when you look at the August 15th Unification Doctrine, there are 3 different pillars and the strategies and action plans. I'm sorry, I'm lost on the slides. Can you help me with the slides? Thank you very much. So on the unification doctrine, there are 3 visions and 3 strategies. First one is, unlike the other countries' strategies, we focus on universal values. When we have unification, we never said that we want to be a strong country. When we are united, we don't want to be a stronger country than any others to tackle the challenges, but unification is what we want to achieve as a way to promote the freedom and safety of the people. We are living in a divided country, and I looked into the other divided countries' strategies and visions, so I think this would be the only vision focusing on the universal values. And we have 7 action plans here. So out of the 7 action plans, 6 are about people. It is about the people and their human rights. And we are also looking into leveraging the North Korean defectors as a way to unify the countries and build more capacity. And so the key for unification doctrine is people, not the PRK regime. The PRK regime is trying to sever ties with us and trying to turn their back to us, but we are still trying to reach out to the people in North Korea and North Korean defectors in South Korea. That is what I want to highlight here as a differentiating factor. I have like a 1 minute left, so what should we do? I have like 4 ideas to share with you. I will make it quick. First, we have to enhance our own capacity. When you look back on the past year, there are some notable change. Within RK, Kim Jong-un regime, they have this hostile two-state theory and how to, and there are some people who are in favor of this two-state theory. Whatever they are thinking, I think it's really against our efforts, our government's efforts. And number 2, we need to be prepared to respond to the changes in North Korea. North Korea is working hard, as I mentioned earlier, to tackle the challenges, and it even demonstrate the vulnerabilities of their regime. When they are more vulnerable, they will see more changes in the country or in the regime, and Russia is getting now involved in the whole matters. If there are dynamic changes, then pro-Russia, pro-China, or these countries, the leaders may try to do some rebellion against the regime. So we need to take a broader perspective in coming up with the scenarios for what will happen to North Korea. So third, I already mentioned the importance of international cooperation. RK governments have been working to win the support and to work with the other countries. And President Yoon, the administration, is not just trying to win the support, but also it is saying that international community is also responsible. The division of Korean Peninsula is not at the will of our people. That is the realms or the legacy of the Cold War. So we are calling for the international community to work with us with a sense of responsibility. Last, when the DPRK Russia cooperation goes on, we need to think about what will happen to the unification, the outlook. Some experts say that when the Ukraine-Russia war is over, then they may lose the momentum for cooperation between Russia and the DPRK. However, when you look at what's going on between the two, even after the invasion onto Ukraine, Russia is likely to be involved on security, politics, and other measures. And if that happens, that will have negative impact on unification outlook. like in the 80s, like Putin, Trump, the US and Russia may do some like a strategy game on the Korean Peninsula. So we have to keep this in mind in preparing for the unified Korea as an important factors. So that is it. Thank you so much, and thank you for listening. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chung or Dr. Chung, for highlighting important points. Like as you said, the Aoki government's unification doctrine, I think it well reflects the reality. It's a very pragmatic. In the past, it was about like the economic cooperation, and it will spill over to political cooperation, like some functional theory-based initiative is not realistic. Economic and the political interest are two different things, as was proven in the community. So not looking for an economic cooperation. We hope that North Korean people should be able to enjoy their freedom and democracy. And Dr. Chung talked about the strategic perceptions of powerful countries, which I really agree. The unification on Korean Peninsula, how much does it help for the US to control China? And the China has been talking about the autonomous or this unification, and if that happens, China will agree to this unification. Well, whatever it is, I don't think China will be in favor of such unification. So we are kind of running out of time. So I will now turn it over to the next person.
You have a 15 minutes. I am Nishino Junya from the Keio University. I would like to thank you for inviting me to this international conference. I would like to thank PUAC and also Yonhap News for giving me this opportunity. So I would like to speak in Korean, and I would like to ask Dr. Bennett and all the delegates for your kind understanding. Thank you for your presentation, especially Dr. Chung has elaborated about August 15, the unification doctrine. And there are three major unification strategies. First one is to enhance the capacity for reunification in Korea. So yes, from the perspective of Japan, the most important thing is really to build a consensus within the ROC military, and also for unification policy, unification strategy also needs to have a consistency. And as you were pointed out, from my side of view, the new administration takes office every 5 years, and it is very unstable for outside the countries like Japan to come up with the policies without consistency toward the reunification and also towards North Korea. And secondly, inside North Korea, we have to have a neutral atmosphere inside North Korea, hoping for reunification, as is mentioned by Dr. Bennett. So it's the same for me as well. When we prepare for reunification, I think we have to identify the North Korean elite who can cooperate for the reunification. We have to definitely nurture those people for us. And also, you mentioned so many things about the nuclear weapon scenario. That it is something that we really do not want to happen. And to make sure North Korea does not use tactical nuclear weapons, we have to really have capacity to deter such a scenario. And as a third strategy, we have to have more detailed strategy for that. I think this is very important for Japan. For sure the issue over the reunification of the Korean Peninsula, of course, has to be mainly led by two Koreas. But when we look at the history of the Korean Peninsula, especially, it can wield a huge influence onto neighboring countries. So detailed collaboration, detailed policy for regional collaboration is very important as a person who conducts research on the Korean Peninsula. So in this sense, under the Yoon administration,
글로벌 춘추 국가라는 비전을 내걸고 그
the Yoon administration came forward with a vision to become the pivotal nation on the Korean Peninsula, which is in the same line with the strategy for reunification. So as you contribute more to the international community, I'm sure whenever the reunification really took place on the Korean Peninsula, you are more likely to really have more support from the international community. So in this sense,
이제부터 세 번째 국제 협력이라는 관점에서
for the international cooperation, I would like to elaborate what potential support from the Korean government is needed, especially tripartite cooperation. Korea, the US, and Japan are going well. So I would like to especially focus on that since it is going well. As you know, there was a Camp David Camp summit meeting took place between the three countries, especially to enhance the capacity to deter North Korea, especially first, the real-time data sharing took place for the ICBM and also multi-domain. The exercises, freedom edge exercises took place. So it is going to be happening on a regular basis. And also thirdly,
역점을 그렇게 많이 두지 않았던 북한 사이버 위협에 대한 워킹 그룹도
response working group was formed, and also there were 3 meetings already on that. Cyber-related cooperation is very important because in dealing with the nuclear threats from North Korea, cyber-related work is happening a lot, really, to secure financial resources for North Korea. That's why we have to really place our emphasis on cyber threat responses and measures to respond that are likely to be strengthened in the future. And one more thing.
대북 제재를 강화한다라는 차원에서
for enhancing capacity to North Korea, there was a panel on UN Security Council, and as you know, Russia denied it, meaning that the activities of that panel has been suspended. 11 countries recently
용회를 만들었는데 이것 또한
came up
한미
with another organization to replace the panel, and that will also need to take the lead in doing activities also for tripartite cooperation. So in this sense, tripartite cooperation will be very contributory to enhancing capacity to deter North Korea, and more efforts need to come on the way.
거기에 더해서 앞으로 중요해질 부분은 아무래도 우리가 북한을 상대로 외교를 하나마나를 떠나서
regardless of the foreign diplomacy toward North Korea, negotiation with North Korea,
긴밀한 협의가 더 필요하지 않겠는가
그렇게
생각합니다.
For everything dealing with North Korea, we need to closely work together. New Trump administration will take effect soon,
아마 또 협상이 이루어질 가능성, 다시 재개할 가능성도 배제할 수가
we
없습니다.
cannot bend the possibility where there will be another talks or negotiation. And new Ishima cabinet took office, and yesterday there was a potential plenary session in Japan, and the Prime Minister Ishida in Japan, one of the things that he said is that he's going to establish a communication channel between North Korea and Japan. And then, because of the opposition from the family members of the those who were abducted to North Korea, this has been stalled yet, but negotiation with North Korea is something that he has kept in his mind. why the families of those who are abducted opposed to this idea is that it is going to take a long time because it is going to be happening from bottom-up approach. And according to what the members of the abductees say is that let's not install the communication channel. We need to directly engage a dialogue with the leader of the North Korea so that we can resolve issues around the North Korean abductees. And from the perspectives of the Japanese government, whenever chances are allowed, we have to engage with North Korea for negotiation. And also in August, the Yoon administration declared August the 15th doctrine. So the three countries are coming up with policies toward North Korea and the strategies as well. And we maybe need to come closer to talk to each other for the policies and also strategies to North Korea. That was the first thing I wanted to emphasize for tripartite cooperation. And secondly, tripartite cooperation as it is now, as it has been, and as it will be in the future, will mainly focus on deterring nuclear weapons over North Korea. I think this could go only so far. As I just mentioned, the tripartite cooperation needs to expand its presence in the Indo-Pacific region. So that way, whenever the issues on the Korean Peninsula broke out, that way, really we can easily seek out help from the international community. And the countries in the Indo-Pacific region, we have to enhance the collaboration with them. So whenever something happens on the Korean Peninsula, we can easily seek cooperation from the countries in the region. So we have to pursue Indo-Pacific strategy focused on tripartite cooperation. So when it comes to Indo-Pacific strategy,
다른 나라들을 위해서 그런 측면도 있지만 다른 나라들을 하기 위한 것만 아니고
it does not necessarily mean it is only for the regional countries, but it is more like creating opportunities for seeking more support and collaboration from regional countries. And the third suggestion for tripartite cooperation is that compared to the US-Japan and also ROC-US collaboration, the link between the Japan and Korea is weak relatively. Thanks to the strong leadership of the President Yoon, yes, the bilateral relations have been improving, and unfortunately bilateral collaboration is not really gaining much support inside in Korea. I think that both governments in Japan and Korea are quite unstable somewhat. So we have to really wait and see whether bilateral relation between Japan and Korea will be strengthened. And also next year, we are going to celebrate the 60th anniversary of the diplomatic ties between Japan and Korea. So as is mentioned by Yoon administration, the year 2025, we are going to have the year as an opportunity to really leap forward, to make another leap for bilateral relations.
그리고 무엇보다 이거는 김현욱 소장님의 전공이십니다만 트럼프 정부가 들어서면서 한미일 Trump administration
I think the future of the tripartite cooperation will become very unstable. So I think in this sense, we have to come closer than ever. So that we can really build our capacity and we can have the US to participate more. Policy toward the Korean Peninsula and North Korea and for the trilateral cooperation. We do not know what direction they're going to take, but there's a big direction that we can know. It will be based on deals. And also the Trump prefer bilateral relations over multilateral relations. And also, the Trump pursues economic benefits over the norms.
한미
So,
삼국
in this
현재
sense,
협력 체제가
the
가치를
tripartite
기반으로 하고 있고
cooperation is based on value for now, and also it is a multilateral based collaboration, meaning that it has unstable elements inside. So we have to make a tripartite cooperation really stabilized, meaning that we need to put more effort than ever. Thank you very much. Thank you.
네,
Thank you very much. Thank you for being very punctual.
국립외교원 최우선 교수님.
And last, I would like to invite Choi Woo-seon, professor of the Korea National Diplomatic Academy. And thank you for inviting me at this important meeting. Three experts and professors, and thank you for your presentation and discussion. And I'd like to share with you my observations briefly. First of all, when it comes to unification, international affairs, I mean, things are getting worse. And the whole landscape, I think things are really negative. First off, China, when it comes to DPRK, it is thinking it is as like a buffer area against the US, where they can protect their own interest. But between China and the US from 2017, the whole conflict has been going on. In the first Trump administration, it started there. And when Trump gets into like a second term, the whole conflict will become even fiercer. Even like a decoupling could happen in terms of the economics and trades between the two countries. So a very high level of the competition in the economy and the security will happen, and the China will even more will try to protect DPRK. And more importantly, China is now emerging as a really important and powerful country. And DPRK, as you know, it keeps developing the nuclear weapons as a way to gain the deterrence or ways to protect its regime. And for two-state theory, it has come up with like a doctrine. And North Korean leaders have been very defensive, and they wanted to keep the status quo, but the leaders are now making it clear that they are now focusing on the doctrine and trying to educate the people based on the doctrine and having like a cold relationship with ROK, and they are making it clear. And this two-state theory, I mean, ROK is a very hostile like enemy, and they may use nuclear weapons against ROK. I think that is also the message that they are trying to send. And recently, they have been very aggressive in terms of their language, but also this two-state theory is really trying to enhance their deterrence against ROK-US alliance. So overall, this policy is supposed to worsen the inter-Korea relationship moving forward. And as you know, the North Korean or DPRK nuclear issues really thwarted the whole efforts since the Sunshine Policy and other policies favorable to the PRK. So it's a really tricky issue. When we have like a second term of President Trump, they may try to talk, but it will fail, I think. Well, the US, the minimum they could do will be to have like a complete freezing and getting rid of the ICBM. They may ask for it and ultimately asking for the denuclearization, but loosening some of the sanctions and their negotiation will be at a standoff. In this regard, I think the DPRK may not accept complete freezing. In Hanoi, the U.S. made it clear that they are having this evidence of their nuclear facilities and insisted on denuclearization, but DPRK kept denying the fact. And the uranium production facilities, I mean, it will mean the end of their nuclear strategy, and they will lose the deterrence against the U.S. and having like a lot of tactical nuclear weapons and programs against the ROK. That's their ambition and the plan. But they are asked to give up all on this. But DPRK may not likely to give them all. And the summit will be only come when working level discussions were done, and then they will have the summit meeting later. So I guess given the whole differences and the divide between the positions of the two countries, it is really unlikely that talk will solve the problem. So now we are having this different relationship which is unfavorable for the outlook of the unification. So we have to admit the fact. First, and Dr. Bennett talked about different paths for unification. I personally think that unification, if that really happens in the future, the only way is the internal changes within DPRK, and then we can have some political negotiation. Other options might be like military options and others, but that is really a high chance of Chinese involvement, and it may not really be effective. And they have the nuclear capabilities, and in the course of the conflict, it may lead to nuclear war. So the two parties will not consider this military option as a way to achieve unification. So very low chance, and like given it, without having any political like changes, the two Koreas doing the talk and negotiation, I mean that is too ideal scenario to think about. I think the best way, however, the chances are very low for that case. So I think not sure when it will happen and how it will happen, but the only option that we may think of for unification, the biggest variable might be the changes within the regime, and it will be really complex in terms of the nature. But once the changes start within the regime and within that territory, then it will be really unstoppable. And with those changes within DPRK, maybe DPRK and ROK may settle at some point. That's, I think, the most plausible scenario. And given this, the peaceful unification may happen in a very like a compressed version, in a very dramatic way. And DPRK, I mean, the war is not an option that either party will like. But still, we have to think about the nuclear capability of DPRK. Things are getting worse, and talk is not really plausible. In that sense, unification might be something that can come like in the far future, and the negotiation power will come from the deterrence, as two presenters mentioned. But with the nuclear, what the North Korea will do, when you think about it, well, that is to have deterrence against other countries. It is weaker than others, and it is really at a disadvantage when it comes to conventional weapons. So to survive, it needs to have like the asymmetric nuclear power. So that is why it is not giving up on the nuclear program, and it is really doing these provocations. But still, as you know, the nuclear doctrine of DPRK is very aggressive. Under certain conditions, they may proactively use the nuclear. That's what they are claiming, which shows, the conventional weapons, they have a very weak capability. So when you have like a military conflict and when it is escalated into a point where they have to have a war, then they will not go for conventional war because they will, like 100% will lose. And that's something that the DPRK leaders are already aware of. So when they have like escalated tensions, then they may use nuclear as an option for going to a war. And that's what we can assume from the doctrine of DPRK. And given what's going on, DPRK I think it's really possible that they may use the nuclear. And when they have the ICBM and the deterrence against the US, when they are confident that they have the capability, then the DPRK may take nuclear as an option for going to a war. So of course, we have to block that, we have to prevent that from happening, and we have to have our own strength and capacity, extended deterrence to stop that. That is really important part in our North Korean policy. And the alliance between North Korea and Russia can be an important factor. They are sending their people and troops, and me and also our government, the ICBM, or the nuclear submarine against the US, or for like a nuclear technologies may be transferred to the PRK. China or other allies. About these threats and risks, we have to work hard. This is really important challenge that we have to work on to prevent that. So the alliance between the PRK and Russia, what will do for our unification outlook, something similar to like the Cold War. This whole conflict, it's now getting more accelerated, and in the future, it will play negatively on the outlook for unification, but still, it will be only limited, I think. Because DPRK is not that important country in some sense. For Russia, it is a small, like a regime in East Asia, and it is not a big threat to Russia. With a prolonged invasion against Ukraine, they need more people, more supplies, so that's why they are having this alliance. But when something happens in the PRK, when Russia finds itself to fight for the PRK, then I don't think they will go into a war for the PRK, sacrificing everything, to fight against the US. So when the PRK suffers some internal changes, China may step in and do some part, but Russia is more likely to just to sit back and watch and see. There are a very complicated and complex the thinking going on to go into a war, and they also have some relations with the ROK, and we have to manage this relationship with Russia as well to keep this thing from happening. And about ROK's government's policy, I'd like to share some comments before closing. Things are getting worse, and things are really worse, and whole exchanges are frozen. I think this will go on for a while, and the main policy objective is to keep peace, and we have to enhance deterrence. So at the end of the day, the PRK, if they are sure that US will fire back if they use the nuclear, then they will not use the nuclear because that will be suicidal. So the US is really committed to the ROK, and one best way to show it is the extended deterrence, and the PRK, if they use the nuclear, then they will have a very well-coordinated discussion. I mean, the U.S. will have a coordinated discussion and responses with the RK, and it will have a really catastrophic consequence to the PRK. And the PRK, once they know it, they will not go for nuclear war. And we have to make sure that we want to have the unification, and we have to have a clear plan for unification. And the doctrine from the August 15 sends the clear message. And like 3 personal observations I want to say. I mean, unification has clear goal and clear directions, and we have to get the consensus from neighboring countries and build the foundation for cooperation. And we need to, achieve the consensus within the country, but also I think we have to go like a low profile in some sense. If RK is trying to talk too much or doing too much, then it will cause more concerns from neighboring countries. And from the PRK perspective, they may show more hostility and even more fear, so it will worsen things. So I hope the RK government, even though we have a very strong commitment to unification in terms of external, like the talk or things, we don't necessarily need to fire things up by making it a fuss. And inter-Korean relationship would be almost like a frozen, and the PRK may have some fear and want to have really hostile relationship. But still, if there's a chance at some point to a limited extent, I want the government to be involved in talk, because to keep the relationship as the same people and the same Korea, we need to engage to some extent, from like a same nation perspective, and to ease the hostility. Like I said earlier, unification will be more likely to be political path driven by internal changes within the regime. And here, the perception of the North Korean people and the leaders will be really important. The German unification happened based on the whole ties and the relationship that was built over 20 years, Eastern and Western Germany. So it was like a complexity of many things that led to the unification of Germany. So we have to learn from them. And so I hope we can apply the lessons learned to the unification of 2 Koreas. And one last comment I want to highlight, the RK-US alliance, for our security, it is a necessity. Of course, we need to have that to deter the PRK, but also China, which is also another huge potential threat. To have the balance of power in the region, we must have the alliance and protect the alliance. And in the course of unification, the ROK-US alliance will be the most important diplomatic asset that we can utilize. And Japan as well, to achieve the regional stability, we have the shared interest. In the course of unification, things may not be clear where the 2 countries stand, but when things become more concrete, then they can be our ally and supporter for unification. So for the long-term perspective, Japan is a very important diplomatic partner for us. Thank you so much.
네, 최우선 교수님
Thank you,
감사드립니다.
Professor Che,
이제 시간이 한
for your
10분
remarks, and
정도
we have
남았습니다.
10
제가
minutes to go.
청중에서 한 질문을 한 두세 개
I
정도 받을
would like to
예정입니다.
take 2 or 3
질문
questions
있으신
from the
분들은
floor.
손을 들어주시고요.
Is there anyone who would like to raise a question? Please
질문
raise
받기
your
전에
hands. And before we do
지금
that,
브루스 베넷 박사님하고 최우선
We have Dr. Bruce
교수님이
Bennett
통일방안에 대해서
and also
상당히
Professor
공통된
Choi,
입장을
and I
보이셨어요.
think to share the very common view toward unification. So we have to focus on the North Korean unification and also toward how the Germany unified. And my question is,
독일의 통일이
so
가능했던 건
unification of
소련
Germany
붕괴가
was
있었기 때문이란
possible because of the collapse
말이죠.
of the Soviet Union. So after the
새로운
collapse of a
엘리트들이
regime,
등장하는 칸대에서
new North Korean
그런 상황에서
elites
중국의
are likely
개입을
to
우리가
come
차단할 수
up, and
있겠는가.
how can we really
제가
deter the
드리고 싶은
intervention
질문이요.
of
예,
China?
오디언스에서 질문 제가
And
받도록
also, I
하겠습니다.
would like to take questions from the floor.
예, 저 뒤에 먼저
So
손
I
드신
can
분.
see the person who was sitting at the back raising
소속하고 이름을
their
좀
hand.
간단히 말씀을
Please
해주십시오.
briefly introduce yourself, name and affiliation, before you raise your question.
안녕하세요. 민주평통 관악구협의회 간사 양우진입니다.
My name is Yang from the Kwan-yong branch office
브루스-
of the
브루스
PUAC.
베넷 선임
My
연구원님께
question is directed to
질문드리겠습니다.
Dr. Bruce
남한과
Bennett.
북한이
So
강대강
the
군사적 대치 상황에서
At the
북한이
moment, there's
먼저
a
핵무기를
sour relation between the
사용하려는
two
군사적
Koreas.
도발이
And
감지됐을
also,
경우
whenever
북한이
we
핵무기를
detect
사용하지
they are
못하도록
going to
한국과
utilize
미국이 어떤 대치를
nuclear
취하는지와
weapons,
이에
how
관한
and what
한반도
kind of
평화적
responses needs to be
해법에 대해
taken
말씀을
by
부탁드리겠습니다.
Korea and
이상입니다.
also the US, and what will be the
네, 또
peaceful
질문
solution
받도록
to the
하겠습니다.
Korean peninsula? More questions?
예, 아까 가운데 분, 두 번째 손 드신 분.
I can see some people raising their hands.
저는 민주평통
I am from
은평구
like branch of the PUAC, representing the youth. My question goes to Dr. Sung-Yoon of
지금 우리
KINU.
대한민국은 북한의
Korea
군사적 위협에
is now facing the threats from the PRK, and we are working to achieve the freedom-based unification. And to achieve these two goals, there might be some conflicts between the two goals. For example, under the 노무현 administration, to tackle the threats from the PRK, they had a joint exercise with the U.S., but also they continued the cooperation with the DPRK with the Kaesong Industrial Complex, and stopping the joint exercise, and they used it as a card to play against the in the negotiation with the DPRK, but they were not doing much. So under the Yoon-seok administration, do you think when we have these conflicting goals between the two, what is the priority for, what should be the priority for the Yoon-seok government administration? That is the question.
네, 한 분만 더 받도록
Maybe one more
하겠습니다.
question from the floor.
말씀해 주시죠.
Yes.
상임위원
I am a standing committee member, Bang Hae-yoon. I have three questions.
질문을 하나만
Just one question, please. Just one question, please.
그러면
And
우리 트럼프 대통령이
about the Trump
취임을
president,
하면은 미국 관계나
the U.S.,
남북 관계가
China,
상당한
and inter-Korean
변화를
relations
예상하는데
will
거기에
have
대해서 우리
significant changes.
뭐 토론이나 지정하신
And
우리 선생님께서
I'd like to hear from the
간단히
presenter or
설명해 주시면
discussant any of your comments on that.
이 질문은 어느 분이
So who will
대답하시겠습니까?
answer the
최우선
question?
니시노
Dr.
두 분 중에.
Choi or Professor
최우선 교수님,
Nishino
그러면
or Choi? Mr. Choi will
니시노
answer the
교수님께 질문
question
하나만
or any
해주시죠.
question to Nishio, Professor
발표
Nishio,
토론자분께 질문
because
하나씩
we want to give
할당하도록
the equal
하겠습니다.
chances to speak.
네, 오늘 좋은 말씀 많이
Thank you
들었습니다.
for
저는
imparting your
캐나다
knowledge today.
토론토에서
I'm from Canada, Toronto. My name is Chu
상임위원
Jom-sik, member of the
Nishino
Standing Committee.
의원님께
Question for
여쭙습니다.
Nishino, our panelist,
한국어로
is
여기
this.
계시는 모든 분들을 존중하는 마음으로
In
발언해 주심에 우선 감사를 드리고
Especially,
한
I would
가지만
like to thank you for
여쭙겠습니다.
delivering your remarks in Korean with
예전부터
respect
우리 그
to the
일본과
Koreans
한국은
here and
가장 가까운
Japan and also
데서
Korea.
멀다는
Yes,
얘기
so they're just saying that we are the
그래서
closest and also we are the
여러분
farthest
부분부터
neighboring
다음
countries, and
세대부터는
maybe from the
좀
future
개선이
generations,
되고
I think bilateral relations need to be
가장
improved in the
가깝고
future.
가장 동맹이 잘
And so that we can
되는
stay as the nearest neighboring
협상이
country
됐으면
and
좋겠다는
also
말씀에서
the most
일본은 우리
collaborative
한국처럼
country with each other. and mutual collaboration and also mutual collaboration. Do you think it will be further strengthened for the two countries in the future? So the floor is now on Dr. Bruce Bennett to answer the questions being raised.
All right, I'll take a shot at your question as well as the question from the floor. We know that China is anxious to have a global superpower position by 2049. One of the biggest impediments to them going in that direction is North Korea, because North Korea almost never does what China tells North Korea to do. I think South Korea needs to be emphasizing with China that while there are differences in the two systems, there's more similarity between South Korea and China than there is between North Korea and China. China stands a much better chance. I mean, when North Korea refuses to do what China tells it to, how do the countries in Southeast Asia or in the Middle East treat China? Don't they say, well, we can act just like North Korea? So we need to be starting to help China realize that a unification may actually be better for it in terms of its long-term objectives. On the ICBM question, I think we need to recognize that North Korea's demonstrated missiles that have range long enough to reach the US, but they have not demonstrated re-entry capability. They have not demonstrated the kind of accuracy. When you shoot into the East Sea, how do you know how accurate you've been? Sooner or later, North Korea is going to start launching ICBMs, not up and then down, but out over the Pacific. I think the US needs to be prepared to tell North Korea that if you do that, the solution that our former Pacific commander suggested is one we'll try. You're going to give us an opportunity to take a shot at your ICBM if you launch it. You're going to try and launch it out of the Pacific. We've got weapon systems that can shoot that down, we think. You're going to pay for the test missile. That works for us. We may not get it, but we may. So your choice. Do you want to try that? I think that's the only leverage which we have on North Korea. Part of our problem is we have not been taking strong enough measures against North Korea to deter or dissuade their actions, and we presumably need to get stronger. I think it's likely that Trump will. Thank you.
Thank you for the question from me. So the gist of the question is about the security unification policies. When the two things are conflicting, what is the thing that the RK government should do? Well, I know where you're coming from, but my answer is, without achieving security today, we cannot achieve unification tomorrow. So achieving security is really important, and it will never hinder the unification. And the journey of unification that we are trying, if it is the right one, which I believe is the right one, will not threaten the security. There are two reasons. The key to the security policy is about the denuclearization of the PRK. When they go denuclearized, then it will mean that their policy fails. If they will have more changes within the regime, it will make an environment which is more favorable to unification. I'm saying that the national security of RK will not threaten or hamper the unification, because our way is based on the peaceful approach and protecting and upholding the universal values. And unification, when it happens, will contribute to the peace and prosperity of the world, which means our way of unification is based on the cooperation of the international community. So the superpowers around the Korean Peninsula, we need to work with the other countries, and that is also included into our plan and strategy. So our efforts for national security will rather contribute to unification. So there is a really slim chance, so you don't need to worry about the conflict between the two.
Yes, as I'm a professor, and when I meet with those who are in their 10s and 20s, when they become the mainstream in their society, I can see that a huge change is going to bring about. So I have a positive view towards bilateral collaboration. I have three reasons. So in line with the topic that we're given today, so the bilateral relations, there's always historical the fact that becomes a stumbling block, and for the policy towards North Korea, when there is an inconsistency for the policy towards North Korea, then the bilateral relations always go sour. That's why we have to closely collaborate with each other for the policy towards North Korea. And secondly, not only about diplomatic relations, I think it becomes like the issue of the internal politics when it comes to bilateral relations. So we have to persuade the importance of the bilateral relations between the two countries for the general public as well as internal politicians in each country. And as is said by the Prime Minister Ishiba, the Prime Minister is very proactive and has a positive view toward bilateral relations. And the 1st of November was the new cabinet came into office, and the next day he talked to Yoon, and also the following day they had a summit, and also there was another declaration followed by the US and also Japan diplomatic ties. He also emphasized the importance of the bilateral relations between Japan and Korea. And maybe in the next year or late this week in South America, there will be the summit meeting between the two leaders of Japan and Korea. So for now, definitely as we are going to manage the bilateral relations in a stable manner, and we are going to keep it that way, we have to, of course, closely pay attention to that with our full support for the two countries. Thank you very much.
And also, Professor Kim, I will summarize my answer briefly. Well, at the end of the Cold War, the Soviet Union, the China today, they are the opposite. Soviet Union was collapsing fast, and they have this very liberal leader, Gorbachev, and it was the difference. But China today, on the other hand, their national power is going up, and it is more pragmatic. It has pragmatic leaders. So I think when political changes are happening in DPRK, and China is very highly likely to be involved, and the US, ROK, Japan have to work together to block that. But China is really likely to be engaged in these changes, and deterrence may not work. But still, what will come after that will be like the ROK and China may race against each other to gain upper hand within the DPRK. So when there are rapid changes within DPRK, ROK and China may really race. And when these changes happen, no one can predict what will happen and how this will be shaped, and as is the case with Germany. So ROK needs to have this intelligence about what is going on within the DPRK. And when something starts to take place, then no one can stop that, as is the case with Germany and the other countries. So the key here is whether ROK is really committed and to achieve unification. So Chinese interference is a huge risk, and I think it is very much possible. And under the Trump administration, the U.S. relationship, I don't think it will change much. As of now, we have Ukraine war going on, and the Middle East war, and the DPRK is now sending troops to Ukraine and having like the negotiation or talk, like a former talk with the PRK will not be easy. They may like tap into each other to see what they are thinking, but they walked out of the table already. They cannot repeat that. And even after the talk, Trump said that the next talk will be first done by the working level, and once some level of the agreement is made, then they can meet as leaders. I think that still is valid. So working level meetings and discussion should come first, and that will be really tricky. Like I said earlier, the U.S. will at least want to have complete freezing, and the PRK will not accept that. So the talk is more likely to fail, high chance, and their relationship will be still very a lot of tension and conflict. So that is what's probably in reality. Thank you so much. And we had a great discussion on the unification on the Korean Peninsula. Lots of things were discussed. So to summarize, I mean, after like the Kim Jong-un, the power elite to take the leadership, I mean, the aspiration of the North Korean people for unification, these are two important factors. I mean, thank you everyone for your insightful comments, and all the audience, thank you for staying with us, and please give them a big round of applause for the panelists and presenters. Thank you so much. Thank you. So this concludes the 2024 opening ceremony and the morning session for 2024 Global Dialogue on Unification. Thank you, everyone. And now we will have a lunch. Lunch place will be the guests and the speakers. Please have lunch at the Studio 1, which is the opposite of this hall. And the other attendees may have lunch served in this room. And the afternoon session will begin at 1:10. So please come back at 1:10. Please enjoy your lunch. Thank you so much.
네, 참석자 여러분께 잠시 안내
Ladies
말씀드리겠습니다.
and
잠시
gentlemen,
후 오후 1시 10분부터
at
2024 글로벌
1:10
통일대화
sharp,
오후
we
세션이
will begin
시작될
the afternoon
예정이니
session for
회의장 밖에 계신
2024 Global
참석자분들께서는
Dialogue on
입장하셔서
Unification.
자리에
So please
착석해
come
주시기
inside the hall and
바랍니다.
please be seated.
다시 한번 안내
Ladies and
말씀드립니다. 잠시 후
gentlemen, shortly
오후 1시
after
10분부터
1:10,
2024 글로벌
we will begin the
통일대화
afternoon
오후
session
세션이
for
시작될
2024
예정입니다.
Global Dialogue
회의장
on
밖에 계신
Unification. So
참석자분들께서는
please come inside the hall
입장하셔서
and
자리에
please
착석해
be
주시기
seated.
바랍니다. 다시 한번 안내 말씀드립니다. 잠시 후 오후 1시 10분부터 2024 글로벌 통일대화 오후 세션이 시작될 예정입니다. 회의장 밖에 계신 참석자분들께서는 입장하셔서 자리에 착석해 주시기 바랍니다. 다시 한번 안내 말씀드립니다. 잠시 뒤부터 2024 글로벌 통일대화 오후 세션이 시작될 예정입니다. 아직 회의장 밖에 계신 참석자분들께서는 자리에 착석해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 네, 오후 세션을 시작하기에 앞서서 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 본 회의는 한국어와 영어 동시 통역이 제공됩니다. 한국어는 1번, 영어는 2번 채널이니까요. 참고해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. There is simultaneous translator on the table. Channel 1 will be in Korean and channel 2 will be in English. 네, 여러분 모두 즐거운 점심 식사 되셨습니까? 네, 맛있는 식사 하셨길 바라면서 그럼 이제 제2세션을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 제2세션은 정보 접근권 확대와 북한 인권을 주제로 진행되는데요. 제2세션의 좌장은 경희대 석좌 교수이시며 전 유엔 대사이신 오준 교수님께서 맡아주시겠습니다. 이어서 박석길 링크 한국지부 대표님과 이규창 통일연구원 인권연구실장님께서 발제해 주신 후에 루슬란카츠 주한 캐나다 대사관 참사관 다e-il 전 쿠바 주재 북한 대사관 참사, 제임스 히넌 유엔 서울 인권사무소 소장님께서 토론을 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 그럼 저는 마이크를 오준 교수님께 넘기겠습니다.
네, 여러분 안녕하세요. 점심 시간이 좀 짧아서 다들 빨리
to enjoy lunch was not long enough, right? But still hope you enjoyed your lunch.
한국어 사용자보다는 영어 사용자들이 조금 더 많기 때문에
for the second session, as we have speakers who use English more, we have. So I think if you need interpretation service, please use receiver.
in English because we have more English speakers and Korean speakers, obviously, on the stage. My name is Oh-jun. I'm a former Korean ambassador to the United Nations, South Korean ambassador to the United Nations, by the way, because we have a former North Korean diplomat on the stage as well. And right now I'm teaching at Kyung University and also serving as chair of Save the Children Korea. We have a very important session, I think. You know, the first session was, of course, very important as well. But the second session, the topic, as we know, is expansion of access to information, which is crucially important for the promotion and protection of human rights anywhere in the world, not least North Korea. When people have access to information, they become more aware of their rights and how to exercise them. Access to information enables journalists and citizens to expose corruption, human rights abuses, and other wrongdoings, as well as allowing people to make informed decisions about their lives, health, and freedom, and livelihood. The free flow of information is also fundamental to freedom of expression. As such, I believe, and I hope you would agree, that information access is a cornerstone of human rights. As we all know, access to information in North Korea is extremely limited. The government maintains a tight grip on all forms of media, including the internet, television, radio, and print publications. Foreign media and outside information are strictly prohibited. In recent years, there has been a significant increase in crackdowns on outside information, we understand. the North Korean regime views outside information as a threat to control and has implemented severe penalties, including the death penalty for those caught accessing or distributing it. Despite these restrictions, some North Koreans have found ways to access outside information through smuggled USBs or DVDs. However, these methods come with great risk, and the government continues to intensify its efforts to prevent such activities. We have excellent panelists for this session who can give us more enlightenment and give us more analysis of the situation in North Korea when it comes to access to information. We have two presentations to be made by Mr. Park Seok-gil, Director of LINK, Liberate North Korea, and Mr. Lee Kyu-chang, Director of Human Rights Research at Korea Institute for National Unification. And on my left side, we have three discussants, starting with Councillor Ruslan Katz of the Canadian Embassy here, and Mr. Lee Il-gyu, former North Korean diplomat who served as a counselor at the North Korean Embassy in Cuba. And last but not least, of course, Mr. James Hinan, head of the UN Office for Human Rights based in Seoul. So I would like to suggest that our presenters will do their presentation within 15 minutes, and discussants have 10 minutes each to make your discussion, and then we can probably have time for exchange with the floor. Mr. Park, you have the floor first.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Oh, and thank you to the leadership of PUAC for organizing this very timely conference, and especially this session, which I think is a very important topic right now. I'm going to follow Ojun Desanim's example and do this presentation in English. So I'm going to talk about two main things. I'm first of all going to talk about why increasing efforts for information access in North Korea is important, and then I'm going to talk about how we can do that. First of all, the why. This was mentioned in the morning session as well, but there's not that many options left on the table actually now with North Korea. There's not a good military option, and then if we think about sanctions and diplomacy, with sanctions, since the pandemic, where North Korea has sanctioned itself, essentially, increased its own self-isolation to a level that sanctions could never achieve, and it survived that, and then it came out of the pandemic period with this burgeoning relationship with Russia that basically means that there's not that much that can be done realistically now through international pressure or sanctions with regards to North Korea. And diplomacy as well. This was mentioned in the morning session, but maybe there's a little bit of a wild card with the second Trump administration. But I think that even with that wild card, it's difficult to imagine long-term, resilient, sustainable solutions on security and diplomatic issues coming from that kind of even unconventional leader-to-leader type approach. And so I think that you have to be very optimistic, very hopeful to think that there could be sustained, sustainable, resilient solutions through international negotiations and diplomacy with North Korea as it is. That leaves us with information operations. And it's not just because we're only left with information operations that it's important. Information operations actually, I think, was always the best option on the table. It's always been an Achilles heel, well, for any dictatorship really, but maybe especially for the North Korean government. We see that in the way that they crack down on information and they take it so seriously. It's also, if we think about it, an area of great comparative advantage for South Korea, right? South Korea is a powerhouse in information technology and culture. And so that's very difficult for North Korea to live with if that capacity is used. But I don't think that it's really been utilized effectively so far. Ultimately, to solve all of the issues that we think about and worry about when it comes to North Korea, including traditional security issues, as well as human rights issues, we need North Korea to change on the inside and in a long-term sustainable way. We need North Korea to edge away from its extreme national security orientation, its aggressive stance to the international community, and we need it to move towards a more economy-focused orientation and basically become a more normal, open country in the international community. We need that kind of transformation in order to long-term solve the security issues and also the human rights issues. If we imagine a world where North Korean people have much greater access to information than they currently do, then we can imagine North Korean people having a much greater understanding of the outside world and therefore less fear of the outside world, less fear of the US, less fear of South Korea, less fear of invasion and being subjugated, turned to slaves by foreign countries, and so on. This means that the North Korean government's threat narrative, their description of the world where everybody's out to get us, people are out to invade us, and therefore we need to defend ourselves, we need to put scarce resources into nuclear weapons and ICBMs and so on. That justification will become much weaker the more that North Korean people understand about the outside world. Secondly, the more North Korean people understand about the difference in wealth and freedom with the outside world. So their own relative poverty and the outside world, including South Korea, but also China, other countries in Asia, the situation in countries around the world, if they understand the relative wealth in those countries, as well as the reasons for their own poverty, the internal North Korean reasons for their poverty, then North Korean people's desire for economic improvement will increase and their aspirations will rise. And this will put pressure on the North Korean government and Kim Jong-un not just to talk about improving the economy, but actually delivering on that, including by making difficult decisions to go down that path. Thirdly, the more North Korean people understand about basic concepts of human rights, and in fact, the more they understand North Korean law itself as well, the more they will be empowered to push back on abuse of power by officials inside North Korea and to try and assert their rights inside the country. Now that might sound unrealistic, it might sound very difficult, but actually from the most recent North Korean defectors, we've heard that that is happening. As North Korean people understand more about actually the protections that exist inside North Korean law, even as it stands, even as flawed as that is, and also as they understand more about human rights, there is actually progress happening with North Korean people being able to claim and assert their rights more. And so if we change North Korea in this way, then we can, in the long term, make it more difficult for them to maintain power through only relying on these kind of extreme ideologies and the extreme oppression, push them towards a more economic orientation, improving relations with neighboring countries, and basically normalizing as a country in the international community. As Ambassador Oh mentioned, the good news here is that there has been some progress in this in the last 20 years. North Korean people have been able to get more access to foreign information. So there's a kind of cat and mouse game happening inside North Korea. But especially since the pandemic, there's been a strong increase in the crackdowns on North Korean people accessing foreign information. And so it's an even more crucial time to kind of stand on the side of the mice, if you like, in that cat and mouse game, and to find ways to meaningfully increase access to information for North Korean people. So then the second part is, how can we do that? I'll offer some ways, kind of point to some directions, and then maybe there'll be time in the Q&A to explore some of these a little bit more as well. First of all, on the technology side, I think that this is an area which has been traditionally very underinvested. There's been efforts to get information into North Korea through radio, through content which is loaded onto USB sticks, micro SD cards, and then smuggled into the country. There's not been a lot of effort or investment into developing technologies, software, and tools for the North Korean people to increase their access to information. One of the reasons for that is the global information access community, or internet freedom community, focuses on countries where there is limited information access. They focus on places like China, like Iran, like Cuba maybe, but in North Korea it's not limited information access, it's not about providing VPNs, there's no information access. And so it actually falls into a black hole for a lot of the people working on software and technologies in this area. Nonetheless, I think that there are opportunities to develop tailor-made anti-surveillance software and also anti-censorship software in order for North Korean people, if they have this software, to protect their own computers from the searches and investigations of the North Korean authorities. Again, this is an area where recent North Korean defectors tell us that they are using some tools that are just off-the-shelf tools, downloaded in China, for instance, and then smuggled into the country. But that's limited to a small number of very highly IT literate North Korean users. If we create tailor-made tools, then we can increase that access to a broader number of people. I think that there's also great opportunity in the area of offline AI tools. A lot of us in this room probably use ChatGPT now. AI technologists have started to make offline versions that can be run just on a local computer without any connection to the internet. So we can imagine different AI tools, including large language models like ChatGPT, including potentially image generators. And then we can imagine a day in the not too distant future where North Koreans inside the country can be engaging with a ChatGPT type tool, asking it questions about just even starting with practical things in their life, asking questions about the best way to install a solar panel out of their window, asking it tips on farming and these kind of things that could just improve their lives as they exist inside North Korea, but also starting to get onto politically sensitive questions and discussions as well. And this could be essentially be like being able to have a conversation with your computer, but in your computer there is a highly knowledgeable South Korean person that can answer pretty much any question that you can throw at it through an offline LLM. Another thing that we need to really add into this area is the involvement and engagement of South Korean developers, South Korean researchers and technologists. This is an area where traditionally a lot of non-Korean, foreign, for instance, American and European developers and researchers have been engaged. South Korean developers have not seen the incentive to be engaged, but with a lot of the activism based here, and of course working in the Korean language, if more South Korean technologists, South Korean engineers and developers were engaged in this area, then it would really help activists working in this space to develop these kind of tools in the first place. If we develop these kinds of tools and technologies, then we can not only protect North Korean people's human rights in the here and now, but we can also create the conditions where North Korean people can drive further information-centric change and increase pressure for a bigger long-term transformation of North Korea. Secondly, I think that we need to do more to target overseas North Koreans. The UN estimates anything up to, I think it was the UN panel of experts, last estimate on overseas workers outside of North Korea, anything up to 100,000 North Koreans overseas. Now, these are all different kind of profiles and different audiences, but a lot of them do have some kind of access to the internet or access to information that they wouldn't have inside North Korea. And it's estimated that about 30,000 overseas North Koreans would be normally returning to North Korea every year. So if you think about 30,000 overseas North Koreans going back to North Korea every year, if they have greater access to information when they're outside of North Korea, not only will their mindsets be changed, but they'll be able to take back information and media and these kind of tools that I'm mentioning when they go back with them as well. And that's a key kind of transit channel for information and software to get into North Korea. 30,000 per year is about 82 people every day. We should be leveraging that in order to increase information access inside the country. Thirdly, there is television and radio broadcasting happening to the North Korean people, and that's very important. Unfortunately, in South Korea, that's dominated by the government. NGOs cannot broadcast by radio or television from South Korea to North Korea. Radio broadcasters, amongst the NGOs, have to have antennas in places like Taiwan or Uzbekistan, different places in Asia. If we're serious about increasing access to information for North Korean people, then there needs to be access for NGOs to be able to broadcast directly through television, both analog and digital, and through radio directly to the North Korean people. I also want to mention briefly North Korean refugees and their role that they play. As many people will know, there's about 30,000 North Korean refugees in South Korea today. A significant number of them maintain contact with their families in North Korea. They're sending information and remittances, and this is an important flow of information in and of itself. A lot of them also, especially the younger generation, have become content creators, which could be leveraged to increase the flow of strategic content to the North Korean people inside. I think that as we see North Korean defector numbers basically fall off a cliff since the pandemic, and we're therefore seeing potentially kind of a last generation of young North Korean defectors in South Korea, as the population of defectors will age every year if we don't have more young people arriving. This points to a need and opportunity to invest in this last generation, especially in their ability to create content and to advocate on this issue. Lastly, I think that will be mentioned by other people, so I won't go into it too much, but support and funding for this area clearly needs to be increased, and it needs to be made sustainable, depoliticized, and internationalized as well. It's a weakness in North Korea policy and efforts from South Korea that efforts, including in this kind of area, including from NGOs, changes too much if the government changes in South Korea. So we need to find ways to depoliticize, de-link that from the political cycles. And maybe one of the ways to do that is to internationalize it more. With information access efforts to North Korea, this really needs to be a long-term, sustained effort. It can't be seen as a short-term tactic or a response to crises. That's the nature of information access efforts. I think that this, again, is a very timely session today. A lot of people are representing communities both across South Korea and around the world. And I think it's really positive that we're engaging on this issue. I think that we need to increase interest and support for the North Korean people and for change in North Korea from both South Korean society and the international community. And if we do that, then a transformation of North Korea that we all want is not impossible. It is absolutely possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Park. I think your suggested approach is to make breakthrough are very interesting, like technology, overseas North Koreans, also broadcasting, all of which are very relevant, I think. 다음번 발표는 우리
Next presenter is from Korea Institute for National Unification, Director Lee Kyu-chung. Please.
반갑습니다.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As was introduced, I am Director Lee from KINU. My presentation is why we need to have this information access and why we should do it, and how we can send the information and what kind of information to lead the changes in the PRK. First, why do we need to have this information access? North Korean human rights issue is very serious around the world, and when you look at the fundamental problems, it goes on to the regime of the PRK, Kim Jong-un, and to protect the leader, they are now controlling the whole regime and the people, and one thing is that they are doing a lot of control over information flow. In 2019, they set the law on the crowd reporting law, and it is about reporting the neighbors for watching this enemy broadcasting, and also if you keep or using these enemy materials who are importing, producing, copying, storing, disseminating, and watching these impure publications and propaganda. And there are three evil laws: reactionary thought and culture exclusion law, youth education guarantee law, and Pyongyang language protection law. And the common theme is to adhere to ideas and defend institutions, which means that if the outside information goes into North Korea, they are believing that their regime may collapse. And the law on rejecting reactionary ideology and culture emphasizes that it is important requirement. And on February 2nd, 2023, the law on treatment of the enemy the enemy materials was enacted. So the law defines enemy materials as anything that the enemy brings into the country. And this law stipulates the contents of the Crowd Reporting Act. They have a special law or the special decrees. And since last December and this year, they keep talking about this two-state theory and not really using the same people or the same country concept, which means that they are trying to block this exchange and flow of information because they think it is a threat to their regime. And that's why they are going this extreme. And also they said we have this economic cooperation framework, but they are now nullifying the agreement. So Kim Jong-un and Kim Il-sung are what they are trying to protect, and they have this monolithic leadership system. And they also set another law which is to protect the leaders, and Kim Jong-un is seen as their only leader, and they are now idealizing this leader. And since then, they have been preoccupied with erasing the traces of the Kim Il-sung and Kim Jong-un. And according to the people I interviewed at the time of the death of the Kim Jong-il, they were not aware of that. And so it's really closed society, and they don't know what is going on, and they need the flow of the information from outside so that they can see what is actually going on in the country. So that is important thing, and in the US they are emphasizing this as well. In the US they signed a law on the North Korean Human Rights Act, and there are 5 elements, and one thing is to promote the information flow and supporting the other methods. And in July 2018, they extended the effectiveness for with this reauthorization of the Human Rights Act, and then they extended the support for private companies, USB, like a small SD card, audio player, video player, and others. And this new type of the electronic types of media was added, and you might have heard about the auto Wonbyeol. And on December 23rd, 2022, they signed a law on the auto Wonbyeol's case, and if you are involved in like the inspection of the Labor Party or the North Korean government, then your assets might be frozen. And this access to information is also important for peaceful unification. And according to the ROK Constitution, we claim that we want to have this peaceful unification based on the free and democratic order. And to do that, North Korean people should be able to choose our order, and they should get the information to make the informed decision. And West Germany could have this unification because they had this exercise of their self-determination. So according to the Article 4 of ROK Constitution, we need to achieve peaceful unification, and to do that, they need to get the access to the information. And also, President Yoon said that transforming North Korea and making changes in the people is really important in his celebratory remarks on the Liberation Day. So how can we promote the information? And let me summarize. In March 2016, the law was passed, the North Korean Human Rights Act, and the key here is the Foundation on Human Rights, North Korean human rights. And when we have this foundation, then we can increase the access and promote the information access. But the foundation is not yet in place. So, and that is not really not passed in the National Assembly. And number two, to increase the access, not just the government, but also NGOs and the civil groups need to be engaged. And to do that, we need to have the funds to support the activities. And the unification doctrine includes the creating the fund for freedom and human rights in North Korea. And we also need to refer to the U.S. case of grants and for women, the disabled and other vulnerable groups' rights, and also some pro-market activities. And for these efforts, Bureau of Democracy, Human Rights and Labor of the U.S. is now working to create the funds. So that could be one case that we can refer to. And like I said earlier, the North Korean Human Rights Act in the U.S., they have a very specific element. One thing I think is that our North Korean Human Rights Act of ROK does not specify those elements. So we need to amend our law by referring to the U.S. case. And for this one, we need the bipartisan support to make this amendment. And when it comes to the access to information, the United Nations, U.S., and Europe and other countries are also interested. So to provide more information to DPRK, we need the international cooperation. And UPR is one venue. And on the 7th of last month, they also had a meeting for the UPR, and we need to monitor what is going on to better work with the international community. And ICNK is there, and that was really fundamental for COI. And to promote the access to information, we need to think about building this solidarity to remove the information control in the PRK. And as was mentioned, we need to also think about other ways to promote the information access. So what types of information should we need to send to the PRK to make sure that the DPRK people can understand the values of the human rights and freedom? And as it is mentioned in the other frameworks on like the discrimination, prevention between gender, disabled and non-disabled, and even within like the Pyongyang or some other class types like the Sung-Yoon. So we need to send more information on these frameworks. And I'm looking for, or I'm monitoring the trends in DPRK. And also, the PRK is really emphasizing some policy which is about they are also aware of the discrimination between Pyongyang and other provinces, and there is other discrimination between the different class types or 성분 or gender or some domestic violence is there, and discrimination between disabled and non-disabled. So there are different issues. So the rural people cannot access to the city of Pyongyang. And people are equal, and we have to let the people in the PRK know that all the human beings are equal. And there was also news of the strikes and some violent activities by labor or the workers, immigrant workers. And from Congo, Africa, like some tens of the PRK workers, they set up some strike against the extended stay. So they are going on a strike, something we didn't know or we couldn't imagine before. But as they are getting more information, they are now raising their voices. So they have this socialist labor law and the labor protection law, and the other laws on the labor relations. And in 2020, they also newly formulated labor compensation law. So there are multiple laws, but they don't have any regulations on collective actions or some right to organize unions. So these are quite new concepts to the workers, which is about like human rights or their rights as workers. So we need to provide information to the workers. And as was broadcasted by KBS in Korea, there was a case where North Korean people tried to have rebel, and they also set up some party on the free democracy. So the key to democracy is elections and the multiple political parties, and we need to send the information that they have the right to associate and to form political parties. And they are prohibiting all this freedom to associate or to have elections and others. And as I mentioned, the self-determination right is important, and they are saying or claiming that we are two different states and two different people. And to this point, we need to emphasize and send a message that we are one state. So to promote and to improve the human rights conditions, we need to unite the countries. And to do this, they need to give up on their regime. Otherwise, we cannot address or improve the human rights conditions in the PRK. So to the people, we have to let them know that we are one same state and one same people. And when they give up on the regime, we can improve the human rights conditions in the country or in the territory. So that is it. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you, Director Lee, for your presentation. As I listened to the presentation, well, recently one hot topic was about like they are sending the balloons from North Korea with this waste and rubbish. And our purpose sending some thing was we are now having some tensions, and at the border we also have issues of the safety of the people. But this whole thing, what is the purpose of sending us the balloons? And some people, even from South Korea, they are sending the balloons to give the information. So sending off the balloons, is it effective in sharing the information? We need to also think about it. But balloons, they are not really flying off far away to Pyongyang, but they are just reaching to the border area, and some people don't like it. So sending balloons, is it effective? to sending the information? So if not, what is the effective way? I think that is what we need to discuss. But about this whole balloon thing, they are too much obsessed with the balloon, so not talking about whether it's effective or not.
Three discussants, and of course, I would appreciate it if they can do that within 10 minutes each, starting with Councillor Koch of the Canadian Embassy. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you very much to the Peaceful Unification Advisory Council and to Mr. Yonho for the honor to be part of this important conversation. I would just start by reiterating our view, Canada's view that peace and security in Korea, on the peninsula, and the North Korean human rights are two sides of the same coin. We strongly believe that there is no peace and stability in Korea without human rights for all. And therefore, all of our engagement efforts on diplomacy, on security, on human rights, on humanitarian assistance go hand in hand, complementing and building on the strengths of each approach. As we all know, when North Korea closed its borders during the pandemic, this became an opportunity for the North Korean regime to consolidate power and to increase control and repression. And in this context, North Korean human rights are a top priority for Canada. It is part of our Indo-Pacific strategy, in which we have committed to step up specifically on human rights in North Korea. When President Yoon and Prime Minister Trudeau met last year, they have explicitly voiced their commitment to work together to strengthen cooperation to advance North Korean human rights. And very recently in May, we have launched the inaugural bilateral dialogue between Canada and South Korea on the North Korean human rights. So it is very much a top issue for us and for our bilateral cooperation. We have been focusing on many different issues in North Korean human rights. One of a very important focal point for us are the rights of the North Korean women and girls, both in and outside of North Korea, including in transit in third countries. Access to information has equally been a top priority for us, as well as a greater collaboration and coordination among countries, but also between governments and the civil society, always having this security, human rights, and humanitarian nexus in mind. Our approach to human rights is a survivor-centered approach, and therefore it is very important for us to ensure that the voices of the North Korean escapees are part of the conversation and that the escapees are included as agents of change. Our embassy in Seoul has launched 2 years ago a small fund to support small-scale but meaningful projects with civil society organizations to improve North Korean human rights. And some of these projects have been focusing on access to information. We support different CSOs, women's rights organizations as well, including organizations which have been established and led by North Korean escapees who, in our view, know best the situation on the ground in North Korea. We are therefore committed to working with escapees to support their agency and ensure that they have the tools necessary to drive change in North Korea. But we also need to think creatively about how we can empower North Koreans in the DPRK. I agree with the presentations made today that our approach to the DPRK should balance addressing security challenges while facilitating a positive transformation of North Korea, which can be fostered by greater access to information about the outside world. The presenters made lots of very important points. Access to information is key, given the need to have an informed citizenry. And it is crucial for the development of a North Korean civil society, which currently is fundamentally non-existent. The North Korean regime understands the threat that free-flowing information poses, as illustrated by the 3 evil laws which have been mentioned earlier. These laws impose harsh punishments with reports of public executions for watching South Korean dramas, for using South Korean words, and even for having a certain hairstyle. But the North Korean regime cannot stop the flow of information if this is what the people want. Surveys show that North Koreans find a way to access information using radios, smuggled USB sticks, talking to family members in South Korea, etc. Several escapees have told us that YouTube videos have had a key influence in their decision to defect. North Koreans need access to outside information, but also, as has been mentioned as well earlier, they need to know more about their own human rights and their fundamental freedoms. They need to know what the North Korean regime, in fact, has included in its own legislation. For example, working with North Korean escapees, we have learned that the concept of gender equality is not well understood in North Korea, that people are not aware of their fundamental human rights. And therefore, there is a need for greater exchanges that will help expose the North Korean people to outside culture and practices. In-person contacts, including through humanitarian assistance, which incorporates a human rights focus, create opportunities for greater exposure of North Korean people to the outside world. We had in Canada an excellent project led by a professor at the University of British Columbia called the Knowledge Partnership Program, which before the pandemic was a great example of people-to-people ties, where this project basically brought North Korean academics and experts to Canada. And then when they were going back, they were able to bring back information from the outside world. Another point which was alluded to earlier, which is a complex one and presents a dilemma, is about overseas workers. And of course, one of our focal points is to curtail the North Korean regime's ability to earn hard currency through labor exports. And we also work against the human rights violations to which the overseas workers are submitted. But you also have to acknowledge that there are potential benefits in having these overseas workers bringing back home some bits and pieces of information from the outside world. And therefore, I agree that we need to find effective ways to encourage access to information while making sure it does not endanger the North Korean people. In my view, special consideration should be given to what kind of content resonates most with North Koreans. We should create spaces for the North Korean escapees to generate content. And we should think about innovative delivery methods that could be used, which would also respect material restrictions linked to sanctions. And in all of this work, I would like to highlight the importance of civil society organizations based in South Korea, in Canada, and globally. Their work is really crucial because they have the expertise, the knowledge, and the advocacy, especially when our countries don't have the access or resources. My final point will be about multilateral coordination. The previous speaker spoke about the Universal Periodic Review, so it is a very timely conversation to have this week. This coordination is key to bring attention to the North Korean human rights and also to press on North Korea to respect its obligations. In the third UPR 5 years ago, North Korea in fact supported a recommendation made by Italy, which was about to fulfill treaty obligations under the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights and allow the population to exercise all civil and political rights, including freedom of expression and access to information. Last week, at the fourth UPR, several countries made similar recommendations, including Canada. One of our recommendations last week was to allow individuals to freely access all types of media and information online and offline. And therefore, in my view, we have to collaborate more closely with all of our international partners to press North Korea on the following: to repeal the reactionary thought and culture rejection law, the Youth Education Guarantee Law, and the Pyongyang Cultural Language Protection Act, and to decriminalize actions that amount to the legitimate exercise of the right to freedom of opinion and expression. We have to press North Korea to allow individuals to freely access all types of media and information, including online, to end the state's monopoly on media and information, allowing independent domestic and international media outlets to operate freely within North Korea, to ensure that all citizens have uncensored access to a variety of news sources and viewpoints, and finally, to allow citizens to access the internet without restrictions, enabling them to freely communicate, gather information, and engage in global conversations. And therefore, in summary, I would just reiterate that to advance human rights in North Korea, including about the access to information, we need to work more closely with our international partners, support civil society organizations, and provide a space for North Korean SKPs to play a meaningful role as agents of change. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Koch. Based on my previous experience as South Korean diplomat, I know that when most countries in the world, including South Korea and United States, stopped providing humanitarian assistance to North Korea, there have been 3 countries in the world that continued with humanitarian assistance. They are Sweden, Switzerland, and Canada. So we appreciate Canada's efforts to contribute to humanitarian cause on the Korean Peninsula. 다음은 이일규
And next, I'd like to invite the former Counselor Lee Il-gyu, former Counselor to North Korean Embassy in Cuba. Please now I turn it over to Mr. Lee.
네, 안녕하십니까.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As was introduced, as you know, I was the former counselor, and in November 2013, I moved to ROK, and I am now the standing member of the PUAC, and I'm now as the senior research fellow. I am Il-gyu. At this forum, when I was invited, the topic or the theme was about the political trends and the North Korean diplomacy, but as I listened to the others, we are more focused on the human rights today, so I slightly changed what I'm going to talk about today. When it comes to North Korean human rights issues, as was mentioned by many people, it is the worst situation, the worst human rights violation happening in the PRK, and unfortunately, the international community failed to prove that, and it is failing to prosecuting Kim Jong-un as the criminal who is perpetuating this violation of human rights. Even at this moment that we are talking about this issue, about 25 million people are suffering from the violation of the human rights, right to move, right to freedom, and this whole human dignity is not allowed further. For the human rights issues in the PRK, I don't need to elaborate on this tragic violation taking place in the PRK, because those were already testimonied by many North Korean defectors who suffer the violation, so I don't feel the need to repeat that here. When I was in the PRK for 25 years as diplomat for North Korea, I had a chance to work on the external policy of the PRK and the isolation policy and addressing the international community's request for improving human rights conditions, or how to respond to the US and Russia and other countries. And I was the one who executed the policies. But my focus today will be the human rights issues. In 1995, Kim Il-sung passed away.
북한에서 이제 아사사들이
And in the
발생하고 소위
PRK,
권한의
people
행군이라고
died
하는
from
그
hunger,
위기
and they
순간에
had this
이제
arduous
진영을 했을 때
march,
수많은 탈북민들,
and a lot of
탈북자가
people
이제
left the
발생하고
PRK
그들이 그
because
생생한
of the
충원을 통해서
hunger
국제사회가
and
북한
poverty,
인권을
and that
지시하기 시작을
really
했고 이때부터
helped
북한
the international
인권 문제가
community
이제 국제사회에
to witness
조명을 받기 시작을
the
했습니다.
tragedy of the PRK
그동안 지금까지 한
and
30년
draw attention
이상
from the
흘렀는데
international community. And
북한에서는
30 years passed
이제
since
내부에서는
then.
혹시
And
그동안 했던 그 북한 인권 문제,
the
인권
human
증진과
rights
관련한 활동이
issues and all the efforts to
어떤
improve
성과가
the situations.
없었다라고 생각할 수도 있고
You may think
또는
that things have
응당한
not changed and
목적했던 바만큼
they were not held
달성을 못했다라고
accountable
생각할 수
for
있는데
what
그건
they
아닙니다.
did, but that's
제가 볼
not
때는
true.
90년대부터
I
지금까지
think
북한
since
인권 상황은
90s
많이
and until
변했습니다.
today, things
많이
have
변했고
changed
많이
a lot.
개선됐습니다.
Things
여러 가지
have
신뢰 중에 단
improved
하나만
a
신뢰를
lot.
둔다면
Let me take you one
북한
example.
사람들은 인권이라는
North
말
Korean
자체를
people
몰랐습니다.
didn't have any
자기가
idea
가혹하게
of what human
감시당하고
rights
가혹하게 통제를
mean.
당하면서도 이게
They were
인권
controlled
유린이라는
and they were
것조차를
monitored,
생각을
and
못했습니다.
they
그러나
didn't
95년
know
이후에
or
국제사회가
they didn't have this
북한
whole
인권으로
concept of the human rights
압박하면서부터
perception.
김정일이 당시
And under the pressure from the
지나친
international
내부에서
community,
지나친
Kim
인권
Jong-il
통제,
was blamed
감시,
for controlling the people and committing violence
금지할 때 대한
and
지시도 내렸고
manipulating people.
또한 그동안 지금
And
여러 가지 당쪽
now
법적인 조치들을 많이
there
취해줘서
were
지금
many
상당히 북한
actions
주민들
taken.
사이에서
So
뭘 조금
among the
못해도
North
이거
Korean
인권유린
people,
아니야 이런 말이 막
they
입에서
raise
튀어나올 정도로
questions.
북한
Oh, this may be
내부에서는
the
많은 것이
violation of human
변했습니다.
rights. So now
그러면
they
이게
have this whole
본질적으로 인권
perception,
문제 개선이
and
인권 문제가 북한
we
인권
are
문제가
seeing
본질적으로
some
개선이 있느냐
progress.
그건
But
아닙니다.
did we see the fundamental
어디까지나 이제
improvement? No,
인권
not there
유린에 대한
yet.
국제사회의 공세와 압박을
With the
무마하기
pressure
위한 그
of the
초점을
international community,
하기 위한
the
부분적인 전략이
PRK has
불과하지
been taking some
본질적으로
partial
북한 인권
actions
문제가 개선됐다고 말할
to
수가 없습니다. 여러 가지 신뢰
ease
중에
the heat
가장 최근
from the
신뢰만
international
들고 보더라도
community. And for example,
한 3년 전부터 북한에서는
since
세 가지
3
법이
years
나왔습니다.
ago,
주소도 언급이
they came up
됐지만
with 3 evil laws.
최근에 나온 반동사상
The law on
문화법이라든가
rejection of
청년
reactionary ideology,
교양보상법이라든가
culture, youth education guarantee law, Pyongyang cultural
이런
language
법들 자체가
protection law.
죄자소
All
한마디로
these
말씀을
laws
드리면
are, in a
주민들이
word,
표현권,
is to deprive
표현권, 알 권리
people of
이걸
the right to
막겠다는
know
겁니다.
and the
한류에
freedom to
자꾸 물
expression.
줘줘야 김정은을 신처럼 여기고
They
김정은에게
want to
무조건적인
have
충성해야
this
되겠는데
unconditional
한류에 물을 줬으면
respect
이
from
충성심이
the
유발이 안
people.
된다는 겁니다.
But if they have access to information from
이제
outside
우리
the
외교
world,
부분에서
they will
인권 문제와
not have
관련해서
this
여러 가지
loyalty.
최근에도 이제
And
제네바에서
about the human rights
UPR
issues,
북한 심의가 있지 않았습니까?
UPR
여기에 제가
was
보니까
conducted,
이제 북한
and
최고인민회의 법제국장이랑
the
중앙재판소
legal
국장
studies,
그리고 제네바
the law,
북한
and
대사관
also
거쳐주가
the
발언을 하던 걸
ambassador
제가
to
봤는데
Geneva,
참
Chosu,
북한은
made a comment.
북한 인권
And
문제와 관련
when it comes to the
국제사회의
human
그
rights
일치한 대응,
issues,
단합된
they
대응,
are really
연대를 한 대응이
consistent, and they are
많이 호소하다고
making.
생각이 되는 게
They are not
인권 문제와
consistent,
관련해서
and they are not
국제사회는
making a one single message.
두번 북한을 압박합니다.
And the
3월
international
제네바
community makes
인권이사에서
two
유럽연합
pressures
플러스
in March
일본,
with Geneva and also
이따금
Europe, Korea, and Japan. Sometimes they make a joint
또 이제 정권이 진보 정권으로
like a
바뀌면 또
statement,
여기서
and when they have
탈퇴했다가
different
내가
leaders,
나갔다가
and they
한국은
may
그 안정적인
get out of
그,
this UN
그
framework. So
공동 발의국이라고 볼 수가 없는데
we cannot say that they are like a
유럽연합
joint
일본이 합쳐서 이제 대북 인권
party to
교리안이라는 걸 채택을
this declaration,
해서
but they
3월달
adopted this
제네바
human
인권이사에서 채택을
rights
합니다. 이게 첫 번째 압박이고 두
proposal
번째는
at the UN,
이제
and that is not one
11월
thing.
11월 달 이제 지금
November,
유엔 총회 제3위원회에서
the UN General Assembly,
같은 공동
they
발의국으로 해서
have
다시
this
발의를 해서 채택을
declaration
합니다.
on the
이걸 막아내는 게
North Korean
북한에
human rights
있어서는
issues.
굉장히 힘든
And for
과제였거든요.
North Korea, this was
이전에는
really challenging and
이제
daunting.
쿠바, 북한이 혈맹이라고
But
하면
Cuba,
쿠바를
which is
내세워서
another
이
like
인권
ally
교리안을
to the PRK, they vote
반대하는
on
나라들을
this,
그 여기에 막
and
끌어들여가지고
the
표대결 싸움을
PRK is
했습니다.
trying
이게
to
몇 년
win the
동안
support
싸우다
from these
보니까
other countries,
표대결
and that has
싸움을
been
안
going
되겠다
on for
해서
many
표대결
years.
싸움을 안 하고
So they
완전히
are not
무시하되
doing this vote. And the PRK is
말하자면
ignoring the
일치
vote, but
방식은 하지 말자.
consensus is not the
오늘
way.
보니까
So
이번에 그
today,
인권 교리안 토의시 한
at
68개
the
국가가
discussion, about 68
발언 등록을 하고
countries
연설을 했더라고요.
applied
68개
to
중에서 한
speak up,
14개가
and
북한을
14
지지한
out of
나라들입니다.
68
중국, 베트남, 라오스,
supported
쿠바,
the PRK,
시리아,
Cuba,
이란, 기타
Syria,
등등
Iran,
콩고,
China, China and others African countries.
이걸 뭘 보여주냐면
So
이 정도로
what it speaks for
국제사회가
itself
일치하게
is
북한을
that
압박할 수
international
있는 상황이 아니라는
있다라는 걸
communities in a
말씀을 드리고
situation
싶고
where we can all
제가
reach a
시간이
consensus to
참
put pressure
10분밖에
on North
없으니까
Korea.
길게
Since I have
말씀드릴
10
시간은
minutes
없고
only, I
이제
think there's
북한
a
인권
time
개선을 위한
constraint. So
이제
in order to
그
improve human
어떤
rights situation in
어떤
North
방도가
Korea,
필요하냐 할 때
what kind of
아까 많은
measures
분들이
do
말씀하신
we
게
need
북한에
to
이제
take?
그
A
많은
lot of
정보
you
유입이
have said that we
필요하다,
have to
정보
send
유입이 필요하다는
information
말씀은
to
당연한
inside
말씀입니다.
North
그럼에도
Korea.
불구하고
Yes, it
정보
is for
유입은
sure.
수십 년 동안
But
북한에
then
들어갔고
it
북한
has
사람들은
been
이미 알
happening
만큼
for decades in the
알고
past, and
있습니다.
North
북한
Korean
사람들이
people
알면서도 들고 일어나기보다는
know all
가장
about
기본적인
it
이유는
much, and
2중 3중국을 치는 감시와 통제,
because of the
공포 정치
crackdown
때문입니다.
control and
내가
also
들고 일어나야 이
terror-based
사람이 들고 일어나면 나 하나 준 걸로 끝난다.
is what causes
한마디로 말하면
problems.
네트워크가
So
형성이 안 됐다는 말씀을
there's
드리고
a lack
싶습니다.
of
북한
network
사회가
among the North
변하고
Korean people.
북한이
So in
그
order to bring
내부적인
about change
변화를
to North
주도하려면
Korea, in order
네트워크가
to take the
형성이 돼야
lead
된다고
from
생각하고
inside the
유엔
network
차원에서
formation,
북한을 끊임없이
network building
압박을
is
해야
very
됩니다.
important, and also through the UN we have to
북한을 유엔
continuously
차원에서 압박을 할 때
impose the
북한이
pressure on
존수,
North
여기서
Korea.
탈피하는 존수를 뭐냐면
And
초지
they always
공통성으로
get
묶여 있는
away
쿠바나 이제 말씀드린
with
쿠바나
Cuba,
시리아나
Syria,
중국이나 베트남이나
China,
라오스나 이런
Vietnam, and
국제사회
also
인권 공세를 받는
Laos.
나라들을
Those
끌어모아서
countries also
연대를
comes
형성합니다.
under pressure for human rights issues,
국제사회가
and
북한
the North
인권을
Korea always
다루는
establish
것을
solidarity
특별한
with
인권 문제로
those
다뤄야 됩니다.
countries, but I
쿠바나
think we
북한이
need
인권
to
상황에
really
같지
focus on
않습니다.
North Korea's
중국이나 북한이
specific
인권
human
상황에
rights
같지
issues, right?
않습니다.
North Korea,
북한 인권
the
문제를
human rights
특별한
issues
인권
are nothing
문제로
like the
이제
situation
갈라서
in
다뤄야 된다고
other
생각을 하고
countries. So we have to
이제
take it
그러면
separately. We
이제
have
아까
to deal
전제에서
with it
말씀드린 이제
as a
북한의
separate
어떤 그
issue.
정보 유입 방식이 있겠냐
And
아까
also
오준
what kind
교수님께서
of
말씀을 하셨지만
measures can
대북
we
전단
use
보내는
to
게
sell
과연
information to
효과적이냐
North Korea, and also the
이 문제를
former UN
설정을 해서
ambassador
토의를 해야
talked
된다고
about whether it would
말씀하셨는데
be
저는 대북
efficient to
전단을
really
보내는 게
to
반드시 필요하다고
send
생각을
the
합니다. 물론
flyers in
대북 전단이
balloon
대한민국
and send
국민들의
it
안전이나
to
어떤
North
많은
Korea.
우려를
Of
안고
course,
있는 문제라고
that again
문제
would bring
인도 많은
about
사실이고
threats,
이에
and that
대한
will pose a
많은
threat to
연구와
South
이
Korea.
방법에
But
대한 관한
meaning
문제가
that we have to really
방법을
conduct
토의를 해야
many
되지만
research on
대북
additional
전단
ways
외에도
to send
북한에 지금
flyers. Other than
수만 명의
sending
해외
flyers,
파견자들이 있습니다.
there
이
are so
해외
many
파견자들을
North
끊임없이
Korean
포섭을 해서
workers
이 해외
overseas. We
파견자들이
have to
북한에
persuade
돌아가서
them. We
외부
have to
세계의
capture
실상을
them so
알리고
that when
또
they
외부 세계가
return to North
북한
Korea,
인권
they
변화를
can
위해 개선을 위해서
be
얼마나 많은 노력을
a
하고 있는가를
subject
북한
of
주민들한테 생생히 알려줄 때
communication and also
북한 주민들도 많은
delivering
공감을
information to
북한 주민들
North
속에서 많은
Korean
공감을 유발할
people
수
so
시킬 수 있다고
that
생각을 합니다.
the
시간상
common ground
저는
can be
여기까지
found
하겠습니다.
among the
감사합니다.
North Korean citizens. This is it from me. Thank you very much.
네, 리일규
Thank you very
첨사님
much,
감사합니다.
Councillor
사실
Lee.
우리 대한민국이
That's correct.
금년 상반기에
Okay,
6월이든가요?
first half of this year, maybe
수교를
June,
했는데
we established
과거에
the
제가
diplomatic ties with
외교관이었을
Cuba.
때는
And when I was
유엔에서
diplomat at
어떤
the UN,
상황에서도
even
반드시
at any
지지할 것
circumstances,
같은 나라를
the
하나만
one
꼽아봐라.
country
그러면 저는 서슴지
to
않고
support
쿠바를 꼽았습니다.
DPRK,
쿠바는 어떤
I
상황에서도
was sure that it
북한을
would be North
지지하지
Korea,
않는
it would be
국가이고
Cuba. They will
또 몇 년 전에 북한이
be
처음으로
supporting
SDG
DPRK at
이행
any
보고 발표를 했거든요.
rate,
코로나 때
and
그게 30분밖에 안 되는
DPRK
짧은
signed like the
발표였지만
SDG during the
거기에 대해서
COVID-19.
질문을 한 나라는 딱 하나
And the only one
쿠바였습니다.
country asked a
그리고
question for their
NGO
vision, that was
대표로
Cuba.
우리
And
NKDV의
NKDV,
송한나 연구원이 질문했는데
Sung-Hanna asked a
연구원이 질문은
question,
무시됐고
and her
쿠바의
question was
질문은
ignored.
아주
But the
프렌들리한
question from
퀘스천이었기
Cuba
때문에
was quite friendly
답변이
question,
됐죠.
so it was answered by the
Last but
DPRK.
not least, Mr. James Heenan, who is representative of the UN office in Seoul. Mr. Heenan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Ambassador. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to PUAC for organising this event. Thanks to Director Lee and to Park Sok-hil for the papers. The papers raised important trends that I think we know, but they also proposed concrete ways forward, which is often lacking in the current debates. So a few reflections from the point of view of the United Nations, but particularly our Human Rights Office here in Seoul. So it's based on our interviewing of North Korean escapees. We've interviewed many hundreds of them, but also from the perspective of international law, because international relations through the UN are or should be governed by international law, and certainly DPRK as a member state doesn't reject international law. We're talking about freedom of opinion education and also access to information. It's pretty clear not only do people have the right to access information and to express their opinion, but they have a right to do that regardless of frontiers. That's actually written into the covenant in Article 19. And they can receive it either orally or in print or any other way. So it's a very, very broad right. But this right, as we've heard, is severely restricted, severely curtailed, and systematically curtailed in the DPRK. The government says that all rights are protected. To be fair, most governments say this when they come to international meetings. Almost every government in the world says, yes, we are complying with our obligations. And DPRK said this again this week at the UPR, Universal Periodic Review, on the 7th of November. But our monitoring shows different. Our monitoring shows that, particularly in the last 4 years, and particularly since the adoption of laws that have already been mentioned, the restrictions on not just expressing yourself but accessing information have been even more seriously constrained. Our monitoring also shows that people are actually being detained for exercising their expression. It's not just a matter of the laws, but in practice people are being sentenced to custodial sentences. Under international law, if you are jailed, if you are detained, or if you are jailed for using your right of freedom of expression, that is itself arbitrary detention, which is a very serious human rights violation. Even more worryingly, and some speakers have mentioned it, the death penalty can be applied for certain levels, high levels of distribution of certain media. We have some anecdotal indications that this is also being carried out, which is problematic for two ways. One is that the death penalty, the application of the death penalty has, we think, been slowly reducing in DPRK over the last 16 or 17 years. But secondly, while the death penalty is still legal under international law, it's only legal for the most serious crimes, which is defined as the intentional taking of life, which means murder. You can't use the death penalty legally for things like accessing information or even drug trafficking. The United Nations is against the use of the death penalty in every case. The citizens of DPRK appear to be even deprived of the knowledge of the laws that govern them, and we've heard about this in the papers that were presented. And not just the laws that govern them, but the international covenants that I'm talking about that DPRK has ratified. In its report to this year's UPR, DPRK said it has established an intranet homepage which is accessible to all people, where all laws are fully accessible and compilations on human rights are accessible. We haven't really met many people from DPRK who have any idea of the laws that govern them, no idea of the content of the laws, let alone the content of the international treaties. Interestingly, on Tuesday in the UPR, the permanent representative in Geneva said that there's a new law on the treatment of detainees, which includes the United Nations standard minimum rules on the treatment of detainees, the so-called Nelson Mandela rules. I mean, this sounds like a model law that should actually be publicized to the people. In many countries, we promote basic steps like putting a poster of detainees' rights on the walls of police stations and places of detention so that people at least have an idea what their rights are. It's clear that governments are under an obligation to put not just the laws in the public domain, but also to increase knowledge of human rights. And I think the papers also talk about the fact that the very concept of human rights is foreign in DPRK, and we certainly see that in the interviews that we undertake with escapees. Often part of our interaction with escapees is explaining what human rights is and also what the United Nations is. Exposure to foreign human rights, to human rights concepts can result in concrete steps forward. Our interviews have revealed small but consistent reports of changes in behaviour by DPRK officials, and Mr. E mentioned to some small changes, although not profound changes. We have heard of reports where guards have informed detainees that beating was no longer allowed because of international attention or international action on human rights. We also know that there is a formal system for reporting abuse of power, which not many, but apparently some people have used. These are very small and rare instances, but they do show, I think, the general nature, the general tenor, the general message of the papers here, that any information can engender change. The final thing I'll say is about these small steps going forward. It's worth recalling that the Commission of Inquiry on Human Rights in the DPRK from 10 years ago included a broad number of recommendations, but it included these so-called small step proposals that said that dialogue could be furthered through things like sport events, academic interactions, scholarships, student exchanges. There's a full list in the Commission of Inquiry report. I think we look at that now and think it's just it looks unrealistic at the moment, but I think it's also true to say, we know this from other contexts, that those small steps are the ones that are going to bring fruit, or at least lay the groundwork for progress eventually. The final point is just to reiterate what was said. People from DPRK have to be front and centre of these processes. It's not enough for foreigners like me and others to talk about North Korean human rights. It's for the North Korean people to be front and centre. And that's a challenge. But I think that's improving a lot at the moment, particularly here in the Republic of Korea. In light of the time, I'll finish there, Ambassador. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Heenan. I just would like to say that the existence of the Office of UN High Commissioner for Human Rights in Seoul for the last 5 or 6 years is very much appreciated by our people, and your activities are very significant. 이제 질의응답이 가능한 시간이 제가 생각할 때 한 15분에서 20분 남은 것 같습니다. 그래서 제가 질문을 하지는 않겠고요. 이 플로어에서 청중석에서 질문을 하실 수 있도록 이렇게 진행하겠습니다. 그런데 저에게 벌써 질문지를 미리 주신 민주평통 강남구 협의회 윤기관 위원님이 계신데, 여기 계시면 윤기관 위원님이 직접 질문해 주시는데, 근데 저한테는 질문을 한 5개 하셨는데 이렇게 하실 시간은 없으시니까 하나만 질문해 주시기 바랍니다. 이 5개 질문.
본직은 충남대학교 명예교수회의 명예교수고요.
I'm an honorary professor at the Chungnam University, and also I'm a member of the Gangnam and council of PUAC. I have a question to Dae-il,
지난 며칠 전에
former counselor
쿠바의
at
세
the North
번째
Korean
한 달간
embassy in
방문으로
Cuba.
비행기표 다 예약을
I bought a
했다가
flight ticket to
쿠바
Cuba
사정이
to
안
pay a
좋아서
visit, but the situation in
취소해서
Cuba
오늘 이
was
자리에
not
올 수
that
있게
good, so I think
되었습니다.
I have cancelled my flight ticket so I
잘
could make my way
아시겠지만은
here. As you
우리
know,
쿠바의 젊은이들이
The young
K-팝에
people
지금
in
아주
Cuba,
열광적이어서 그
they are
관계로 갈
mesmerized by
예정이었습니다.
K-pop. So
그런데
that was one of the business purpose for
쿠바에만
myself.
그치는 게 아니고
I think that is not
북한에 있는
only limited to
젊은이들에게
Cuba,
지금
also
영향이 크다는 것을
the
다시
North Korean
확인하고자
young
가고자 하는 길이었습니다.
people,
그래서
probably they are
다음과 같이 몇
also
가지
mesmerized
질문을
with the K-pop,
드리면
and I was going
혹시
to pay a
이엘교
visit to
선생님,
Cuba for
쿠바의
that. So
젊은
my
한국
question
팬들이
is this.
한국 문화 팬들이
So
북한
there are many fans of the K-pop
젊은이들에게
in
어떤 그 변화에
Cuba, and
줄 수
maybe
있는
they
어떤 그런 길이
could
없을까요?
probably play their
두
role
번째는
as
우리가 지난
a
2월
channel
14일
to
날
deliver
발령된
information
날
to
수교를
North Korea,
했는데
and
이제
also
곧 내년
on
1월
14th we have established diplomatic
14일
ties.
내년 2월 14일이면
And
수교
by
1주년이
14th
되는데
of February, we are going to
우리나라
mark the 1
대통령이
year
쿠바를
after the diplomatic
방문하는
ties between the two
어떻게
countries.
했습니까?
And what do you think
만일
of a
그것이
presidential
어렵다면
visit to
그
Cuba?
어려운
If
이유는
it is
무엇이고 만일
difficult,
가능하다면
why is it so?
언제가
And if the
좋겠는가
presidential visit
이것을
to
좀
Cuba is
아시는 대로
impossible, then by
말씀해
when
주셨으면
do you think
감사하겠습니다.
it is feasible?
그 두 가지 질문만
So
받고요.
yes, we'll
제가
take
세
those two
분에게
questions,
질문을
and
받고
I will
모아서
take
이제
questions
패널들이
from
답변해
three
주시도록
people,
하겠습니다.
and
두
then
번째 질문, 네.
ask the panelists to answer.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. My name is Guillermo Kirkpatrick. I am the Ambassador of Spain here in Korea. I would like to first thank Executive Vice President Kim Kwan-yong and Secretary General Yongho for organizing this event and for inviting us here. We believe that access to information is essential for changing regimes such as the DPRK. Spain was a dictatorship in the middle of the 20th century, and the role of access to outside information, both through tourism, which came to Spain, and Spanish workers going abroad and telling what happened in the rest of the world, was essential for access to democracy. I would like to ask, before in the morning it was said that the elites in the DPRK are essential, they will have an essential role at the moment of unification. Am I safe to guess that there is a different level of access to outside information between the elites, who probably get a lot of access to foreign information, than the rest of the population, and how this can be important? Is there a targeted intention to send targeted information to the elites? And then also the role of women, especially in disseminating the information. I believe that, correct me if I'm mistaken, 70% of SKPs or defectors living in South Korea are women, and also they have an essential role in the real economy in North Korea through the markets. So do you think that they also can play an important role in the dissemination of information within North Korea? Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. 저쪽에 여성분 질문해 주실래요? 여성분도 두 분이네. 두 분 중에 그냥 한 분이 양보하시고 먼저 하시고. 예.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는
You can raise your
국민소통분과위원회 상임위원입니다.
I'm a member of the standing committee
지금
for the
북한은
communication among the general
내세우고
public.
또
So
통일을
the North
삭제하고
Korea
있지만
pursued the
사실
two-state
우리는
theory and
계속적으로
renunciating
통일을
unification, but
지향하고 그
we
통일의
pursue
대의를
unification,
이루기 위해서
and in order
더
to
좀
realize that
피력하는
goal,
상황인데
we are making almost efforts, right?
아까 오전 세션에서
And in the morning
어느
session,
발제자분이신가
one of the
조용히 대외
speakers,
전술은 통일을 조용히 추진해야 된다, 이런 거에 저는 전적으로 동의하고
Yes, I agree
지금
with the remarks
북한
by one of
주민에
the
대한
speakers. We have to
정보
pursue
접근권
unification,
확대도
and for the
접근권
expansion
확대도
of the access to information
정말
as
조용히
well. We
지속적으로
have to
장기적으로 추진해야
persistently,
된다라고
we have
저는
to take a long-term
생각합니다.
approach to achieve that goal.
그야말로 사실 북한이 그 정보를 차단하기 위해서 강력한 그런 법을 제정하고 있지만 그 정보 유입되는 것을 결코 완벽하게 차단할 수 없다라고 생각을 하고, 사실 그렇게 차단되고 있지도 않다고 생각을 하는데 그 자연스럽게 북한의 정보가 유입되는 것을 우리는 추진해야 된다고 생각하는데 여러 가지 방법이 있죠. 아까 발제하신 분이나 토론하신 분이나 북한 이탈 주민도 상당 거의 4만에 가까운 수가 지금 살고 있고 해외 노동자들도 있고 또 소프트웨어를 이용한 그런 방법도 있는데 그 이탈 주민, 저는 지금 멘토를 하고 있는데 그분들이 사실 북한 부모 형제들하고 소통하고 있고 또 돈을 송금하고 있고 이런 현실이잖아요. 그래서 정말 자연스럽게 변화될 수 있는 거를 하는 것이 북한 그 정보 접근권 확대에 굉장히 중요한 역할을 한다. 그래서 북한 이탈 주민들이 남한으로 온 이탈 주민들이 정말 저는 단 한 명도 다시 돌아가고 싶다던가 해외로 가고 싶다라는 사람이 나오지 않는 그런 정책을 우리가 추진하는 것이 북한 정보 접근권을 확대하는 정말 저는 지름길이라고 생각을 하고요. 그와 하나 이제 질문하고 싶은 것은 지금 접경 지역에서 사실 대북 전단 삐라를 뿌려서 상당한 갈등을 유발하고 있는데 아까 쿠바 전 대사님께서는 그것도 필요하다고 말씀을 하셨던 것 같은데 이렇게 자연적이고 지도새도 모르게 사실 북한 주민들이 남한의 정보를 취득을 해서 변화할 수 있는 것이 가장 저는 중요하다고 생각하고 그것이 유효하다고 생각을 하는데 지금 대북 전단 삐라는 그야말로 많은 갈등을 유발하고 접경 지역의 주민들은 소화를 걸고 반대를 하고 있고 이런 상황에서 그 대북 전단 삐라를 뿌리는 그 효과가 정말 유발되는 많은 갈등을 상쇄할 만큼 효과가 있는 것인지 질문해 드리고 싶습니다.
Sending flyers is bigger than the damage done to Korea. So I would like to distribute the questions to you. So the question of Yoon goes to Lee Il-gyu, the counselor of North Korea to Cuba, and the question about sending flyer, the effectiveness about the sending flyers.
통일연구원의 실장님께 답변을 부탁드리겠습니다.
And
Spanish ambassador's question, in my opinion, is twofold. One of them is, are there different levels of access to information in North Korea? I think Park Seok-il would be the right person to answer that. And the role of women in North Korea, not only in terms of access to information, but I think human rights situation of women and girls in North Korea. I would like to ask both Councillor Koch and Mr. Hinan to answer this last question. We start with 이일규 참사관님.
네, 우선 제가 한 5가지 질문이 준비되어 있었던 것 같은데 제가 짧게 이 5가지 질문을 한 축에서 말씀드리겠습니다. 우선 첫째는 북한이 쿠바의 젊은 팬들을 이제 움직여가지고 북한 젊은이들을 이제 변화시킬 수 있겠는지라는 질문을 하셨는데 이건 거의 불가능하다고 봅니다. 왜냐하면 북한이랑 쿠바가 이제 생각했던 것만큼 그렇게 교류가 활발하지가 않습니다. 그게 첫째 이유거든요. 쿠바 사람들이 북한에 들어가는 사람이
The Cuban people are not really getting into DPRK, and in Cuba we don't see not that many DPRK people, so there's little contact. And DPRK is not really controlled by any other country. There are like 4 countries who can influence on DPRK geopolitically or politically speaking: China, Russia, Japan. And the US, I would say, other than the 4 countries, no country can have influence, strategic influence on DPRK. And the president of ROK celebrating the first anniversary, January 14th, is it okay for him to visit Cuba? Well, I'm not really representing the diplomacy or policy-making people or community of ROK. I'm not in a position to talk about this, but if you ask my personal opinion, that I think that it's not good for him to visit Cuba because the ties with Cuba, I mean, ROK could not have the diplomatic ties because of the US, because US was pressuring Cuba, but if ROK as an ally of the US could not really get friends with Cuba, and we signed or have these diplomatic ties, and during the Obama administration, the US and Cuba restored the relationship, but with the Trump administration, I mean, things went back to normal, and like there were so many sanctions imposed, and now Trump is coming back, and I saw the news, and Marco Rubio from Florida, the Senate member, will be in the Secretary of State, but he's really strong against Cuba. So with this, ROK, I mean, given what it can achieve, I mean, going or visiting Cuba, or is it better to focus on the ROK-US alliance? I mean, you need to think about it twice, and that's it. Thank you so much.
네, 이규창 실장님 지금 질문이
So, Lee Kyu-chang, director of the KINU, sending off the flyers, is it effective or not? Thank you for the question. Before I answer the question about the women, I mean, the Spanish ambassador asked whether women can play an important role. Well, according to our study in 2022, we had some survey, young women, young generation, and the 40s and 50s, they had different ideas. They go to the Jangmadang for the market activities, and same with the South Korea. But if you have more economic power, then you will become more powerful and influential. And with the income generated, they are having bigger voices. But younger generation, they are being influenced by the Korean wave, and they have like a renewed perception about the gender. So if you send more information, then their status can be improved and their perception can be changed. And about sending the flyers, well, I agree to you. I'm running out of time, but I couldn't really mention in my presentation. But the evacuees from DPRK, helping them. We also have a North Korea Defector Day, and it should not be just end up with events. You can see more in my paper, and during the day, both ROK and DPRK people gather together to celebrate them as one of our people, and we have to have this like event to embrace them as a member of our society. And you also asked about the flyers, and people at the border, they feel threatened and they don't like it. But I think there are two things. The flyers can be one way of expressing their freedom to express. And when you send the flyers, we can send information to the PRK people. But the flyers or the propaganda, is it effective in making changes? Well, there's no solid data or solid facts to support that. So flyer is one way, radio, USB, and there are many other options, but we need to do some survey, I guess, whether the flyers are effective or not. It is helping, and how many people decided to come to or defect. So we first need to do some survey and hard facts. Thank you so much.
The questions for remaining three panelists, for Mr. Park, the different levels of access to information in North Korea and what are their implications for human rights in North Korea, and role of situation of human rights for women and girls for Councillor Koch and Mr. Heenan. But all three of you, because we are not going to have time for another round of questions. This will be the last chance. So all of you might as well express, your views, if you have, on the issue just mentioned, the effects of propaganda balloons as well. Mr. Park.
Yeah. So the ambassador's question. I think that Mr. Ryul-gyu should answer this question as a very recent former member of the North Korean elite. But I would say that, of course, there is different access to information for the elites and non-elites. In general, as you would probably expect, people in Pyongyang often do have privileged access to information. We mentioned the effect of overseas workers. A lot of North Koreans who have the opportunity to go to the outside world, whether it be for work or business, are from Pyongyang, and so will be going back into Pyongyang. And so Pyongyang is definitely a key hotspot for information coming in from the outside world. I would also note that people, of the elite in North Korea have different interests and also different incentives, and so they should be targeted with information in a different way. But I also think that we should go beyond a kind of simplistic divide between elites and non-elites in North Korea. It's not just elites and non-elites or Pyongyang and the provinces. Yangang province is different to Chagang province, even though they both have a border with North Korea. The culture is different, the level of access to information is different, the way they should be targeted is different. Even within a province, there's a difference between somewhere like Haesan in Yangang province and the rural areas in Yangang province. Just like we target differently for political campaigns in South Korea based on province, based on age, demographic, and so on, we should be having a finer kind of targeting of audiences in North Korea. Just briefly on the, I'm not going to take the leaflet question, but I'll briefly touch on the kind of female representation question, because I think that that's important. The questioner mentioned that 70% of North Korean defectors are female, and of course 50% or slightly more than 50% of the North Korean population is female. And in general, more than 50% of the world's population is female, although you might not think that looking at the makeup of all of these panels. So I do think that we need to increase female, not just female representation, but North Korean representation and female North Korean representation in these kind of discussions as well.
Thank you. Councillor Katz.
Thank you very much. I will agree with what Mr. Park just said. I think that we have to look at the peace and security and the human rights situation in North Korea through a WPS lens, through a women, peace and security lens. Because the North Korean women and girls suffer multiple human rights violations, multiple and extremely severe human rights violations. And when we, in a few projects we've done with NGOs and with SKPs, we see that the North Korean women often don't know about their fundamental human rights. They don't know about the concept of gender equality. We have done also a project with North Korean male SKPs who also don't know about gender equality, sexual-based violence. So there's definitely a need to acknowledge those severe human rights violations, and then as we engage in projects about access to information, ensure that people in North Korea are aware of their fundamental human rights and of all of those concepts. And then looking in South Korea, indeed, with 70% of North Korean SKPs being women, they do play a very important role. And so we want to ensure that as we develop policies and strategies and innovative approaches on all issues which are related to peace and security and human rights on the Korean Peninsula, that we do provide a safe space for meaningful conversations, for a meaningful role for North Korean SKP women who know what happens on the territory and who are in contact with their families and who should be at the very first line in advising and developing the way forward on how we improve the human rights of North Korean people. So in brief, the answer is yes, absolutely. They are the ones at the center of this human rights situation, and they should be in the center of the forward-looking policies. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Heenan.
Yeah, I guess on the position of women in a few minutes. I mean, there's divides into two sides. One is situations that every country is grappling with in terms of the rights of women. Violence against women is an issue in DPRK. It's an issue in almost every country, in every country in the world. The lack of female representation in things like parliament and the military, it's a problem in North Korea, it's a problem in many other countries. In DPRK, I think I understand the highest level of a female military figure is brigadier level. But then there are things peculiar to DPRK, and the one I'd mention is the burden on women of having to be both the person who looks after the home, but also the person who has to make money, because often the husband is going to a state-assigned job that doesn't pay anything and doesn't give rations. And that is a double burden on women, but it is also becomes extremely difficult when the source of money, be it jangmadang or whatever, is reduced or disappears. The woman still has to find the money and still has to look after the kids. So the expectations of women in some situations is actually double what it is on men. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Why don't we give a warm hand to all of them for their excellent participation.
네, 세션 2가 모두
Thank you very much. That concludes session 2.
참석해주신
Thank you
패널분들
everyone
그리고 진행을
for
맡아주신
great
오준
remarks and great
교수님께 다시
insights,
한번
and
감사의
Professor
말씀드립니다.
Oh-jun, thank
박수
you very much for
부탁드립니다.
your contribution. Thank you so much.
저희가 이 토론의 열기를 잠시 식히기 위해서 쉬어가는 시간을 갖도록 하겠습니다. 메인 행사장 밖에 따뜻한 커피와 사과가 준비되어 있으니까요. 참고해 주시면 감사하겠고요. 휴식 시간 10분 갖고 3세션은 오후 2시 57분부터 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 고맙습니다.
Thank you so much.
잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 오후 2시 57분부터 2024 글로벌 통일대화 3세션이 시작될 예정입니다. 회의장 밖에 계신 참석자분들께서는 지금 바로 입장하셔서 자리에 착석해 주시기 바랍니다. 다시 한번 안내 말씀드립니다. 잠시 후 2024 글로벌 통일대화 3세션이 시작될 예정이오니 회의장 밖에 계신 참석자분들께서는 지금 바로 입장하셔서 자리에 착석해 주시기 바랍니다. 동식 통역 관련 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 본회의는 한국어와 영어 동식 통역이 제공됩니다. 한국어는 1번, 영어는 2번 채널입니다. 참고해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. We provide simultaneous English interpretation. You can use the interpreter on the table. Channel 1 for Korean and Channel 2 for English. 다시 한번 안내 말씀드립니다. 잠시 후 2024 글로벌 통일대화 3세션이 시작될 예정입니다. 회의장 밖에 계신 참석자분들께서는 지금 바로 입장하셔서 자리에 착석해 주시기 바랍니다. 그리고 앞쪽에 빈 좌석들이 많이 있습니다. 뒤쪽에 계신 분들, 늦게 오신 분들은 앞쪽 좌석도 채워서 앉아주시면 감사하겠습니다. 네, 그럼 제3세션을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 이번 세션은 8.15 통일 독트린과 국제 협력을 주제로 진행됩니다. 좌장은 홍용표 한양대학교 정치외교학과 교수님께서 맡아주시고 메이슨리치 한국외국어대학교 국제지역대학 교수님과 박원곤 이화여자대학교 북한학과 교수님께서 발제를 해주신 후에 박병광 국가안보전략연구원 수석연구위원님, 브라이언 마이어스 동서대학교 국제협력대학 교수님, 부진호 한국국방연구원 국제전략연구실장님 이렇게 세 분이 패널로 참여하셔서 토론을 이어나가겠습니다. 마이크를 홍용표 교수님께 넘기도록 하겠습니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 방금 소개받은
Good afternoon. I am
홍용표
Pyo, professor of Hanyang University. Thank you for organizing this event and thank you for inviting us. And we were having great discussion and insightful presentations, and I hope we will have another fruitful session.
이전에 초대해 주신 김관영 수석 부회장,
Executive Vice-Chairperson Kim Kwan-yong, and also Yongho, Secretary General, who is staying here with us of PUAC. Thank you so much. And the theme for session 3 is the unification doctrine and international cooperation.
여러분이 다 아시겠지만
As you know
지금
all
통일
well,
환경이 그렇게
the
좋은
landscape
상황은
around
아닙니다.
unification is not favorable. DPRK is
지금 미국, 일본에서 새 정부가 들어서고
it is now claiming for two-state theory, and we have a new administration in the U.S. Things look tough, but we cannot give up, and we should not give up. In this regard, we have to explore ideas how we can win the support and welcome from other countries to have unified Korea. We need to have the collective wisdom and intelligence, and that is why we are really looking forward to the session 3. And the presenters and discussants were already introduced, and due to time constraints, I will not go over the details. So as the program says, we will first hear from Mason Rich and then Park Byung-kwang, the Senior Research Fellow, and like a 15 minutes each, please. Not more than 15 minutes. And then we will have discussion. Dr. Do Jin-ho and Park Byung-kwang and also Professor Brian Myers, they will have discussion. So 7 to 8 minutes per each, and then we will have a Q&A. If we can save some time, we can get questions from the floor, because we have many experts, and get their comments or questions, and then we will wrap up the session. So I'd like to invite Professor Mason Rich, 15-minute presentation, please.
So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. I want to thank the Peaceful Unification Advisory Council and the organizers for this event and for inviting me. I will try to keep to my time. So I was asked in specific to talk about international cooperation for the 815 Unification Doctrine. But in order to do that, I think we first need to do a brief review of how we got here and where we are now. So, starting with the historical context, the post-Korean War environment obviously made the Republic of Korea very keenly aware, along with its alliance partner, the United States, of the necessity for a very strict anti-communist stance. And this ultimately led to a full rejection of the DPRK system legitimacy. That went along with an intense Cold War competition between the Republic of Korea and the DPRK, which was accompanied by North Korea's continued hostility and hybrid war. Consequently, inter-Korean diplomacy was obviously rare. And to the extent that unification was on the table in any way at all, it was conceptualized within the Republic of Korea as absorption of the DPRK. And here to come to the international dimension of this, there was really no international role to speak of, except obviously for the deterrence of North Korea provided by the US military as a sort of permissive condition for South Korea to flourish. When we look at the unification period during the transition to post-Cold War environment, obviously the big shift happens with the end of the Cold War, and Dae-il, whose Nordpolitik leads to normalization with communist states. So that ratchets down, obviously, the anti-communist dimension to some degree, not fully, of course, in South Korea. And this goes along with the 1991 Basic Agreement, which leads to ROC DPRK system recognition. There's the 1991 Joint Declaration on Denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. And here we arrive at the unification formula, which I'm sure we've heard about today. I'm sorry if it has been mentioned before or hasn't been mentioned before. I was teaching class, so I wasn't able to be here earlier for most of the day. But the Republic of Korea promulgates what's known as the three-stage national community unification formula, which I'll refer to for the rest of the time as the unification formula, which consists of three parts. There's the reconciliation and cooperation stage, Korean Union or Confederation, and then the complete national unification, the modalities for which were to be determined. And I'll come back to that point a little bit later. Again, to go back to the issue of international role, the national focus largely excludes much role for the international community. And just as a sort of by way of clarifying this, stage, not even stage one has ever been reachable, right? So the DPRK's hostility and hybrid war, as well as over time, the development of its nuclear and missile programs have made even stage one very difficult to envision, much less begin to put into practice. I'll say, the unification formula, leaves the end state unclear, right? That's a shift from the Cold War period. So I think that's one interesting point. And the second thing, and I'll come back to that interesting point. And then the second thing is there's the question of whether or not the unification formula remains official policy. As it so happens, I was meeting with the Ministry of Unification senior official just yesterday, and I actually asked this question, and the response was yes and no. And to me, the answer is that ultimately that the ministry will, I think, admit that there's a lack of national consensus and sustainability issues on the 815 doctrine. And I would also argue that to some degree it's a little bit incoherent to argue that currently the new 815 doctrine is official national policy, supplanting the three-stage unification model, and that's for a number of reasons. One of which is that a part of the doctrine itself is education in South Korea, notably for the younger generation. So it seems like for this to become national policy, you would have to first, get consensus behind it that first comes out of the education phase. So I think that, maybe at some point in the future, we could say that the 815 doctrine is national policy, but I think we'll only be able to sort of do so retroactively once the education part of that in South Korea takes hold. Continuing, obviously we move into the sunshine period, and I won't belabor that. Obviously, I think everyone here knows more or less what's going on, or what has gone on historically with the sunshine policy. The Inter-Korean Summit, the Kaesong Industrial Complex. We know that Nomuhyun obviously continues the version of a sunshine policy and drives forward on the Kaesong Industrial Complex. Is roughly during this time that North Korea drives forward on its nuclear weapon and missile programs in a very concerted fashion. And again, unification, to talk about the sort of international perspective on this, is largely, again, still viewed as a national project with little international role, even more so considering that Nomuhyun was US skeptical. Then, of course, we move into the phase of Lee Myung-bak and Park Geun-hye, where we see Lee Myung-bak obviously move away from sunshine policy. Kim Jong-un takes over. Park Geun-hye, has her presidency begin with what she referred to as Trustpolitik, a sort of callback to Roh Tae-woo's Nordpolitik. But that was really initial. The idea is that small-scale trust building and cooperation, as well as the sort of rhetorical appeal to unification as a bonanza, never really panned out, and the relations deteriorated. Here I'll point out that we see obviously the DPRK continue to advance its nuclear and missile programs, including continued nuclear testing. And again, there's really not much role internationally for unification, except again for the US role in deterrence. Finally, we move into, again, going through the historical context, Moon Jae-in's Sunshine Policy 2.0, or what I call moonshine, because I think he was drinking lots of moonshine. If the interpreters don't know what that is, it's just really strong alcohol. This is a return to engagement, of course. We have the three inter-Korean summits, and here I'll say, at least from an international perspective, there is a larger role to be played, namely the US's role as Moon facilitates these DPRK summits, with, I think, in his head, the calculus that the initial steps of the unification formula, steps of the unification formula, notably reconciliation, will follow in the wake of US DPRK rapprochement. Ultimately, the failure of denuclearization diplomacy also dooms Sunshine 2.0, and we know that Kim cuts off contact with Moon and accelerates even more his nuclear and weapons program. So now we move to the unification doctrine itself, this 815 doctrine. So we see President Yoon return to a hardline denuclearization and deterrence policy. We note that universal values, of course, continue to become increasingly important in his rhetoric, including his 815 speech, and that these are the stated motivations for his view on the DPRK. There's the audacious initiative which sort of precedes that. Kim shows no interest and, in fact, refers to South Korea as a hostile state. Again, the DPRK is continuing to advance its nuclear and missile program. And I'll just stop and say, the question is then, well, why now? I think that's one question. Why do we have this 815 doctrine emerge now? And I think the ministry's point and the administration's point is essentially three. The first of which is that North Korea is different, and if you want to put it this way, worse than it has been before. Secondly, South Korea is different, right? It has become wealthier. Its people, especially younger people, have become more detached from unification. And third, of course, the world is also different, right? So it's a more multipolar world. The US-China rivalry is huge and affecting the region enormously. And so, the old unification formula simply doesn't hold water in the current domestic environment in South Korea, North Korea, or globally speaking. So the doctrine itself, consists of three parts: the vision for a unified Republic of Korea, happiness and freedom and safety of people guaranteed, strength and prosperity, and contributing to global peace and prosperity. There's three implementation strategies, so fostering values and freedom in the Republic of Korea, changing minds in the DPRK to convince DPRK people to want peaceful unification, and third, building international solidarity for Korean unification. I'll come back to that in just a moment. I'll simply say, as a small comment here, one thing is that the phraseology, the vocabulary of the unified Republic of Korea, which I have in italics up there, ultimately means regime change by definition, right? Because the DPRK, even though there's an R in there, is not a republic, right? And so, for the unification to take place in the model that is set out in the 815 unification doctrine, North Korea simply has to be a different place. And of course, not only does it have to be a different place, but functionally speaking, that also means that the Kim family, Kim himself, and anyone else associated with him cannot be in power, and the system cannot be the one that is currently in place. That's just by definition. And what that sort of sends you to in terms of going back to this end state issue is a move away from the three-stage unification formula, where the end state was unclear, and back to conceivably something that looked more like what we saw in the Cold War, which is to say, it's open to interpretation of this being essentially unification by absorption. Second thing I'll say, the idea of changing minds in the DPRK, as you see here, is supposed to be in part put into action through one of these 7 action plans for implementation, and that's number 4 on my list, which is expanding DPRK population right to information access, which was also the theme of the last panel. And here I'll just say a few last things, and then I'll go ahead and wrap up because I've only got about 3 minutes left. But I think information access exists on a spectrum in terms of allowing information to penetrate into North Korea. On one part of the spectrum, you have some relatively low-risk options, and on the high end of the spectrum, you have some very risky options. So on the low end, you might have, for instance, increased cooperation with North Korea to fund people from North Korea to leave to go overseas to Beijing or Moscow or Hanoi or wherever else, Singapore, and study business or accounting or forestry or whatever, and then go back to North Korea, and that could be a vector for information to get in. On the high end, the risky area, you could have something involving a much more concerted radio campaign or USB campaign, or some type of technological marvel involving Starlink style satellite download possibilities direct to handsets in North Korea. The the level of what we mean by expanding DPRK population right to information access exists on this spectrum. And really, this is my sort of overall point about the international perspective on this. There is an enormous amount about the unification doctrine of 815, I think that the international community can get behind. First of all, it moves away from ethno-nationalist unification, and the vision is much more positive in terms of universal values. Second, the international community supports human rights in particular, and this is front and center in the 815 doctrine. I think that the rhetorical and diplomatic support of the international community is therefore obtainable within limits. That being said, those limits are there, one of which is that liberal states are faced currently with multiple challenges to the rule-based order. The DPRK is only one challenge among many, and it's less salient than it was 5 years ago. And then lastly, I think some and many states are likely to be curious or skeptical and largely even concerned about information freedom and penetration as a part of the 815 doctrine, because it's open to interpretation as a tool for risky regime change. And states ultimately are going to calculate what is in their best interest, and they, frankly speaking, may end up saying that the status quo is less risky than a regime change effort. So I think that the ROC should understand that aggressive interpretation of the 815 doctrine seems to show that the closer that the ROC approaches unification on its terms, the more destabilized the DPRK is likely to be. And then this might act as a sort of inherent brake on the extent to which international support for the 815 doctrine could actually become a reality. I think rhetorically it's going to be there, but there are some risks about what happens if you actually try to implement this in an aggressive and therefore more likely to work fashion, that you may end up having a number of states who are your partners and allies who might get cold feet about what the actual consequences of this action would be. So with that, I think I'll stop. I think I kept to my 15 minutes, and I thank you all for listening and look forward to your questions and comments.
Thank you, Professor Mason Ritchie. Especially thank you for your keeping time. 다음 순서는 우리 박원권 교수님께 역시 15분 동안 발표 부탁드리겠습니다.
귀한 자리에 초청해 주셔서
Thank you so much for inviting me to this meaningful dialogue.
이 중요한 시간을
I have only 15 minutes and to really effectively use the time given. I cannot turn the page to the next, and now it works.
북한 얘기를 먼저 좀 해야 될 것 같습니다. 이 8.15 통일 독트린의 사실 집필진 중에 한 명으로 참여를 해서 작업을 했습니다. 그런데 지금 석 달이 지난 이 시점에도 이 8.15 통일 독트린에 대한 이해가 여전히 많이 부족하다라고 생각합니다. 관련된 회의를 많이 갖고 또 일종의 설명회 같은 것도 했는데 우리 민주평통위원님들을 포함해서 적지 않은 분들이 여기에 대해서 정확한 이해가
the members of the PUAC, I think still there's a room for improvement when it comes to understanding of this doctrine. So half of the 15 minutes that I'm given, I would like to explain to you about the context behind why we came to have this doctrine. Of course, we have to have a target of unification. Of course, that target is North Korea. And the policy of North Korea toward the South is what I need to explain further. And the rest half of the 15 minutes, let me go back to the topic. I would like to talk to you about this doctrine and also international cooperation. So I do not really want to reiterate about this decision to part ways, decision to break up. So there was an announcement by our Kim to abandon unification, and which is a still controversial issue. North
두
Korea
국가론을 선포했는데
clearly
아주
announced
정확히 이것을 우리가 알아야 되는데
two-state
이것은
theory. We
단순히
have
두
to clearly
국가론이 아니라
understand about this. This does
교전국
not just
두
merely
국가론입니다.
about the two states.
흔히들
This
두
is about
국가론이라고
two
얘기하면은
existing states which is
이것은
engaged in a
상생과
war.
공존을 기반으로 하는 두 국가론을 생각할 수 있는데
Two states
그런 것이 아니라
based on
북한은
prosperity and
이 남한과
peace
북한의
are
관계가
not what he
철저한
talks about.
적대시되는 주적
He
개념의 교전국
emphasized
두 국가론이고요.
that the
그것을
states
한 발 더 나가서
are
2월
complete
8일 날
belligerent states
그들이 말하는
engaged in a state
건군절을
of
통해서
war.
김정은이
And
자신의
also
목표를 확실하게 얘기를 했습니다. 여기 제가
he
적어놓은
clearly
것처럼
stated
유사시
his goal.
그것들은 대한민국입니다.
So
북한이
as I
계속
stated
그것들이라고
here,
부르더라고요. 그것들의
he
영토를 점령 평정하는 것을
depicted and
국시 국가의
explained
최고의
Korea
목표로
as
삼는다.
it
다시 말씀드려서
and
북한이 목표로 하는 것은
defining South
일부
Korea popular
국내에서
regime
일부
as the
사람들이
foremost
얘기하는
hostile
것처럼
state and
그냥
our
두
changing
국가론이
enemy.
아니라
So it is not just
교전국
merely
적대시 두
purely about two
국가론이고
states.
그들의
Two
최종
states
목표는
engaged in the
무력을
war is what he
사용해서
talks
군사력을
about.
사용해서
So using
대한민국
armed
영토를
forces,
유사시
the North
점령하는
Korea
것이다라는 게
tries to
그들의
occupy
명백한
and
목표라는
subjugate
것이죠.
its
그래서
territory
일부에서
if
말하는 두
necessary.
국가론을 인정해야
So
된다라는 거에는 제가 결론에서 말씀드리겠습니다.
I am
절대로
going to
수용할 수 없습니다.
elaborate
현재
more about that. For
왜냐하면
now, we
북한이 말하는
cannot
두
really
국가론을
accept two-state
수용하는
theory
순간
by
북한이
North
말하는
Korea. As soon
교전국
as
두
we accept
국가론을
it,
수용하는
it
그런 형태가
means
되기
that
때문에
we are
그냥
accepting the two
국내에서
Koreas
예전부터
are
얘기했던
belligerent
이른바 진보
states
보수
engaged
상관없이
in a
말하던
state
두
of
국가론이랑은
war.
매우 다르다.
So
그
two-state
진보
theory here we
보수의
talk about is very
일부
different
학자들이
from
얘기했던 두
general
국가론이라는 것은 이런
two-state
겁니다.
theory. So when it comes to
남한과
just general
북한이
two-state
워낙
theory,
이데올로기적인 갈등을 하고
is
서로의
as
상대방의
two
실체를
Koreas
인정하지
do
않으니까
have very different
그리고
ideologies and
통일이라는
we do not
것이
recognize each
사실상
other
흡수
as
통일을
they
각각
stayed on the same
추구하니까
peninsula, and
그런
also
통일을 뒤로
different
밀어놓고
modes of
일단은
unification is pursued
각각의
by the
상대방의 실체를
two
인정하자.
Koreas. People say
그것을
that
통해서
let's just
공존의
recognize
기반을
ourselves
쌓고
and we have to
점차적으로
build a common
서로의 신뢰를
foundation, and based on
쌓아가면서
that we have to build a
평화를
trust to each
정착시킨
other,
후에
and we have
향후에
to
통일을
settle
하자.
down
그런
unification.
얘기거든요.
Then
저는 뭐
we
원칙
can
사원에서 크게
enhance
틀린
the
얘기는
effort
아니라고
for unification
생각합니다. 근데
properly.
다만
Of course, there's nothing
우리가
wrong about it.
말하는 방금 말씀드린 이 두
But
국가론과
two-state
북한이
theory that I
말하는 두
just
국가론이라는
mentioned,
것은
and also
완전히
two-state
다른
theory
개념입니다.
announced
북한이
by
거듭
North Korea
말씀드립니다. 북한이 말하는 두
are very
국가론은
different from one
유사시
another.
그들이
So North
한 번도
Korea,
저는 포기했다고 생각하지
according
않는
to their
이른바
two-state
영토
theory,
완정을
they can
이루는
occupy and
그것이 그들이
subjugate
말하는
South Korea's
교전국
territory
적대국 두
if
국가론이다. 이
necessary,
부분이 저는 매우
saying
중요한
that two
부분이라서
complete
다시
belligerent
한번
states are not
말씀을
North
드립니다.
and also
북한이 왜
South
이런
Korea
거를
is
좀
engaged in a
이시게
state of
발표했느냐?
war. So
그건 제가
why North
늘
Korea
주장하는 게
announced
자기
this?
방어적 패배 선언이다라고
So
생각합니다.
I
그
believe
의미는
that this
북한이 더
is
이상
like a self-defensive
한국과의 경쟁에서
declaration
자신들이
of
원하는 것을
defeat.
성취할 수 없다라는
They
것을
do
분명히 안다라는
know,
것이죠.
they clearly
특히
recognize that they
우리
cannot
공통
achieve
의원님들이나
what
많은
they
분들이
want
잘 알고
by
계시는
engaging war
2020년부터
with South
통과된
Korea.
3대
So there
악법이라고
are
부르는
three
안동사상
vicious acts:
문화배격법부터
anti-reactionary thought and
평양문화보호법은
culture law, and youth
북한
education guarantee
스스로
law, and also
북한
standard language
내부의
protection law.
괴뢰사조,
I think they
대한민국 문화를
speaks for
말합니다. 우리 K
itself
문화가
that K
펼쳐지고
culture
있고
over
그것이
South
계속
Korea
확산되는
is
것을 막지
widespreading
못한다라는 것이죠.
in North Korea, and North
북한은
Korea is
여러분
finding
그
very
법치
difficult to
국가가 아닙니다.
curb it. And
북한의
also,
체제는
North
법령이
Korea
있고 그
is
위에
not
헌법이 있고 그
the
위에
country of rule of
노동당
law,
규약이 있고
and
마지막에
there are
수령의
guidelines of the
교시가
Workers'
있습니다.
Party,
그렇기
and there
때문에
are
수령의 교시는
the
법적
guidelines or
구성력보다
doctrine
훨씬
by the
높습니다.
leader,
이런
meaning
북한
that
체제임에도
the doctrine
불구하고
of the
수령이
leader
끝없이 얘기를
is
했음에도
sitting
결국은 이
above
한국
the
문화를 막지
law,
못하기 때문에 그들은
and
법을
they find it
만들었다.
difficult
북한이
to
법을
curb
만든다라는
the
것은
spreading
이런
of the
의미가
South
있습니다.
Korean culture, so
북한
that they came
내부는
to
워낙
enact the law.
주민들과의 소통을 철저히
And
막는 것이 그들의 굉장히
North
중요한
Korea
핵심 통제 수단이기 때문에
sees
법을
the
만들어서
curbing the
이런 내용을 알리는
communication
것조차
among
필요합니다.
the North Korean
그러니까
residents
여기서 이
is the
법의 이
first
내용들이
and
나온 걸
foremost thing
보면
for
북한
them.
주민들 입장에서는 이 대한민국 드라마 나만 보는 게 아니라 다른 사람도 다 보고 있었네. 그러니까 오죽하면은 평양에서 당국에서 이런 걸 다 만들었네 하는 것을 다 같이 알게 된다는 것이죠. 학술적 개념으로 그런 것을 공동 지식이 전파된다라고 얘기를 합니다. 북한은 그걸 철저히 막아왔는데 그만큼 자신들이 철저히 막아온 것을 반할서라도 이것을 법을 만들 수밖에 없다는 것은 그만큼 북한에 어려움이 있다. 그러니까 이런 겁니다. 더 이상 막을 수 없으니까 그들의 피난이 대한민국 족속들을 우리의 동포도 아니다, 민족도 아니다. 이미 북한은 북한을 비밀성 민족이라고 선포한 지 오래됐습니다. 우리랑 완전히 다른 민족이라는 것이죠. 그렇기 때문에 이 대한민국 족속들은 언제든지 우리를 공격할 수 있는 그런 족속들이고 그래서 우리 민족도 아니니까 상종도 하지 말고 저들은 주적이다 라고 얘기를 선포를 했다. 해야겠다는 것이죠.
Korea, and we
그것이
should
북한이
announce
말하는
South
제가
Korea
헤어질
as
결심의 가장
a
핵심인
enemy
겁니다. 여기 하나
state.
덧붙여서 말씀드린
And one thing
북한은
I would like to add
2022년부터
is that
4월달
from the April
김정은, 김여정
2022,
남배가 공개적으로
the
공식적으로
김정은 and also Kim
전쟁
Yo-jong
초반에 한국을 향해 쏠 수 있음을 공포했습니다.
announced that they
그
can
전까지만
use
해도
nuclear
북한은 이 핵이라는
weapons
것은
to
미국의 핵에 대한
South Korea.
대응이다. 자위권
In the early
차원이라
stage
얘기를
of
했는데
war, and
그러면서
they
이렇게
said
얘기를
that they
했죠.
are having nuclear
민족한테 핵을
weapons
쓰지
as a
못한다. 핵을 쓸
means
수 없다.
for
그런데 2022년
defense
4월
for
달에
themselves. And
김정은, 김여정 남배가 아주
April
명백하게 한국을 향해
2022,
핵을 쏘겠다
they
얘기를
clearly
했으니까
stated that they can
아무리 북한
use
체제라도
nuclear weapons
논리적인
against
모순이 생기지
South
않습니까?
Korea.
그러니까 이번에 아예
Really does
대한민국을
not
다른
have
족속,
its
다른
legal
민족으로 놓고
ground, and
얘기를
it
해버리면
is
이제는 핵을 쏠
opposite
수
to
있다는
what
거죠.
they
끊임없이 그 얘기를
have
하고
made
있습니다.
in the past
대한민국을
as of
향해
a past.
자신들은
So they
언제든지
are
핵을
consistently saying that they can
사용하겠다라는 것을
readily
밝혔다고
use
생각합니다.
nuclear weapons against
여기에
South
가장
Korea
큰
if
문제가 있다고
necessary.
생각합니다.
And there's a big issue
북한은
behind all
우리가
this.
여기서 통일을 얘기하고 대한민국 사회에서 통일을 얘기하는 것보다
Rather than talking
아마
about
우리 태원
unification
사무처장은 너무 잘
in
아시겠지만
South Korea,
1000만
I'm
배
sure the
될까요?
Secretary
그
General of
통일이라는 거의
would
중요성이
narrate
아주 어렸을 때부터
very
체화되고
clearly,
내재화된
and
것이 통일입니다. 모든
the
생각이 다
unification is
통일로
something
맞춰져 있죠. 김일성 스스로가
everyone's lives is
이대 역사적
revolving around
사명을
in
얘기하면서
North
하나는
Korea,
사회주의 건설과
and
또
the
하나는
construction
조선반도
of socialistic
통일이었습니다. 그렇기
society
때문에
and also
김정은이 이
reunification
통일을
of the Korean
없앤다라고
Peninsula
말을
are
한
the two
것은
major things
저는
pursued
김정은의
by Kim
굉장한
Yo-jong and
패착이
also
될
Kim
수밖에 없다고
Jong-un.
생각합니다. 물론
And it
북한 주민이
could
이걸로 인해서
become a
당장
stumbling
어떤
block to
봉기를
themselves.
일으키거나 할
Of
가능성은
course,
없습니다.
it is
그럼에도
unlikely that there will be
사람의 믿음
rebellion
체계의
based on
가장
that.
중요한 한
But
부분
one of
다시
the very
말씀드려
important
북한이
pillars
지배
behind one's
이데올로기로 지난
trust is
70년간
that for the last
유지해왔던
70 years they have
통일이라는 이
relied
지배 이데올로기를
their
뺀
ideology
상태에서
on
이걸 대체할
unification.
수
But
없는
apart from
대체할 수
it,
있는 그 다른 어떤 것도 없는
eliminating that,
상태에서
they cannot
북한
find
주민들이
something to
갖고 있는
replace
혼란이라는
unification.
것은
And can you
분명히
imagine
존재한다라고
the
생각합니다.
confusion among the
북한의 10월
North
공세
Korean
지난달부터
residents,
시작된 거
and the North
다 관련이
Korea's
있어서
October
말씀을
offensive
드리겠습니다.
had begun
제가
from October
김정은의 가장
month.
패착이라고 말씀을 드린 게
Yeah,
연말
and
연초 통일 포기
to the
선언을 한
end,
이후에
in the early
제도적인
this
장치
year, they have
보여주기는
abandoned the
있었습니다만
unification. And
실질적으로 자신들이
he has
왜
done
통일을
something just to show
포기하고
off.
또 거기에
And
어떤
why
비전을
the
채워낼
Kim has
것인가에
to
대한
given up the
얘기는 전혀
unification,
없었습니다.
and he
그
did
흔히
not explain
노동신문에
about that.
보통 이럴
So,
경우에 노선 전환이
in this
있으면
case,
자세하게
when
설명이
they
나오죠.
change the direction
정당성과
to
명분을
pursue,
얘기하고
they
학습 자료를
always
만들어서 북한 주민들을
explain about
학습시킵니다.
this.
총화시킵니다.
They
하지만
always
지난
educate
10개월 동안
North
그런
Korean
것들이
residents about
전혀
their change
발견되지
of policy.
않았다라는 것이고요.
And not a
아마도
single
많은 분들이
news
아시겠지만
was
지난
out about
10월
their
달에
change of direction.
최고인민회의가
And
열렸습니다.
also there
김정은이
was the
지난 1월
Supreme
15일
People's Assembly in
최고인민회의에서 다음번
October.
최고인민회의가 개최되면
And
거기에
in the next
북한
Supreme
헌법에 있는
People's
다양한
Assembly,
통일 관련 조항들을
all the
없애버리고 영토
clauses
조항을
related
만들어라
to
김정은이
unification,
지시를
the
했습니다.
constitution will be
그런
repealed, and
게
new
무려
clauses
10개월이나
about
지나서
occupying the
지난달에
land will be
발표가 수정이 된 것
included.
같습니다.
And
근데
also,
된 것 같다고 말씀드리는 게
I
북한에서
think
딱
it
한
is
줄
already out,
나오고
probably,
정확한
but there was
내용은
only one
아직
single
공개가 안
sentence was
됐습니다.
out,
그건 무슨 의미가
not so
있냐면
much detail
북한도
has been laid out.
여전히
So what it means
김정은
is that North
입장에서는 이
Korea
통일을
and the
뺀
position of
자리에
Kim
다른
Jong-un
뭔가를 얘기할 만한 그것을 통해서 북한
finding it
주민을
difficult
설득할 만한 것이
to
없다라는 것이죠.
find something to
그것을 저는
replace
방증하는 증거라고
unification.
생각합니다. 그리고
So
나서
I think
10월부터는 이제
these are the clear
본격적으로
evidence
그런
to
작업들을
demonstrate
시작했다고
that.
생각합니다.
So I
일종의
think North Korea
빌드업이라고 저는
has started
생각되는데요.
to prepare
여러분
things
잘
to find
아시다시피
something
10월
to replace
17일 날
unification
요새를
from
북한이
October,
요새를
and also
만든다면서
on the
동해선과
17th
경의선을
of October,
폭파했습니다.
they
완전히
have
보여주기 식이죠.
exploded
그리고 무인기 사건에서 매우
the lines
이례적으로
connected to
그들이 말하는
railways to
혁명의
South
심장부
Korea.
평양이
And
뚫렸다.
also
김정은에 대한 비난이
the
있는
North
이런
Korea
전달이
added
뿌려졌다라는 것을 공개적으로 밝히면서
that
이제
the
대남
flyers have
적대감을
reached
고취시키고 있습니다.
and also trying
이것이
to
아마도
really enhance
제가
negative
말씀드린 지난 10개월
perception
동안
North,
김정은이
South Korea,
통일 포기
among
선언을
North Korean
했음에도 그것을 공개적으로
residents.
얘기 못한 것을 이제부터는 본격적으로 하겠다라는
It
그런 의도라고
means,
생각이
although he was not being able
저는
to
여전히
publicly
불가능하다고
say that
생각합니다.
he
북한
is
주민의
renouncing
그 어떤 것도
unification,
이것을
now he is
대체할 수
taking
없다.
everything
한국은
to
어떻게
the fore.
대응하냐?
And I believe that he will not be able
넘어가고
to
8.15
find
통일
anything to
이후를
replace
말씀드립니다. 이것이
unification.
배경입니다.
So this is
북한이
the
이렇게
backdrop.
얘기를 한 상태에서 우리는 통일을 절대 포기할 수
So
없습니다.
we cannot,
북한이 말하는
and
것은
we never give
명백하게
up on
반통일적,
unification on the
반민족적,
Korean
반평화적, 일방적
peninsula.
결정입니다.
And what's been stated by North Korea is a unilateral decision by themselves. So meaning that we have to elaborate, we have to emphasize the need for unification on the Korean Peninsula. According to Article 3 in our Constitution, the Republic of Korea aims at unification, establishing and pursuing peaceful unification policy based on principles of freedom and democracy. And as we were writing up the August 15 Doctrine, we really focus on reviving the spirit behind the Constitution, as well as reflecting values of freedom and peace and also prosperity, all of which are like an identity of South Korea. And we do that for sure, it has to be reflected upon our doctrine. Then, what kind of international cooperation do we need? Of course, it is very meaningful for the international community as well, including the US. Not a single neighboring countries are very proactive toward unification on the Korean Peninsula. Through the summit from the camp Dae-il, of course, three countries came to find a common ground for the unification, which was included in the statement made on the Camp David. And we really need to further promote the need for unification on the Korean Peninsula. Of course, we have Professor Nishino, and I feel grateful for improved bilateral relations. And Korea and Japan really needs to talk to each other more about the unification of the Korean Peninsula. And whenever chances are there, I think two leaders of Korea and Japan need to come together to emphasize the importance of unification. And I think we are likely to cooperate more with the member countries of the NATO. And
한반도는 직접 관련이 있습니다. 관련 없다라고 얘기할 수가 없습니다. 그런 심각한 상황에서 그렇기 때문에 유럽의 많은 동맹 국가들이 나토 국가들이 한반도 상황에 보다 관심을 많이 갖게 됐고 그래도 우리가 이 협력을 강화하면서 한반도의 통일의 필요성, 이 통일이라는 것이 한반도에서 시작되는 굉장히 많은 문제, 유럽의 안보까지도 해치는 이 문제, 궁극적인 해결책이다라는 것을 보다 적극적으로 설명하고 설득할 필요가 있다고 생각합니다. 유엔에서
really persuade every
통일의 중요성,
country
필요성,
on this
비록 유엔에
earth that
1991년에
the issue on
남북이 동시
the Korean
가입함으로써
Peninsula is
어떻게
directly
보면
related to them.
국제법적 보편적 두 국가가 됐지만 그 안에서도 우리는 특수한 관계다라는 것을 유엔 장에서 끊임없이 얘기해야 된다고 생각합니다. 중국, 우리 박병광 박사 좋은 얘기 많이 해줄 거라고 생각합니다만 통일의 필요성에 대해서도 이전에는 중국과 만나면 언성을 높이면서라도 얘기했습니다.
We talk to each other, even raising our voices. Of course, China did not want to listen to us talking about this unification, but we always try to persuade them that unification on the Korean Peninsula would benefit them in the short term and also mid-term.
당선인이 돌아왔습니다. 저는
yes, Trump is back.
국내에서 일부 생각하는 것처럼 우리 정부가 트럼프 정부 때문에 특별히 더 어려울 거다라고 생각지 않습니다. 트럼프가 얘기하는 동맹 우호국의 비용 편익적인 부담은 한국을 비롯해 모든 국가에게 동일하게 부과되는 부담입니다. 그렇지만 윤석열 정부는 이미 출범한 이후에 미국과 상당히 동조화를 했습니다. 많은 부분 미국이 갖고 있는 이것은 공화민주 양당 상관없이 인도태평양 전략의 한국이 책임과 비용을 이미 분담하고 있습니다. 글로벌 중추국가로서 훨씬 더 적극적인 입장을 취하고 있습니다. 그렇기 때문에 이런 입장을 트럼프 새로 시작되는 임기 정부에 잘 설명을 하고 우리는 미국과 함께 간다. 그렇지만 여기서 중요한 것은 결국 한반도의 이 복잡하고 어렵고 지난 72년간 풀리지 않은 문제의 궁극적인 해결책은 통일이다. 라는 것을 트럼프 대통령에게도 확실히 각인시키는 적극적인 작업이 필요하다라고 생각합니다. 감사합니다.
예, 박광용 교수님,
Thank you, Professor Park.
감사합니다. 또 역시 시간 잘 지켜주셔서
Thank you for being punctual.
감사드리고요. 지금부터 토론
So
시작하도록
now we'll have
하겠습니다.
discussion, and as I mentioned earlier, we have three discussants.
세 분이 조금 더
They may share their observations. They have different expertise and different backgrounds, so please share your insights on how we can work together.
그럼 우선
First, we would like to hear from Dr. Do Jin-ho, please.
소개받은 한국 국방부의
Thank you very much. I am Do Jin-ho from KIDA. First, I'd like to comment on the presentations and ask some questions. And then, if time allows, taking this opportunity, I'd like to talk about this like a self-defeating declaration of like deploying their troops to Russia. First, Professor Mason Rich's presentation, some context and analysis surrounding the unification. He's a foreign scholar, but he talked about this whole historical concept, like the Sunshine Policy, and also like this national community unification formulas, and the Sunshine Policy 2.0. Thank you for sharing this whole details about like the historical context. It was really insightful, and also the changes and transitions and the vulnerabilities and the whole challenges we had. Thank you so much. And my question, I have two questions to Professor Mason Rich. First, this unification doctrine, in interpretation, you said that aggressive interpretation of the doctrine, and, in which regard do you think it could be aggressive, and what do you mean by aggressive, and how it can like provoke international community to think it can be like a destabilizing, and what would be your advice on our doctrine to make it better? And question number two, maybe Mason Rich, you are very knowledgeable about the past and the present policies of ROK, and it shows that Korea has really strong aspirations for unification, but also at the same time it shows that the whole situation is not favorable when it comes to unification, and you are also aware of that. So given this, for the unification doctrine and international cooperation, because from an outsider perspective, to achieve the peace and prosperity on the peninsula, what is the precondition for our North Korean policy? What's the important thing? And also to Mr. Park, Professor Park, thank you so much for your insights. And at the end of the presentation, you talked about the ROK-US alliance and the Pacific alliance are connected. That's correct. We are aiming for peace, prosperity, and freedom, and we are at the par with this G7 in terms of the economies and also military power. We are, DPRK sent the troops to Russia, and that is not the only reason that we can work with the other allies. We have the capabilities and we have our own strengths, to work with other countries to take the initiative. So about this hostile two-state theory from DPRK, you said that it is really self-defeating declaration, and they are having chronic economic challenges, and they are facing transition, and their South Korean policy is now used as a momentum for Kim Jong-un to come up with some breakthrough, and it can be, they don't have any vision to replace that. And like Kim Il-jung said in May, they are now coming up with another system of Sangbun, and it is really demonstrated by they are sending troops to Russia. So first question to Professor Park, although you mentioned in summer and October 7th at the meeting of the Supreme People's Assembly, the maritime borderline or some constitutional revision was not disclosed, and what is the reason, and what is your outlook for the future? And about the two-state theory and the implicit acceptance of DPRK as the nuclear power, and with its alliance with Russia. Given this, how can we work with the other countries for the doctrine for ROK? So I have like 3 to 4 minutes left. So I would like to spend some time on DPRK's deployment to Russia. The news is now covering the headlines in Korea, which shows that the Russia-Ukraine war is not something that is happening far away from our country, although we thought that it was. But it is getting prolonged, and we are tired of the war, and we were thinking that it was going to over soon. But now DPRK sent their troops to Russia or Ukraine, and we are having like a greater risks. So Kim Jong-un of DPRK, why did he decide to send the troops there? So my personal observations include, DPRK, yes, its economy is broken, people are having challenges, and the system is getting more and more unstable. But some say that the regime will still stay because the minority leaders, the elite people, for them, Kim Jong-un is giving some favors one way or another. And that's why the regime can be still sustained. However, stronger control over people and other things are getting worse. So we see some changes. And externally, their relationship with China is different from before. Their customs procedures are tougher, and the luxury goods for the elite in DPRK are also controlled by customs. So these are really fundamental challenges that they are facing, and to tackle this, they send their people to Russia to seek some changes, use it as a momentum for change. So in return for troops to Russia, DPRK may get some protection under this security umbrella and the extended deterrence. That's what they can expect. And while maintaining the stability of the regime and survival, they can still go on. On the economic side, RK U.S. intelligence community is saying that about 13,000 special forces are now deployed to Russia, and I think it will not be just 13,000 this year and until early next year. A total of like 20,000 forces will be deployed, and this deployment and military technical transfers that they can in exchange for, Kim Jong-un can earn like over $10,000 for their regime. And by sending their troops to Russia, they have never done this before. So to join this military war, they can learn better about the warfare, and they can innovate their military power based on the experience. And when they gain more experiences, and then they can advance their like a 1 million army with better data, better technologies, transfers, and then their military strategies will be really advanced, and that will help Kim Jong-un modernize the military power moving forward. ICBM and other technologies, surveillance, reconnaissance, and also the small modular reactors and others for submarines. So for DPRK, the deployment will bring a lot of benefits to gain. So what's important for RK is how we can utilize this in line with this doctrine and the deployment. As Mr. Park just mentioned, the doctrine for unification will help the humanitarian and protecting the universal values and enhancing the information access to the PRK people. It has many benefits. I think the August 15 Unification Doctrine is a great platform in line with the deployment RK is now considering to send the people for monitoring, and we can contribute to the peace initiative in Ukraine, and the soldiers who choose to contribute to free democracy, which is also the people of the DPRK, we can help them to uphold their right to survival and their human rights. And also, Russia is legitimizing or justifying their invasion. And about the military actions of the DPRK, we can share the information and provide information to DPRK people. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Du.
Thank you so much for elaborating about deployment of North Korean forces to Russia. And next, I would like to invite Dr. Park. My name is Park Byung-kwak, Senior Research Fellow of the Institute for National Security Strategy. Coming to 2024 Global Unification Dialogue, it feels like the dialogue around unification is evolving. So, Secretary General of the PUAC and also the staff members of the PUAC, I can tell how much effort that they have put in. I would like to thank you for organizing this meaningful dialogue. So, the topic for the third session is August 15 Unification Doctrine on International Cooperation. So, I would like to elaborate about international cooperation. To be honest with you, we are reaching near 80 years since the division, and as is well mentioned by the Professor Mace-Reed, there has been effort on the way for unification, but it is hard to say that there has been tangible results in the international cooperation, meaning that I think the environment surrounding international cooperation has always been very tough and also complicated. But then we should never forget that the division of the two Koreas is like a result of the strong powers. So we have to talk about the need for unification. Along with the complexity in the international community, the issues on the Korean Peninsula as well as unification are becoming global issues. So I believe that this session is especially very important. And President Yoon delivered August 15 Unification Doctrine in order to really fully implement it. International cooperation is all the more important.
근데 다만 여기서 우리가 여전히 느끼게 되는 것은
We still have to
국제협력을 통해서든 한반도 통일을 위해서든 가는 과정에서 우리를 둘러싸고 있는 주변 국가들은 여전히 이 한반도 통일이 평화적으로 이루어지기를 바라고 있다는 점입니다. 그것은 무엇이냐면은 쉽게 말하면 현상 변경을 원치 않고 있다는 것이죠. 사실 우리의 입장에서 보자면은 당연히 통일을 평화적으로 이루어 나가야 하겠지만 그 통일이라는 절대적 목표를 향해 나가는 과정에서 반드시 평화적인 과정만 있을 수 있겠는가라는 것이 사실은 좀 더 솔직하고 냉정한 우리의 논의거리가 되어야 한다고 저는 생각합니다. 그런 측면에서 봤을 때 그 메이슨 리치 교수께서 발표하신 그 마지막 부분에 보면
by the presentation by Professor Mace.
도 박사께서도 말씀을 하셨습니다만은 저 역시 이제 그 aggressive interpretation이 the more destabilized the DPRK라는 말씀을 하셨는데 결국 아마도 그 리치 교수님께서 말씀하시는 이 aggressive interpretation이라는 것이 8.15 독트린을 보면서 일부 논자들이 얘기했던 것처럼 북한에 대한 어떤 흡수 통일을 남한이 추구하고 있는 것이 아니냐라는 그런 생각을 가지고 이 말씀을 하신 것인가 하는 생각을 해보게 됩니다. 그러나 대통령께서도 전에 말씀하셨고 많은 분들이 말씀하신 것처럼 우리 정부는 사실 북한에 대한 흡수 통일을 추구하고 있지는 않습니다. 명확하게 말하면 여러 차례 강조한 것처럼 자유민주주의에 기반한 평화 통일을 지향하고 있기 때문에 이 부분과 관련해서 저 역시 리치 교수님에게 이 aggressive interpretation과 이 destabilize DPRK라고 하는 이 개념이 어떻게 연동되는 것인지
how these
한번 그 부분에 대한
concepts are
질문을 좀
related
드리고
with each
싶습니다.
other. That's the question for you, Professor Mason Beachy.
그리고 박원건
And
교수님께도 하나 이제
to
질문을 좀
Professor
드리고
Park, I have one
싶은데요.
question for you as well.
박 교수님의 그 평소 북한에 대한 해안은 저에게 많은
So
이제
your
그
insight
감동과
about
가르침을
North
주고
Korea
있습니다.
always touches
네,
my heart
이번
and teaches me so many
프레젠테이션에서도
things.
역시 그
And
북한의
also
헤어질
by attending
결심이라고
your
하는 단어를
presentation,
쓰면서
when you choose
굉장히
the
흥미로운
words, a
설명을
decision
해주셨습니다.
of
그리고
North Korea to
그 두
part
개의
ways
적대
told
국가론에
me a
대한 분명한
lot.
입장을 표명해
And
주셔서
also you mentioned
저 역시
about
박원건 교수의 입장과
distinction
상당히
between two-state
동일한
theory
입장을 가지고 있기
by North
때문에
Korea and
인상
also by
깊었습니다.
South Korea. I
그런데
share the
제가 한
same
가지
view.
좀 과문한 상태에서 여쭙고
But
싶은
then
것은
I would
이
like to
북한이 두
ask
개의
you,
적대 국가론을 얘기하고 있는데
North Korea mentions
이것에
about the
대해서
two-state
우리가 정부
theory.
차원에서 무언가 분명한
And
공식 입장을 내놓고 있지 않은 것 같은데
I think the Korean government has not yet
배경과 이유가
made
무엇인지
official
왜냐하면
statement
저는
or
박 교수님
stance
의견에
toward
전적으로
this
동의합니다.
two-state
우리가
theory
이것을
by the
받아들일
North Korea.
수도
So
없고
I agree with you.
그리고 또 이러한
We
것에 대한
cannot
나름대로의
never
분명한 입장과
accept
우리의 대응
such
방향을
a statement, and we cannot
제출해야만 하고
tolerate
또
it.
국제사회를
And
위해서 우리는 두
of
개의
course,
적대
for
국가론도
international
아니고 통일을
cooperation,
포기할 수도 없다라는
we
것을
can never
전파하려면
give up
먼저
unification.
우리
We
정부
cannot accept the
차원에서나
two-state
그런
theory.
어떤
So
이
if
두 개의
that is the
국가론에 대한
case, I
나름대로의
think
명확한
from
입장이
the South
정리되어야 하지
Korean government, we
않겠는가
have
이런
to
생각을
put our
해보는데
stance together
박
and
교수께서는
make
이
it
부분에
public.
대해서 어떻게
And what do you
보시는지
think of
좀
it?
이제 의견을 듣고 싶습니다. 한 가지는 이제 민주평통을 향한 그 건의를 또 말씀드리고 싶은 것이 있는데 뭐냐면은 민주평통이 굉장히 중요한 역할들, 다양한 역할들을 하고 있는 것은 분명한 사실입니다. 그런데 이 한반도를 둘러싼 주변 환경이 굉장히 복잡해지면서 국제협력이라는 측면에서 사실 참 역할 범위를 넓혀가는 것이 쉽지 않다는 것도 충분히 이해를 합니다. 과거에 보면 제가 이제 중국을 주로 연구하는 사람으로서 봤을 때 우리가 베이징이나 상해에 가서 민주평통 주체로 현지 교문들이나 좀 오피니언 리더들이나 그 학자들을 초청해서 같이 통일 문제와 한반도의 평화 문제를 논의했던 적이 많이 있었습니다. 물론 이제 최근에는 코로나가 있었지만은 그럼에도 불구하고 이제 코로나가 끝난 지금의 상황에서 보면은 내년부터라도 이런 그 현지에 찾아가서 현지 교민과 오피니언 리더와 학자들과 함께하는 그 우리의 통일 관련, 한반도 평화 관련 회의를 현지에서 주최하는 으로써 이러한 그 공공 얘기와 더불어서 정말로 국제 협력을 이끌어내는 역할을 민주평통이 좀 더 적극적으로 하는 것이 필요하지 않을까. 비단 중국만이 아니라 미국이나 일본이나 이러한 주요국들을 상대로 해서 하는 작업을 다시 한번 좀 매심차게 해보자라는 그런 건의 말씀을 드리고 싶습니다. 여러분께서 괜찮으시다면 마지막으로 저도 북한군 파병에 대해서 좀 간단히 말씀을 드리고 싶습니다. 이거는 이제 우리에게서는 통일 문제와 관련해서도 중요한 것이기 때문에 두진호 박사께서 굉장히 설명을 잘해주셨습니다. 그래서 제가 충원하는 것이 좀 부끄럽습니다만 저는 개인적으로 김정은이 북한군을 파병할 때는 이것이 득과 실이 분명한 것이었다라고 생각을 합니다. 무슨 말씀이냐면 득과 실이 분명하기 때문에 위험한 선택이기도 했다라는 것이죠. 득은 뭐냐면 러시아로부터 식량과 에너지 그리고 군사기술 이런 것들을 얻어들일 수가 있습니다. 근데 또 하나 제가 중국 전문가로서 느끼는 것은 뭐냐면 김정은의 북한군 파병은 어떤 의미에서 보면은 또 하나의 혈맹을 만드는 작업이다라고 생각을 해봅니다. 북중 동맹 조약이 있고 북한과 중국은 한국 전쟁을 치르면서 혈맹이 되었습니다. 그런데 이번에 북한군을 러시아에 파병한다는 것은 김정은의 입장에서는 또 하나의 혈맹을 만들어서 그들의 안보를 다지겠다라고 하는 의도가 있는 것이죠. 그런데 이러한 득의 측면과 더불어서 실의 측면도 분명히 존재하는 것이 뭐냐면은 결국은 그 전쟁에 들어가서 전사자들, 부상자들, 포로들 이런 게 나오면서 현지에 참전한 군인들의 동요가 상당히 전파될 수 있고 이것이 내적 모순으로 쌓일 수 있다는 것입니다. 그리고 북한 현지에서도 자신의 자식이나 친척들이 사상자가 되고 포로가 되었을 때 나타나는 북한 주민들의 동요를 우리가 예측할 수 있죠. 뿐만 아니라 전쟁 과정과 전쟁이 끝난 뒤에도 이 참전 군인들을 통해서 자연스럽게 묻어들어오게 되는 이 외부 사조라고 하는 것, 이것의 파급 영향도 상당히 무시할 수가 없습니다. 또 하나는 뭐냐면은 결국은 또 하나의 혈맹 만들기를 통해서 북한이 러시아를 얻어들일 수 있다고 하지만 거기에는 사실 김정은은 러시아를 묶어들임으로써 중국에 대한 일방적 경사에서 탈피하고자 하는 의도가 있는데 그것은 역으로 보면은 중국이 북한을 바라보는 그 불신감을 높일 수가 있고 또 중국 관계에 보이지 않는 미세 균열을 초래할 수 있는 단서를 제공한다는 것이죠. 물론 여기에 대해서 북한이 김정은이 북한군을 파병함으로써 국제적 고립을 더 격화하게 만들 거라는 사실은 뭐 두말할 나위가 없는 사실들입니다. 그럼 우리로서는 어떻게 해야 되느냐? 제가 생각할 때는 어설프지만은 이 북한군 파병을 문제로 삼아서 우리가 국제사회를 향한 여론전을 실시해야만 한다는 것입니다. 그럼으로써 북한의 의도가 성공하지 못하도록 국제사회를 향해서 북한군의 파병이 이 전쟁 범죄자를 돕는 것이고 국제평화를 파괴하는 것이라는 사실을 분명히 전파할 필요가 있다는 것이죠. 두 번째는 북한 사회를 상대로 해서 심리전을 해야 된다는 것입니다. 이러한 것을 통해서 북한군 파병에 따르는 어떤 그 외화벌이라든가 이런 이익을 인민들을 위해서 쓰는 것이 아니라 김정은 자신의 통치 자금이라든가 국가 운영 자금으로 쓰는 이러한 부도덕한 것들을 우리가 북한 주민들이 알 수 있도록 심리전을 해야 되지 않겠느냐 이런 생각이 들고 마지막 세 번째로 드는 생각은 결국 중국 간에 쌓여가고 있는 이러한 그 불신의 벽을 우리가 이용할 필요가 있다는 것입니다. 그걸 통해서 중국이 더 이상 이 국제사회의 그 깡패 역할을 하고 있고 이러한 그 로그 스테이트로 남아있는 북한 감싸기에 드는 그러한 거래 비용을 강조함으로써 이것은 결국 북한을 감싸는 것이 중국의 책임대국을 향해 가는 그 이미지 구축에도 굉장히 안 좋다. 한중 관계도 안 좋지만 따라서 이러한 것들을 우리가 확대함으로써 결국은 북한의 행동들이 잘못된 행동들이 국제사회에서 용인되지 못하도록 하는 것도 우리가 다 함께 전문가들과 민주평통이 고려해야 될 사안이 아닌가 그런 생각을 말씀드리면서 마치도록 하겠습니다. 고맙습니다.
예, 감사합니다. 예, 그럼 마지막 토론자로 브라이언 마이어스 교수님께
Now I will turn it over to Brian Myers.
Okay. Let me abbreviate my talk a little bit to fit the time. Let me just point out here that in regard to Professor Ritchie's very interesting presentation, that Kim Dae-jung's sunshine policy was not as big a departure from the previous North Korea policies as is generally believed. Kim Dae-jung made clear in his campaign rhetoric always that he wanted unification on the basis of a liberal democratic system, number one. And number two, the very name sunshine policy was hugely insulting to the North Koreans, as I'm sure Secretary General Tae can confirm, because it implied that a South Korea like the sun was going to shine down on North Korea and make it take off its coat. It was going to transform it fundamentally. Now, what is that if not unification by absorption? And yet, Kim Jong-il spoke to him anyway. So I reject the conventional assumption of many people here in South Korea that President Yoon has somehow ruined chances for dialogue, just as Park Geun-hye did, by insisting on unification by absorption. I think whether North Korea talks to South Korea or not depends less on the content of speeches than on the political affiliation of the president who's in charge at a certain time. I think the last thing North Korea will ever do is boost the approval ratings of a South Korean conservative president by entering into a public dialogue with him. Nevertheless, I share Professor Ritchie's somewhat critical assessment of the 815 unification doctrine. Maybe I'm more critical than he is. You know, the tradition of South Korean and American presidents is to assume that the North Korean people are already unhappy with their system and are already yearning to breathe free. And yet President Yoon seemed to admit that the North Koreans support their state, and yet at the same time he called for a sort of a re-education of the North Korean people through propaganda. In other words, he was calling for destabilization of the state. Now, that's all well and good, and from a conservative point of view, I can support that, but in the same breath, virtually, he called for North Korea to cooperate with South Korea, to enter into a dialogue. So, as the Koreans say, 앞뒤가 안 맞아요, you know. The one thing that he was saying did not fit with the other one that he was saying, and I regret that the president did not convey his position in a way that would have been more likely to generate international support. My question for Professor Ritchie would be, how much importance does he ascribe to these public statements? I think we academics make the mistake of placing more importance on above water discussion and not enough on underwater, what the Koreans call 물밑 외교. I think the vast majority of discussion that takes place between the two Koreas is always secret, and yet we focus naively always on these public speeches. I'm just curious what Professor Ritchie's perspective is. Now, in regard to Professor Park's speech, I found it all very informative and very interesting, and I think we do need to pay a lot more attention to this speech than people have done this year. We've been distracted by ICBM launches and by the Russia-Ukraine business, but this speech really is, I think, crucial to understanding. The declaration of last January is crucial to understanding where North Korea is today. But in contrast to Professor Park, I am more inclined to believe that the declaration of a two-state policy was intended more for outside than for domestic consumption. You know, during the Cold War, we Americans always overestimated the importance of speeches made by Soviet leaders at party conferences. And after the Cold War was over, American experts learned that those famous speeches did not actually initiate change. Instead, they merely formalized change that had been underway for years. And it's easy to understand this. If you are a totalitarian country, you are not going to tell the hostile outside world of the new course change that you've made until you're sure that the domestic public is accepting it. And yet, what did Kim Jong-un do? Suddenly, without warning, without any kind of prior explanation to his own people or to the pro-North communities in South Korea and Japan, he suddenly declared the abandonment of unificationist nationalism. In other words, he announced that he would be accepting the division of the Korean race, which had been imposed on the peninsula by the Americans. Of course, he made this declaration in a very angry voice, as if he were somehow defying America, but nevertheless, it is essentially a declaration of defeat. And this is what I find hard to understand or hard to believe. It's like a marathon runner dropping out of a race right before the finish line. The nuclear program is almost completed. Russia and China are both helping North Korea to circumvent sanctions. There was in January, at the time of the speech, at least a 50% chance that Donald Trump would be re-elected. There is no South Korean Conservative Party in the National Assembly anymore. I don't consider the Kukimdang to be a conservative party. And I think the threat posed to North Korea by Hallyu has been grossly exaggerated. Let's remember East Germany. The people in East Germany who were the most content with communist rule were the people who were receiving West German TV every day. The angry people were the people in the Dresden area who were not able to get West German TV. That indicates that this outside culture is kind of like a narcotic, a drug, which is just as likely to make people happy with their lives, or at least satisfied enough not to rebel. So I think that Kim Jong-un is not in as difficult a position as he's commonly presented as being. So why should he choose this of all times to abandon the sacred racial mission that Kim Il-sung and Kim Jong-il pursued, without even offering a new ideology to replace it? I believe that he has two goals in mind. Number one, he wants to restore the balance of fear, what the Koreans call the 공포의 균형. If North Korea is to be safe from an American attack, the Americans must be afraid that any attack on North Korea would result in the complete devastation of Seoul. Now, naturally, if Kim Jong-un is walking hand in hand with Moon Jae-in at Panmunjom, and he's talking constantly about his love and solidarity with the South Korean masses, the Americans are going to have less fear than Kim Jong-un wants. What I'm saying is that any big improvement in inter-Korean relations poses a danger for North Korea's security unless it is accompanied by a thaw in the relationship with the United States. And that thaw did not happen due to the failure of the Hanoi summit. Therefore, Kim Jong-un had to make clear to the Americans that he regards the South Koreans as foreigners, whether he actually does or not. And paradoxically, the second goal is to make the Americans believe that North Korea is more likely to abide by a peace declaration now. In the past, North Korea has broken every single agreement with America, but that was when North Korea was still openly professing an interest in unification. If North Korea publicly abandons that design of conquering South Korea, then the Americans are going to be more likely to believe that North Korea will stick to a peace treaty. Okay? Now, I know that North Korea has blown up that statue. It never liked that statue. And I saw that statue when I went to North Korea in 2011. North Korea never liked that statue because it shows North Korea and South Korea as equally virginal, equally pure, chaste girls, which is completely counter to the North Korean propaganda according to which South Korea is a decadent, a whore, a prostitute-like country. And blowing up a statue is a pretty easy thing to do. And blowing up those highways connecting North and South Korea can also be undone as soon as we have a regime change here in South Korea and we get another, another South Korean leader who is interested in inter-Korean confederation or Nambook Yonhap. Okay, so I would just wonder, just wondering how Professor Park feels about those comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. 예, 감사합니다. 두 분 발표와 여기에
Thank
대한
you very much,
토론을
and thank you for the panel's discussion and the comments,
때문에
some questions
우선
and
발표자 두
observations. So we
분의
first would like to hear from the two presenters, their responses,
우리 청중들한테 기회를
and we need to give some time for the Q&A from the floor, so please make it quick, focusing on what you, must answer. 2 to 3 minutes. First, Mason Rich, please.
Great, thank you very much. I just want to thank the discussants for very insightful thoughts and comments. Just sort of working very briefly in reverse order. I appreciate Professor Myers for often calling into question the received wisdom, and I think his point, for instance, about our assumption that cultural product penetration into North Korea necessarily destabilizes the regime is worth thinking about. I mean, we don't necessarily have that evidence. Maybe SEOUL from earlier could tell us about that from defector testimonies. But there, the problem, of course, is that you have a self-selection problem. So, I think it's an interesting point. I also agree with Professor Myers that, for instance, blowing up the roadways and the statue and stuff, those are public signals, but they're not necessarily costly ones, and indeed, in some sense, they might be pocketed as a future paid forward concession, which then can be undone later, by rebuilding the road if and when there's a progressive administration in place. So your question: how much importance to public statements should we pay? I think that's an important point. From an academic perspective, the problem is, unless you have a security clearance and are also working, in a secure environment, you just simply don't have very good access to that information about what's bubbling below the surface. So you kind of have to work with what you have. And, I think, that's why perhaps unlike some other scholars, I do give deference to government officials to some degree when they make speeches and they say, we know X, Y, and Z. I would also make the argument that increasingly we do live in a world where open source intelligence is easily accessible. So I think that we're able to perhaps make up for some of the gap between what's happening between closed doors or behind closed doors and what's in public. I think we can make it up to some degree through OSINT. And I guess I would just say, I do think that in a democracy, at least, there are, speeches are costly signals. So I do think that we need to pay some significant attention to what Yoon says. And we'll see what happens in, a year, 2 years, 5 years, whether or not the New York channel starts producing some discussion, or Geneva, or Mongolia, or Sweden, or some other place. And then nextly, I think that the 2 points about South Korea, you kind of had some questions about what I meant by an aggressive interpretation and unification by absorption, and what all of that means. Look, basically, I think. Look, when I had my meeting yesterday with the Ministry of Unification, they directly said, no, this is not, we don't consider this absorption. They use more or less the phrases that I heard, that this is a peaceful unification, and, I'm sorry, but I just don't buy it. I just don't think that you can have peaceful unification in any conceivable, meaningful sense unless the regime fundamentally changes. So, I'm not saying that pejoratively. I think the regime should change. The regime is a totalitarian Orwellian nightmare, and very little in this world would make me happier than for there to be regime change. And ultimately, the mechanism for that in the 815 unification doctrine is information penetration. That's the purpose of it. So I think, it says it right there, to change the minds of the DPRK. That includes both the general population, but presumably also elite circles, who would have some type of power to bring to bear on this. The question about whether or not that's highly aggressive or not ultimately depends on the speed at which it happens, right? If that information penetration were to happen in a very rapid way through ways that North Korea can't calibrate and can't understand, then the regime would feel threatened, and that could provoke crisis. In addition to instability. And my point from the perspective of someone who's supposed to be talking about international cooperation is simply to say that may be the point where you begin to lose support internationally, because other states who are your partners and allies in South Korea may get cold feet and say, well, if it's a choice between a potential nuclear crisis in Northeast Asia and the disruption to trade and all of the other problems in the rest of the world, and that's just one more added to it, they may say, well, maybe we should move a little slower on this destabilization of North Korea question. That's my point. And then lastly, unification, the situation is unfavorable, so what is the precondition? I will be bluntly honest with you, I have very little hope that unification happens absent a number of conditions that are unlikely or undesirable, and one of which, the unlikely one, is that the North Korean system essentially weakens over time in such a way that it can more or less peacefully, so to speak, be coerced in some way into simply abandoning its raison d'etre, and I just don't think that that's very likely to happen. The other possibility is regional crisis and war, in which case essentially the strategic game board in Northeast Asia is overturned. Perhaps this is because China attacks Taiwan and North Korea opportunistically crosses the northern limit line, and we have two simultaneous wars, and they end up hashing it out in such a way that North Korea falls apart, and there's nothing left but to pick up the pieces and unify with South Korea. That's not necessarily a great option, to be honest with you. And then the third way is the one I talked about. If there's a sustained South Korean effort of information penetration that very slowly, subtly, almost imperceptibly chips away at North Korea in such a way that, essentially it's a sort of form of hybrid warfare that we see other countries doing to liberal democracies, then maybe there's a chance that you could hollow it out from the inside. But that would take a sustained effort over a very long period of time, both by conservative and progressive administrations in South Korea, and I just don't simply see that as being in the cards, fortunately or unfortunately. Thank you.
Thank you.
Professor Park, yes,
I will have
try
some
to
reversal of the
give your remarks as brief as
and
possible.
ask this question first. It's quite interesting, but as I mentioned, I'm one of the writers to the August 15, the Peace Unification Doctrine, and some people raised similar questions that is 앞뒤가 안 맞는다. But of course, it's not the, I say that it's misunderstanding because you see, about the North Korean policy, and unfortunately for the past several decades, the South Korea's policy toward North Korea is pretty much like a responsive policy. In other words, South Korea could not lead this, the relationship between North and South Korea at all. And North Korea is the one who decides whether they are going to dialogue with South Korea or not. And this time, we definitely wanted to cut off this kind of the dynamic between these two Koreas. So about the August 15 doctrine, we put the two things. First, of course, we are fully open to the dialogue with North Korea, no matter what kind of situation is. And at the same time, we prepared and we suggested some kind of principles it's also mid-term and long-term policy for South Korea. This is basically what South Korea can do at this very moment. We are going to, of course, talk about some of the infiltration of their information, and we are, of course, have to talk about the human right and also humanitarian assistance. And those are the pretty much very basic principles for every country, especially liberal countries, should pursue for no matter what kind of a situation is. And if we say that other things, then back in 2017, even though at the time the so-called progressive government, Moon Jae-in government was trying their best to have the dialogue with North Korea, but North Korea is one who decided to open the dialogue after 2018 when they finally mentioned to decide to participate Pyeongchang Winter Olympic. So we don't like this kind of a dynamic at all. So this is a very critical moment to change all those dynamics. And about the declaration about two-state, that's pretty much interesting interpretation. If we have time, we may talk a little bit more, but since 우리 홍 장관님 짧게 얘기하라 하셔서 I have to stop here.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you very much. We started like 10 minutes late, so we can wrap it up by 4:30, okay? So thank you for keeping your time. We saved some time for the Q&A from the audience. Any comments or questions, if you have briefly? Yes, we saw hands. And from the PUAC, someone talked about the role of the PUAC. I'd like to ask Secretary General Yongho, you have to make it quick and brief. And I will not allow you more time than anyone else. Thank you, Professor Park. I'd like to ask a question.
So 3 months have been passed since the August 15 doctrine, and as a support of administrative work of the PUC, there are many stumbling blocks in front of us. So, for example, the doctrine has 3 strategies, and the last one is to gain support and also empathy from the international community. And it means that the PUAC has overseas meetings abroad. And so there was a unification work done between the PUAC and also local Koreans abroad, and meaning that we have to expand our presence, even to include the local people in order to let the public know of the discourse around unification. And the North Korea came up with the two-state theory, and we want to achieve unification. From the perspectives of outsiders, I think might take it as something that will develop into a global issue, conflicting issue, especially Southeast Asian countries do have diplomatic relations with the two Koreas, and those countries will be reluctant not to have such meetings or dialogue on the reunification. As a formal diplomat of North Korea to other countries, those diplomats will go to that local authority to stop the organizing of this kind of event. So I think reunification has been pursued by the two Koreas in the past, but now we are on a different path. So holding this kind of dialogue in China, and this will will
중국 같은
develop
경우에는
into
일국
an
양국제도이기 때문에
issue. And
정책은 통일을
also
외치고 있고 한반도에서 갑자기 두
on
개
the
국가로
Korean
나오다
Peninsula,
하니까
the North
우리는
Korea came up with the
통일, 또
two-state
북한은 두 개
theory,
국가. 그러니까
and the
북한
South
주장이 어찌
Korea,
보면 지금
we came up with the
타이완의 지금
unification.
주장과 같이
I
두
think
개
as
국가로
is
이런
mentioned
상황에서
by Taiwan, of course,
박사님께서
China
보시기에는
has the
앞으로
two
중국
systems,
공산당이
right?
전망적으로
In China
중국의
as well.
저
So
북한의
in
두
your
개
view,
국가론을
Professor Park,
지지할 것 같으세요? 아니면
do you think
자기의
that China
일국
will
양제와 이거
also
어긋나는
support
거기 때문에
two-state
끝까지
theory,
침묵이든지
or
아니면 반대로
do you think
가든지
China
그리고
will remain
중국이나 동남아
silent or will
국가들에서
oppose
어느
to the
정도
idea?
우리 통일운동에
And
대해서
how about
개입하고
Southeast Asian
간섭할 것
countries?
같은지
Are there
이런
any
생각 좀
intervention
가지고
that
있습니다.
you can't foresee
예,
from the
감사합니다.
region?
질문 마저
Thank
받고
you.
마지막에 답변 받으면서 마무리하도록
We will
하겠습니다.
take
짧게 좀
questions.
부탁드리겠습니다.
Then we will give you opportunity to answer.
메이슨 리치 교수님께 간단히
My question is to Professor Mason Rich. They are having the U.S. election, and the two parties announced their policies, and denuclearization was removed from their policy papers, as reported in the media. And January 2025, the new President Trump will recognize the DPRK as the nuclear power, so they may come to the table for negotiation. And when it comes to Israel, it has become a nuclear power without us knowing. But so, what's your thoughts on this for new Trump administration? Anyone else? We saw one more hand, and that will be the last question. Make it quick, please, and then we can have more. Yeah. The two last questions. Thank you very much for insightful comment. I am from the PUAC. I am standing member, Mr. Park, and Park Hwang-gun, the professor. Thank you for your insights.
아까 북한이 김정은이가 이 국가
North Korea announced a two-state theory and also came up with the renouncing unification.
그에 이제 맞춰서 우리가 8.15 통일 독도린을 하게 됐다 말씀하시는데
You mentioned that we came up with
김정은 체제가 계속 존속이 된다면
if the North Korean regime continues.
고려 연방제라든가 민족 공동체 통일 방안이라든가 우리가 지금 새롭게 8.15에 선언한 통일 독트린이라든가 거기에 대해서 뭔가 좀 대화를 하고 서로 변화할 수 있다고 생각되는지요. 또 방금 앞에서 선생님 말씀과 관련되는데 트럼프 대통령이 만약에 출범을 하게 되면 북한에 대한 좀 변화가 있을 것이다 해가지고 미국과 통일포기 통일 정책을 최종적으로 북한에서 유보했다고 생각되는데 만약에 어떤 변화가 올 수 있다고 예상되는지 박원근 교수님 좀 말씀해 주십시오.
예, 감사합니다.
For North Korea and on the peninsula. And also last question.
예, 저는 그 메이슨 리치
I'd like to ask a question to Professor Mason Rich and to Mr. Brian Myers, Professor. The Korean policy, whenever we have new administrations, policies change, and this unification doctrine, as you said, is under the President Yoon, and after 2 years of his inauguration, we announced the policy, and in North Korea there was a lot of things going on, so the unification doctrine was our response. Well, I mean, the North Korea is coming up with this two-state theory, and South Korea announced this doctrine. I think they are making things worse by announcing this doctrine. So what's your thoughts on this?
예, 감사합니다. 예,
Thank you very much for good questions and good comments.
지금 이제 마무리를 해야 될 것
Now we
같고요.
need to wrap up. I mean the questions and get the answers. We will start. I mean, Mr. Du doesn't have any questions asked, but you can some have closing remarks, and the others will have the closing remarks like the Brian and Mason questions and answers, and also wrap up like a comment, like a 1 minute each. We will start with Mr. Du.
질문 나오지 않은 저에게
So no question. Thank you for giving me this chance to wrap up first.
아닙니다.
I mean,
바로
do you need
하겠습니다.
time? No, no, no.
저는 이제 민주평통에서 주관하는 이런 세미나 포럼 자리가 오늘 처음인데
I'm
그래서
first
언론을
time
통해서
to have
민주평통의 역할에 대해서는
been here, and I
이렇게
heard a
좀
lot about this
많이
PUAC,
봐왔습니다.
what it does.
오늘 태영호
And
사무처장님
Mr.
얘기를
Tae
들으면서
is here,
그
and as I
역할이라는
listened to
게
him, I
지역
thought
단위 또
about
해외
the
우리
roles
동포들과의
at each
굉장히 확장성
region and in
있는
other
중요한
countries.
역할을
It is
하시는구나
playing
하는
really
생각이
important
들었고
role.
아까 말씀하신 대로
And like you said
북한이
earlier,
적극적 두 국가론을
North
내세우고 있기
Korea
때문에
is now
어쨌든
claiming
해외에서는
for
외교적으로 이게
two-state
분쟁의
theory,
소지가
and
없을 수는
it
없겠습니다.
may lead to
그럼에도 불구하고 이제
some
8.15 우리가 통일
conflict
독트린을
in terms
내세워서
of
정말
democracy. But
어떻게 보면
South Korea
대한민국의
has come up
정체성,
with this
자유통합
unification
번영이라고 하는
doctrine
이런 것들을
to
우리
protect
주도적으로
the
끌고
prosperity,
가려고 하는
freedom, and
노력이
peace.
이제
We
런칭이 된
are
것입니다.
now,
그래서
just now, starting
그런
to have this
제안사항들을
initiative
이제 뭐
by
저나
launching
박병관
the
교수님이나
doctrine. Me
메이슨
and
리치 교수님과 우리
Professor
박원근
Park,
교수님
Mason
등등을
Rich,
포함해서
and many
좀
others
전방위적인 노력들을
are making
집대성해 나가고
multifaceted efforts
건전하고
to
좋은
make it
의견을
clear
가지고
and
아까 우리
share
주위에 계신
great
선생님이
insights.
말씀하신 것처럼
And as we
정권이
heard
변해서 통일
earlier,
정책이 바뀌는 것이 아닙니다.
I mean,
안보 분야는
the
늘
policies change
국가
not because
이익과
of
직결된
the
핵심
changes
사회적
in the
이익이기 때문에
administration.
그런 부분에서
Security
보다
is
좀
really
정교하고
related
우리
to
주도적이고
the
대외
national
환경에 크게
interest.
영향받지
So
않으면서 좀
we
묵직하게
have to
가져갈 수 있는
be
그런 정책들을 좀
consistent,
고민해야
and we have to
되겠다는 생각으로
think
제 말씀을
more
좀
on that
들어보겠습니다.
side in terms of policy making. Thank you so much. And Mr. Park, please.
태영호 초장님 하신 말씀을
So,
들으면서 느낀
listening
거는
to
조직을
Secretary
운영하는
General Tae,
기관장으로서의
as
고민이
I
배어난다라는
think
것이었는데요.
I could
아주
feel how
간단히
difficult it
말씀드리도록
is to
하겠습니다. 두 가지
lead an
질문이신데
organization.
하나는
So you gave me
중국이
two
두 개
questions. The
국가론을
first one,
지지할
whether
가능성이
China
있느냐? 저는
can
아니라고 봅니다.
support a
그
two-state
이유는
theory. I don't
첫째는
think so.
중국은 외교
First,
문제와 관련해서는
with the
내정
related
불간섭
diplomatic
원칙을
issues,
일관되게
they
주장하고
never
있습니다.
intervene
두
with other
번째는
countries' diplomatic issues. And
중국은
secondly,
한반도 문제와
on
관련해서는
the Korean
일관되게
Peninsula
강조하는
issues,
것이
China
자주평화적
emphasizes
통일입니다.
the unification
지금까지
through
입장을 갑자기 바꾸기
self-determination.
어렵습니다.
So
세
China
번째는
cannot
중국도
change its
분단국이라고 할
stance.
수 있습니다.
And also
대만에
China is
대해서
a divided
일국 양제론을
nation.
주장하고 있고
So
대만
China
통일을
pursues
추구하고
two
있기
policy
때문에
within
두 개
their
국가론을 한반도에서 인정한다는
system
것은 결국
with
대만의 분리
Taiwan.
독립을 인정하는 걸로
So
영향을 할 수 있기
assisting
때문에
and
아니라고
supporting
보고요.
two-state theory
두
might
번째로
tolerate
질문하셨던
existence over
그
Taiwan. So I don't
그렇죠.
think so.
8.15
And the
통일
second
독트린
question.
체계도를 보면은 3대
So when you
통일
look at
추진
the
전략 중에
system
하나가
overview,
국제가
what's the
있고
fifth
거기에는
doctrine? Yes, the
자유통일
last part
대한민국에
is
대한 국제
international
연대와 지지
cooperation.
확보에 노력을
So
하도록
we
되어
have to
있습니다.
make
또
efforts in
민주평통이
order
그것을
to
해야만
get
하고요.
international support,
제가
which needs
말씀드리는
to be
것은
secured
예를
by
들어서 중국 같은
PUAC. For
경우에
example, in the case of
통일을 주제로
China,
하는 국제회의는 어렵습니다.
it is
아마도.
difficult for
그래서
you to hold a
주제를
conference on
잘
unification. So I think you need
화장을 하셔야
to
되는데
very
마사지를
carefully
할 때
choose or
한반도
massage or
평화를 위한
package
한중
the
협의회 또는
unification
한반도 통일을
issue
위한
with some other
뭐
words.
한중
For
국제회의 이런
example,
식으로 하시면 될 것 같고요.
the meeting
중국
between the
협의회가
Korea
있지
and
않습니까?
also
거기가 주관을
China
하고
on
사무처가
the
후원을
safety
하는
of the
형식으로
Korean
하시게
Peninsula.
되면
Maybe you
좋고 또 하나
can
고려할 것은
take
한중
part in
관계가
that
올해부터
meeting as a
상당히
supporting
양호한 방향으로 흐르는
organization.
조짐들이 많이
And
나오고
also
있습니다.
there are
이번
many
11월 15일
signs that we
페루
can
에이펙 정상회담에서도
read
한중
for the
정상회담이 열릴
favorable
것이고
conditions for the
내년에 우리
bilateral
경주
relations. So
에이펙
there will be a
정상회담에도
summit
시진핑 주석이 올 가능성이
between the
높기
two
때문에
countries
이런 한중
in
개선
Peru,
분위기를
and
활용하면
also we
충분히
are likely
가능하다
to welcome the
말씀드리겠습니다.
visit of the Xi Jinping. So there's a favorable condition for the two countries.
Yeah, in answer to that question, yeah, I think that President Yoon could have expressed himself a little bit less provocatively in that speech. The problem I think that many South Koreans have with President Yoon is one that many North Koreans will have, which is that it's kind of difficult to see what his position is because he moved, in Korean what his 정체성 is, because he moves back and forth. When he came to power, he was talking about how his idols were Kim Dae-jung and Roh Moo-hyun. His unification minister was talking about putting North Korean broadcasts on the South Korean cable package so that everybody could watch North Korean TV at home. And then, as if to compensate for that and to shore up support with the right wing, President Yoon, I think, makes more provocative and aggressive statements than he should be making. I just wish that when South Korean presidents talk to North Korea, they talk to North Korea instead of really talking to their own political base. I think we desperately need more consistency here. And as Professor Ritchie pointed out, it's really not helpful when each government completely overturns the North Korean policy that came before. But I think hoping for consistency is maybe unrealistic, unfortunately.
Thank you very much. And Professor Leach.
Yeah, so very briefly, the question about denuclearization, the Democratic Party indeed didn't include that in their platform, but and then it didn't show up in the Security Consultative Meeting readout. But the Biden administration said this is denuclearization is still official policy, and that's the case. But of course, he's out of office as of January 2025. And I'll be honest with you, I don't know what's going to happen. It is entirely possible that the Trump administration stays the course on denuclearization. It is also possible that Trump, ends up through the people around him deciding that they want to try to make some type of deal with North Korea for various reasons. And I don't know the answer to that. What I think is important, and I think probably this is already well known, but I'm going to make the point anyway, is that the Yoon administration and whoever succeeds in the Yoon administration in 2027 needs to be prepared for dealing with the fact that the Trump administration may want to deal with North Korea in one way or another, either negotiation or otherwise, in a way that doesn't take into account sufficiently South Korea's interests. You refer to this here in South Korea as Korea passing. And so I think that that's something that you need to be aware of, regardless of which direction they go in on denuclearization. As for the question about Israel, in most respects, I don't think the question of Israel is really relevant. It happened in a different era. It's a different relationship between the U.S. and Israel than it is between the U.S. and North Korea, except in one respect. At the end of the day, of course, North Korea would like to have a relationship, would like to have nuclear weapons and not pay a significant cost for them, just like Israel does. But I think the better model maybe that North Korea might be aiming for is, something like a cross between, I don't know, Pakistan and India or something like that, or I don't know, Pakistan and India and Israel, but somehow or other essentially, having their cake and eating it too, having their nukes and largely not paying a price for it. And then lastly, does the doctrine make things worse? I mean, I'm going to answer no. I don't think the 815 doctrine makes things worse. I think that there's a lot in it that's laudable. And personally, and again, this is just talking about the international cooperation dimension, since that's what I was supposed to talk about, I think it's an enormous step and a very positive one to say that unification is based and should be based on universal values like freedom and human rights and et cetera, because that is not only important, in my estimation, for Korea and for North Korea, but it's also important for broadcasting to the international community that this is not an ethno-nationalist project, that it's a universal human values project, and I think that that's something valuable.
예, 감사합니다. 박원공 교수님, 마지막.
북한 체제에 대해서 우리가 조금 더 고민을 해야 될 필요가 있다라고 생각하는데요. 남북관계의 기본적인 틀을 72년 7.4 남북 공동성명으로 시작해서 지난 20년간 제가 영어로 말씀을 드린 것처럼 비정상적인 관계로 이제 해왔습니다. 그 의미는 역대 한국 정부는 이른바 보수든 진보든 상관없이 출범하면 다 북한과의 대화를 원하죠. 공개적으로 공식적으로 얘기를 해왔고 근데 그것이 이행되는 시점과 이행되는 상황은 늘 북한이 모든 걸 통제해 왔습니다. 그렇기 때문에 이것은 북한이 필요에 따라서 언제든지 나올 수 있는 그런 환경을 만들어줬다라는 것입니다. 저는 앞으로도 북한이 적대적 도국가론을 선포하고 통일 포기 선언을 했음에도 자신들의 필요가 있으면 남한과 한국과의 대화를 원하고 나올 가능성이 있다고 생각합니다. 그것을 우리가 한국이 통제할 수 없다라는 것도 맞는 얘기입니다. 그렇다면 이런 잘못된 남북 간의 관계의 틀을 바꾸는 것은 우리 정부의 책임과 역할이라고 생각합니다. 꾸준하게 대화의 문을 열 때 그래도 우리가 갖고 있는 정책의 원칙은 분명히 밝히고 우리가 할 수 있는 것은 끌어나가야 된다는 것이고요. 윤석열 정부 들어서서 나타나는 특징 중에 하나가 북한에
And one
대한
of the characteristics
억제가
under the current
강화되니까
administration is
북한이
that
오히려 한국에
as
대한
more
도발 행위를 하지
that
못하고
North Korea
있다고
is
생각합니다.
controlled in many different
전쟁의
ways, and North
위험은
Korea cannot really
제가 단언코
provocate.
말씀드리는데 훨씬 낮아졌습니다.
And of course, the
대표적인 예가
possibility
작년
around
11월에
the
9.19
war
군사합의 일부
has
효력
lowered.
정지를
And
우리 정부가 선포를
lastly,
했는데 바로
the
다음 날
suspension of
김정은이
the pact was announced.
무력화를
And
선포했습니다.
the next day,
그리고
North
나서
Korea also
마침
announced the same
그러고
way.
나서
And then
NLL 이남으로 해안포
below the
사격을 바로
NLL,
개시할 것 같이 하고
they
2010년
moved as
연평도
if they are
포격
going to
같은
really
강력한 고강도
strike
복지 도발을 할 것 같이
the below
선언을 했지만
NLL.
지금 1년이 지나간
However,
이 시점까지
a year
아무것도
has been
못하고
passed,
있습니다.
but not that
한미가
much of
강력한
provocations
억지력을
have been
2010년
staged
이후에
by
한미 공동
North
복지 도발 대응
Korea.
계획을 비롯해서
And
재래식 전력을
along
확충했기
with the
때문에 북한이
announcement
안 하는 게
of
아니라
the
못하는 겁니다.
plan for the
이런
strong
역동을
response,
우리가
in any
가지고
case, that
가야
North
저는
Korea
대화가 된다고
stages a
생각합니다. 대화의
provocation, so
가능성이 더
we
높아진다고
really
생각합니다. 다시
maintained
말씀드려서
our
우리가 억제력을
strong
강화할수록
position, strong
북한은
stance
대화에
toward
나올
North
동기가
Korea. As
커집니다.
we become
북한의 핵에
stringent
대해서
onto
억지력이
North Korea,
강화돼서
it
북한의
is
핵의
more
효용성이
likely that North
낮아질수록
Korea will come
북한은 대화할
to
가능성이
the
높습니다.
table for
그렇기
talks.
때문에 이런 잘못된 그간의 남북관계 역동을
So
바꾸는
we
것은
have to
매우
change the whole
중요한
dynamism
한국 정부의 역할이라고
around
생각합니다.
inter-Korean relations,
예,
and that's
감사합니다.
the role of the Korean
오늘
government.
제가
Thank you
90분간
so much. For 90 minutes also, we have talked about August 15 doctrine and also international
마무리가
cooperation.
마무리를 잠깐 말씀드리면
I would like to
8.15
conclude by
통일
saying
독트린의
that
핵심은
the unification
자유롭고
doctrine, the
평화로운
key
한반도를
behind is
만들자는
to really make the
것입니다.
Korean Peninsula
그럼에도
peaceful, prosperous, and also
불구하고
free.
오늘 이 발표와 토론 과정에서
And attending
그것이
the presentations
공격적이다,
and also discussions, yes,
분란을 일으킬 수 있다,
we have
분쟁이
used the words
일어날 수
like
있다. 이런
aggression
우려가
and also
제기됐는데
likely to
그러한 어떤
witness
우려,
conflicts.
어느
Of
정도
course,
오해할 수
there are
있고,
some concerns and some of them are
일단 실제
misunderstanding and
한다면은
others are
그것을
not.
불식시키는
And we
노력을
have to
해야
make
될 것
efforts to
같고요.
address all potential
자유, 평화,
concerns.
통일은
And
너무
freedom-based
당연한
unification
우리의
is a
방향이라고
natural
방향과
course
비전이라고
that we
생각합니다.
have to take.
왜냐하면
It's
우선
just natural
아까
vision
북한
for us.
파병 얘기가 나왔는데
And also we
제가
mentioned
바로
about the
지난주에
North Korean deployment to
유럽에서 활동하는
Russia.
한반도 전문가들을
And
만났는데
I met
지금 유럽
the
국가들이
experts on the
북한과
Korean
더 이상 뭘
Peninsula
하지
in the
못한다고
EU.
합니다.
And the
그나마
European
유럽
countries
국가들은
can never
북한하고
do
대화와 협력사를
anything
시도했는데
with
이제
North Korea. Unlike in
우크라이나를
the
침공한
past,
러시아에 파병을
North
해서
Korea deployed
싸우겠다면
its forces to
자유민주주의에 대한
Russia,
도전이기
which
때문에 유럽 국가들도 지금
invaded
어쩔 수 없다라는
Ukraine,
것입니다.
like posing great threat
그것은 왜
to
우리가 자유를
freedom
지향해야
and also
되는지
democracy. So meaning that we have to consistently pursue
적대적
democracy.
국가론을 얘기하면서
And
김정은이
as North
이런
Korea
얘기를
came up
했습니다.
with the
대한민국 것들은 다
rebellion
똑같다.
to
제가 쭉
states,
지켜보니까 보수나 진보나
either
그렇게
the
얘기했어요. 보수나
president is
진보나
from the
다
Conservative
똑같다. 다
Party, Progressive
자유민주적
Party,
통일
they are all
얘기하는데
the
그건 전부
same.
다 흡수통일 얘기예요. 그런데
Because
그래서
they
그런
only
대한민국
talk about
것들과는
unification by
상대
absorbing
못하겠다.
North
그런
Korea,
거랑 통일 얘기
and
안 하겠다라는
the
게
Kim
지금
Jong-un
김정은의 인식인데
thinks
그것은
that he can never
오히려 왜 우리가
talk to the
자유민주주의에 필요한
leaders
거지.
of
김정은이
South
사실
Korea.
정확하게 본 겁니다.
And of
우리
course it is right.
헌법에서부터 그동안
According to
계속
Constitution,
자유민주 통일을
we have
지향해왔고
been
그것이 지금
pursuing
북한이
freedom-based
김정은이
unification all
거부한다고
along.
북한이 싫어한다고
And
우리가 그것을
even if
외면하거나
they do not
기회해서는
like
안 될
it,
것이고요.
we can
가장
never
큰
deny
이유는 바로
the basic
그것이
principle
통일을 위해
behind
우리의 보다
unification.
행복한 삶을 지향하기 때문이다.
And unification can bring
오늘
us
주제가
definitely
통일
happier
대화인데요.
lives.
제가
So we have
지난주에
talked
학교
about
대학생들과 통일 대화를
unification.
했습니다.
Last
통일 대화를
week
했는데
we had a dialogue
대화
with
방식이
university
먼저
students about
질문지를
unification,
줬습니다. 통일이
and the
필요하다고
questions were
생각하십니까?
delivered to them, and they
북한은
were
어떻게
asked, "Do you think
생각하십니까?
unification
통일
is
과정에서 어느
necessary? What do
나라랑
you think of
협력해야
it?
됩니까?
And which
뭐 이런
country
몇
do you
가지
need to
질문을
see
줬는데요.
for
그래서 서로 다른
cooperation?"
대답을 한
And
사람들끼리
then
붙여서 대화를 해서 서로
those
의견을
people, the respondents
좀
who
수렴해
gave
가도록
different
하는 그런
opinions,
것들인데
they were matched
제일
to
중요한
talk to each
거는
other. The
그
most important
답변에서
thing
유일하게 한 가지
is
답만 나온 게 있었는데
that there was
통일 이후는
one question
자유민주주의여야 된다.
which has the same same
그것이
answer.
요즘
The
젊은이들의
unification
생각일
should be
것이고
based on
대한민국
freedom and
국민의
also
대부분은
democracy.
그런 생각을
So
가지고 있을
most
것이라고
of the
생각하고요.
Koreans
그렇기
will
때문에
view
우리가
the unification in a similar
어려움이
way.
있더라도
So despite there are
자유민주주의
difficulties, we
통일을
have to
계속 지향해
continuously,
나가야 된다고 보고요.
persistently
다만
pursue
오늘 얘기
freedom-based
나온 그런 주변
unification.
평화와
And in the
안정을 바라는 그런
process,
주변
we
국가들의
have to collaborate
우려를
with the neighboring
덜고 통일에
countries,
대한 지지를
addressing
받기
their
위해서
concerns
자유와
and to
평화의
ask for
가치
their support.
그리고 한반도
And
통일은
also,
그런 자유와 평화를 더
we
확대해
have to
나가는데
emphasize the
분명히 보탬이
value
될
of
것이라는
freedom,
메시지를
democracy,
준비한
and
노력이
prosperity.
중요하다고
So we
보고요.
have to
그 과정에서
deliver messages
민주평통의
accordingly.
역할이
And of
더욱더
course, the role of
필요하다고
PUAC
생각합니다. 오늘
needs to be
이렇게
bigger.
말씀드리겠습니다.
This is
모든
it from me.
분께
Thank you
감사드립니다.
so much.
네, 열띤 토론과 의견 모두 잘 들었습니다. 참석해주신 홍용표 교수님과 패널분들께 다시 한번 감사드리고요. 자리로 돌아가 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 네, 이렇게 제3세션까지 마무리되었는데요. 마지막으로 오늘 끝까지 발표 토론을 경청해주신 태영호 사무처장님께 마무리 말씀 한 말씀 청해드리도록 하겠습니다.
오늘 이렇게 마지막 시간까지 많은 분들이 이 토론을 이제 끝까지 지켜봐 주셔서 매우 감사한 말씀드리고 그 윤석열 대통령께서 8월 15일 날 통일법 발표하니고 지금 석 달 정도 지났습니다. 그런데 이 석 달 동안에 지금 우리의 통일 환경은 너무나 급변하고
surroundings are changing so fast, and the PRK sent the troops, and we have the election result from the US, and things are changing so fast. So what will happen for East Asia and Northeast Asia? And we had this discussion and had this event yesterday and today for global dialogue on unification. Our priority in preparing this was that in running the organization, we admit that we are different and we want to be engaged with healthy discussion and share our unification policies with the public. And I hope you enjoyed today's event. And usually we have like a divided participants in terms of the perspectives and opinions. And in the morning session in particular, like so many diplomats and delegates from foreign missions were here. And after the US election, the Seoul and across the country, there are so many discussions on the Korean Peninsula. And this particular event that we are having today is really unique in a sense that we invited experts from home and abroad and the professors and also Shin-wook, the director of the National Security Office, and many diplomats from foreign missions were here. And this is really unique and unprecedented. And I feel so proud, and I'd like to thank Mr. Hwang and Minister Hwang, and thank you for Richard and Myers. Thank you so much. Everyone, thank you so much.
네, 오랜 시간 함께
Thank you
해주신
for
모든
staying with
여러분
us and
감사드립니다.
for a long
이상으로
time.
2024
And
글로벌
this
통일
is the end of
대화를
the
모두
2024 Global
마치겠습니다.
Dialogue on
안녕히 돌아가십시오.
Unification.
고맙습니다.
Have a safety pack. Thank you.